I got. Hello. Oh, hello, Jamie. Hello, Baron. Hello, Nor. Oh shit. We gotta help Nor get his CTF. Is it time for capture the flag? Hmm. God damn it. This song. I like memorized the Earl now. It's fucked up. Hello. Always this song. Always this song. Guess what I have for lunch? Alright. Ramen, yep. Because it was fast. And I'm running late. How long is our opening? 9 minutes. That's pretty good. Ojo-sama. It's time to go to bed. So gay. Holy shit. Yada yada. You know that yada yada emote? He's not even doing this. That's a 0 out of 10 emote. I should remove it just because he's not actually doing the yada yada in that emote. SMH. He's saying time to go to bed, but yeah, it's supposed to be... Why is it yada yada then? It's time to go to bed. You didn't make it? Just an enjoyer. Fucking crazy. Alright, let's see. I wonder. So we only have Baron and Jamie in here, and Nor. So that makes... I mean, if that gets all of us inside, that's 4 people. And what, we need 2 more people for capture the flag? Do I even have this? I don't think I've ever captured the flag. Capture a flag during any CTF match. Oh, so you only have to do it once. Oh. Man. Listen to all optional NPC dialogue. Holy balls. Do you actually have to sit there and listen to it until it ends? Or can you just pop it up, close it immediately, and just keep going through? What build should you even level for it? Anything is probably fine. We could probably do it in like fucking softcore. Can't skip? That's not 100% though. Oh, you know what? Level 90 is hardcore character. I wonder if I could have done that. Let's see how much my PC dies. There's a tool called All Ears Unturned. Oh, really? Does it actually like... It's so close. You know, it could probably even be done in the Sanctum League too. I mean, not Sanctum, god damn it. Oh, look at this. We're tracking. Oh, really? Oh my god, look at this hideout.
Greetings.
damn. This is one fine hideout, but also, why am I dying? Why is the latency dying? Ugh. Oh my god, what is happening to my latency? Terrible. This guy's always on. Holy shit. Do I even know this guy? This is a very, very cool hideout. God damn. Very, very cool. Alright. Yeah, it could probably... Actually, wait. We have to even see, like, where the fuck? It's probably in, like... Yeah, it's probably in Son, right? Isn't that where, like, all the PvP happens? PvP? Oh. Oh. I see. CTF low level. So you could be level 28. Or you could be level 1. Maybe. Well. Damn. Huh. Okay. So, what does this entail? Finding a match? Oh god, it's probably going to be like infinite queue, yeah. You've probably already tried this. God damn. Well. Infinite. Oof. Infinite queue. Oh, it's a dead game mode. Well. What do? Let's see, Baron, are you here? Would you be willing to get a Steam achievement? Are you here as well, Jamie? Yeah, though you're probably in bed. Baron is busy on Eve. Oof. What he do? You're here? So technically we have 3 people. We need more people. We'll be benching soon though. Yeah. So to get the most amount of people, we need Jamie to log in. Damn. And then maybe need to walk Jarvis, but you're crocheting at the moment? Ah, damn. Yeah, could probably do it at some other time then. Alright. For now, I guess. You can maybe log in if it's quick. It depends. Like we need 6 people total is the thing. So we have Nor, me, Jamie, maybe Baron if he logs in, but he's off to an Eve. And I guess it also depends if like Raining gets on. So let's see. Nor, me, Jamie, Baron, Raining. How about Raining? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dennis is possible as a 6th. But then he only gets on way later because he's off. He's busy working. Bunny, maybe? Oh, that's possible. Yeah, if Bunny does get on, it is possible. But for now, as I eat lunch, let us look at some POE stuff. So we got some footage from Subtractim.
Hey, what's up, guys? So this, I guess, is the beginning of making content for Path of Exile 2. Been kind of taking some time
Let's see.
recently thinking about how I want to approach this, because I really want to do this right and in my own way, and that's going to be a lot of just talking from my perspective and not trying to fulfill the algorithm and clickbait and all that type of stuff. I just tried it in the past, and it does not spark joy. It's not what I want to do. I just want to talk to you guys about, you know, a game that I love and share the things, my thoughts about it and what I think is cool about it, and, you know, teach stuff and have fun along the way. So what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today is my playthrough at the playtest that GGG did a couple weeks ago. It was under embargo until a couple days ago, and we actually had to edit the footage, send it over, and Jonathan was personally reviewing all of it. So this is Jonathan Rogers approved footage. The unique thing here is I am one of the only, if not the actual only content creator that has now played Path of Exile 2 all the way from ExileCon, the most recent one. I don't know when that was, a year and a half ago. I've been to every single playtest, including the most recent one. And in fact, the only other PoE content creators that I know were at the last playtest were me, MP Havoc, Big
John,
Bucks, and then, you know,
goddamn.
some ARPG people, you know, like Darth Microtransaction, but no, like, pure PoE people. So that's all of us that were there. I think I have kind of a unique perspective here in that I've played all the playtests. I've seen it from ExileCon, where I was like, oh, I don't know if this game is going to be what I want it to be. I was kind of scared at ExileCon. It was very overtuned, we'll say. You know, it was very rougher state. They were figuring things out. I can very honestly and genuinely say, after this most recent playtest, I am quite excited for PoE 2. However, I'm not going to glaze it. I'm not going to hide the things that I think I'm a little worried about. I am not like 100% think this is going to be a perfect game. I think there's a lot of stuff that PoE 1 offers that this one is trying to diverge from, and I am going to try to call that out. You know, maybe not all that much in this video, but, you know, I'm going to give you guys my thoughts and concerns. So yeah, anyway, long intro long. Let's just get right into it, and I'll start talking about, you know, what my thoughts are as I go through the playtest. What I'm going to be doing in this video is talking over some parts, kind of pausing it, pointing some things out, and then kind of just letting the gameplay play. Like, I'll take the camera off the screen, let the gameplay play for a couple minutes. You can kind of just immerse yourself. So yeah, let's get started. And hopefully the volume levels and everything are good. So going into this playtest, we can see that we have Sork, Warrior, Ranger, Witch, Mercenary, and Monk. These are the classes that are going to be coming out on December 6th. And I had previously...
This this Hangman's deck is gonna be fucking massive. How many more characters are they adding, they said? Like 3 or something? Or was that the Ascendancies? And this is the amount of characters they have. Maybe it's just Ascendancies and no new characters? Because if they add new characters, they're gonna have to add, you know, some extra ropes and some extra width to this thing. What'd you miss? Oh, we were gonna try and get Nor his capture the flag Steam achievement on Path of Exile. Though we don't have enough people, because it needs to be 6 people total. Sadly. So we're gonna have to wait for more people. But then Jam is gonna go off to bed soon. Zadeg.
Played all of the other classes except for the Mercenary. This is the first time I've had a chance to play the Mercenary. There's a quick little intro animation here kind of showing the general idea of how the character works.
Do what you do in Eve, multi-box. Oh, damn. Yeah, need multiple counts.
And I just want to give it a shot. And in fact, we're going to try to save some time here. Everyone's seen that animation. We're not going to let that play again. So the first skill that you get is the fragmentation rounds. It's just a default shot. Let it play a little bit here. This is my first time playing. This is your AoE skill that you kind of start with. So you get a basic shot, which is right there, my basic bolt. The big thing about the mercenary is he has multiple skills that have ammo, and they all have their individual magazines that you have to switch between them and reload them. I'm sure there's plenty of ways, and I know on the passive tree, we have seen that there are ways to save bullets when you're shooting. You know, maybe the big thing that I would like, I don't know if that's in the game already, is the ability, you can see that the aim is a little, the name locking with the aiming is a little awkward. The thing that I noticed, and I'll talk about, like...
I went to play WASD. If I play the mercenary, maybe. I'm honestly thinking of Pathfinder. But honestly, mercenary for just clear with the ascendancy is the witch hunter ascendancy looks insane, especially with the call. So maybe,
like one of the cons already with a mercenary for me was I had to switch between things and reload. And with that reload time, you know, like when you're fighting like a certain set of monsters, right? Or like one pack of monsters, you can empty both magazines, but then the time to switch between them and then reload, you're not gonna be switching between it, at least early on. Like, you know, I've seen, you know, the more advanced gameplay later where they can kind of like reload each other and all that, but at least early on, you know, a big pain point for me was, you know, and every character starts weak, right? But you know, you can unload one magazine, switch to the other one, and then you're just gonna stick to your one, right? Because switching between them, waiting for the reload again, switching back, like that's just very inefficient. But this is the gameplay. You know, he walks around and shoots. You got your fragmentation rounds, that is your AoE. I did find the AoE, at least early on, not very effective. It has a little bit of a built-in pierce there. I skipped that, so I killed him. I didn't get any loot from him. The key here is I want to show you guys.
Oh no!
Show you guys the early experience with the mercenary, and maybe this will get tweaked a little bit by the time that December 6th happens. And I kind of push it a little bit irresponsibly here. I purposely bring a lot of monsters because one of my favorite things in RPGs is, you know,
he's
OG
dead.
World of Warcraft mage type of player. I just want to group up a bunch of monsters and then, you know, cast Blizzard or whatever and blow everything up. And then you can see kind of, also I did get a cold skill right here. So I got a cold shot. I'm trying to freeze them, trying to like shatter them, do some AoE, and just trying to demonstrate here what the, you know, what the experience is with these early skills. At least what you're gonna expect. No, like I said, I'm not trying to
that's low
glaze up
damage.
things that they're demonstrate things how they aren't. Don't worry, there's a lot of contrast in this video a little bit later on. So anyway, that's the pack of monsters there, and then the first boss that you fight here is the Devourer. It's within these the tunnels. And you can kind of see the experience reloading your different magazines over and over again and switching between them. So that was like a couple minute time skip, and you can see he's not dead yet. This is literally what I did.
Couple minute
I was
time
just like,
skip.
this ain't for me. I'm out. So I did see gameplay
Quit.
of both Havoc and MP playing the mercenary later on. They stuck to it and they found combinations of it, and Big Ducks too. All three of them played mercenary, and they all had a good time with it. But you know, that's just what you're going to experience. Anyway, Sork. I'm like I said, I'm a mage, Sork, wizard, whatever you want to do. You know, elemental, temporal magic. That's my thing. Arcane magic. It's always my favorite class in every game. And oh yeah, wait for this one. Anyway, the first time that I played Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon, Sork was so poorly balanced and so underpowered. Actually, at least the first and second, if not third time, Sork always felt really bad. And that was basically my metric for, am I going to like this game? Like, can they do a magic caster properly? Well, this happened. Right off the beach, the very first boss.
Holy fuck. +2, all called. That's insane.
boss that I killed gave me a +2 level of cold spell skill gems, 47% increased cold damage, and level 2 freezing shards right here. Yeah, you'll just see the difference between the mercenary and this. Now, kind of a concern that I have is the reliance on gear here, because I can't actually attribute how strong I felt in this playtest versus the last one on Sork. I can't separate it too much because I didn't have this crazy gear when I was doing the previous playtest. But I can tell you, if you get good gear, at least on a Sork, if you get a good staff, things will feel really good. So yeah, this is just watch his life bar.
Oh my god.
Not yet.
The damage. Jesus Christ.
Did a little spin of joy, had a little fun there, and yeah, that's just with that starting staff, that is the difference in power there. When that happened and I saw how strong I was just like, okay, I'm feeling it. I'm kind of seeing it here. And
He
this
got
is
spoon-fed.
next
What the
boss in
fuck?
next zone too. Just to confirm that it wasn't a fluke.
Oh my god.
Just wait for the shatter.
He's deleting
Yeah,
things.
so I was very excited. I was very encouraged. I want to call just special attention just how much detail there is to like the physics effects of all the shattering. I'll turn up the audio during some of the fighting a little bit later on. Just the freezing shards going through the flame wall, seeing them lit up and all that, igniting the monsters. The effects are like almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it. And I think it's really nice. Instead of like the Path of Exile.
Wow. See how many prods that is?
Too subtle, but it adds a lot.
How many projectiles is that?
Shards going through the flame wall.
Did that shotgun? It felt... It looks like it almost does.
Seeing them lit up and all that, igniting the monsters. The effects are like almost a little too subtle.
I think it does. You see, he freezes these two, and no projectiles are like lost. I think it does shotgun. Wow. What the fuck? And that was a lot of projectiles
It adds
too.
a lot of style to it, and I are like almost a little too subtle, but it adds a lot of style to it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, 7 proj.
And I think it's really nice. Instead of like the Path of Exile one like insane flashiness. So yeah, they added a lot of new support gems, and I think that this is really going to be what differentiates Path of Exile 2. As the thing about support gems in Path of Exile 1 is they very often trend, or are picked at least, towards the more, what gives me more damage, right? Like we have some that are a little bit more utility focused. You can do something like Fortify, where you kind of have like a hybrid offense and defense, or you have something like Inspiration, where maybe you're kind of mitigating some mana cost. There are some like interesting upsides in addition to damage, but a lot of the time you're just saying, how do I take the highest damage support gems that I can while not taking too many downsides or getting as much, a little side utility in addition to that. That's what we see a lot of the time in Path of Exile 1. And kind of a cool thing, actually not kind of a cool thing, I think one of the most interesting things about Path of Exile 2, and we're gonna see how this plays out, is the forced single support gem. So for example, faster casting right here. If I take a faster casting, I can only have one of those on one of my skills. And because of this, I have to be very intentional in what I use that for. I really don't think it's going to feel like Generator Spender. It's not going to be like a Diablo 4 snooze fest. It's not Generator Spender. It's utility,
D4 bad. He basically said it.
single target, multi-target, utility mobility. And that's like the way that you want to think about it. So I end up using quite a few different skills in my damage rotation. It's going to be more about evaluating the threat and the positioning and the way that everything's happening. And that's how I'm going to be using my different skills dynamically in combat. And for example, Fortress right here. This is one of the cool support gems that it actually makes your flame wall summon, or anything else like ice wall as well, summon in a circle.
The
So you
force
can use
lander.
this to encircle enemies, encircle yourself, encircle an ally,
I mean,
and then like we'll see this later on when I'm playing with MP. I am putting this around
I mean, Path of Exile 2 is basically just Diablo-like, right? Yeah.
the monsters, and then MP is shooting as a mercenary through my flame wall and then boosting his shots. And there's a lot of interesting additional utility that you can get here through these support gems, instead of just, oh, I'm going to put elemental focus and control destruction on every single skill gem. Just to, you know, even if you're using multiple damaging skills, you'd end up using, you know, you'd use similar support gems. Instead, you have to be very intentional and thoughtful about how you're picking your support gems for your different utility skills. And at least the way that this played out until, like, I've only gotten to the end of Act 2 so far in the playtests, but the way that it's played out, at least in this playtest, was I had a lot of fun playing around with the different support gems. As always, how it works out in an end game, we'll see. Really,
He says the end of Act 2. I wonder how long that took him. Because we only have it up to Act 3, yeah? On the beta release. Well, early access release.
really cool thing. So freeze in this game is incredibly, again, everything through the context of only playing through the first 2 acts, but freeze in this game is incredibly powerful, as you've already seen. It works on bosses. You can build up freeze on them, and then there's a lot of stuff building around shattering frozen monsters. Just having something to freeze monsters. It doesn't have to be like a builder, right? It's not resource generation. Because
Act 3, 2x, yeah. We have to go through Act 3 again. On a higher difficulty, basically.
mana honestly was basically never an issue for me. That was not a problem whatsoever.
It's basically a rerun of Path of Exile 1. I mean, because Act 6 is... Act 6 and... on to Act 12. Or was it Act 10? Act 6 to Act 10 is literally just a rerun. With some differences.
However, it's really just about what utility am I trying to navigate or utilize as I'm doing some combat. Things like glaciation right here were actually very interesting. So this one's really cool. Hey, free chilled ground whenever you freeze an enemy. So, you know, again, additional utility that you can put between your different skills, like drop a frost bomb and have that doing some...
Permanently intimidate enemies on block. POE 1 used to have Act 1 to 3 X3? Really? God damn. You know, for an early shield, this is actually insane because you can get 100% block. You can just intimidate everything that you want.
Additional utility right here. That's unique that I got. When you block an enemy, you permanently intimidate them.
And Act 3 used to be like twice as long. Jesus Christ.
Not for my build. This is just showing me selling some different things. I'm just trying out like, hey, what do I sell? What, you know, demonstrating what I get for different
Combinations
currency for the disenchanting. And I'm not control clicking there just because I'm like trying to feel things out slowly one by one. All right, so I did not mouse over all of these.
Oh shit, you know what? This is actually very good. Freezing shards is on his weapon. So you can... If you have a weapon that gives you a skill, you can socket it up to 6 sockets. That's quite cool.
You can see the scroll bar.
The difficulties of lab stems from the old school difficulties. Really?
There are a lot of support gems, and a good chunk of these say coming soon as well. There are so many. There's going to be a lot of differentiation and potential for...
We looked at Arcane Surge yesterday, and Arcane Surge looks absolute dog. You have to spend 100% of your mana to get Arcane Surge. Like, what? I mean, maybe it's not bad, but... Goddamn.
You know, one of my favorite things in Path of Exile 1 has always been customize your
fuck?
build for
Yeah,
yourself.
it's
Like, hey,
not.
people ask me, hey, should I use steel skin
not great.
on automation or cast some damage taken? Even little things like that, you can customize them in a way that
Unless the mana regen and cast speed from Arcane Surge is like actually good. Like buffed. Pilfering Ring is on sale, by the way. If you don't have... Oh, is it? How many points is it? Shit. Small detour. Level 68 Malachi with one shot at level 95 plus characters. What the fuck? That's overtuned. Bruh. What? Look at that. Oh my. Exile's Ring variation. Oh, this thing. Oh. Oh my. Wait, so you... So you have to choose one? Or do you get both? One? Oh no. Well. Eh? Each 95. Ugh. Paint ring effect. No one's gonna use this. Enchanter's ring. Hmm? What? Well, that one's the best one. Pilfering ring. Nice. Thank you. It's mine now. Now I can see how much currency I got.
fits your playstyle. All right, like if you're in hardcore and you got to play really intentionally and slowly around your cooldowns, cast some damage taken, or even manually casting it is the play. If you're in softcore and you're running a billion miles an hour, automation for your steel skin could be fine. Like it's not a bad choice, but it could be fine. And I think that type of decision making, and like there's a lot of conversation about like, you know, from the hardcore solo self-found racing perspective, like this is always the right play. But there are, you know, inefficient methods of play that could be, you know, turn your brain off even more and you get your Netflix on. And I think that you can customize your builds in Path of Exile too. They're giving you more tools to do this. This is a new skill called Ember Fusillade.
Wait.
Unfortunately, I was a new school called you can customize your builds in Path of Exile too. They're giving you more tools to do this.
Wow. Hovering over that gives literally zero info. It only gives cast time. Like no DPS. No gem info on like what it does. I guess they're just dumbing it down. Where are they gonna put that info then?
Do this. This is a new skill called Ember Fusillade. Unfortunately, I was with my gearing, I was like really pushed into cold skills, but I kind of wish I went into fire because some of these fire skills they're beautiful and really cool. I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Ooh. That's very cool. That's actually a lot of damage.
But as you can see, my cold is just so strong. But oh my god, the animation is just gorgeous. Like,
Now don't move!
walking around and self-casting Ice Nova, you're gonna see a lot of that. It just ended up being the strongest tool, unfortunately, for me a lot of the time. Here's another boss. just showing how strong I am. This is about halfway through Act 1.
Let me teach you the power of the Eternals, Marraketh fiend.
But yeah, like the anime, I don't know. This is clearly a fidelity upgrade, a huge fidelity upgrade over Path of Exile 1.
To me,
He does so much damage.
Freeze is so strong. So you can see in the upper left corner, building up the freeze. See those debuffs right there.
Oh my god.
We also now have the damage numbers. I can go back a little bit. You can see the damage numbers up here.
Yeah.
You can see their weaknesses and strengths right here. Debuffs, and then the damage numbers, just like Dark Souls. Which is pretty cool.
Take your necromancy to the grave where it belongs.
Take your necromancy to the grave. Wait, what if you play as a necromancer? As a witch?
Here's me kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree. Didn't see anything crazy. I didn't explore everything in the passive tree. I didn't have a ton of time. I wanted to like...
Didn't see anything crazy. He hovers over 30% increased max ES. Bruh.
I was balancing like playing the game, chatting with Octavian and Jonathan, you know, chatting with the other streamers, and God, it was... I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there.
I just want to make sure.
And God, it was... I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but
It's 8. 8 projectiles on this thing. Holy fuck.
I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there.
And it's shotguns.
Yeah, this one is really cool. Frozen Vortex. When you shatter an enemy, 30% of the overkill damage is done per second. It lasts 3 seconds. So you basically get...
This one is really cool.
You get 90% of the overkill damage that you do as damage over 3 seconds. Total. Which is pretty cool. I don't think I was doing that much. So the cool thing with Cold Snap, rather. So Cold Snap is a skill.
It's like cold version of Herald of Fire, which is very cool. But lore based, I guess, as well.
That shatters. So kind of like the rotation that you can do here is I end at Frostbolt, so you can do Ice Nova. You can cast your Ice Nova on Frostbolt by default. I just found my Frostbolt was going too fast, like casting too many skills, just that got a little bit too much. But what I ended up doing was dropping Frostbomb when necessary, casting Ice Nova, freezing, and then Cold Snap will shatter a frozen enemy for damage. And then you can link that with Frozen Vortex, so that shatter overkill damage will then put like a nice strong vortex on the ground. Ended up being a pretty cool combo. Unleash is about the same as it was in POE 1. This is to demonstrate a little bit more. So, Frostbomb on the ground, casting Ice Nova, and then Cold Snap to shatter them. And showing how dangerous zones can be really quickly. You can start
Freeze looks so good.
Not yet.
You know what's sad though? They're getting rid of the Path of Exile 1 shatter noise. Which is fine, but you know, it's kind of sad.
You do have to be pretty intentional about just charging forward. Here we go. Here's Veriketh, aka Candlemass, I guess. Same monster from POE 1 with a different name. So as you can see, my damage is not as much. I believe I still have
He's
the
still
same
doing good
staff
damage
from the beach. So with all that said, it's just that same staff, no additional damage items or anything. And this is probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way through Act 1. Probably 3/4. I think this is almost the last zone.
It seems corruption takes on many forms.
All right, so I didn't want to like go. This boss fight takes a little bit. This is the final boss of Act 1. Got an Exalted Orb.
I'm carrying an
Show
array.
the new item that I got. I
You
finally
got
did
an
upgrade my
Exalt.
staff. Level 5 freezing shards. I actually spent. I edited this. I spent a lot of time, like a solid 2 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes,
freeze
trying to
build up.
compare the damage numbers between all my different skills. So the interesting thing here is I lose the +2 cold skill gems, and I gain level 5 freezing shards as well as some freeze buildup, which is nice. I actually end up taking this. But you can see you have your DPS numbers right here, which are... So I was originally looking at...
Oh. So the DPS is in the skill page. That's weird. And I guess you have to hover over like the gem.
On the lower right corner in POE 1. But these tooltips, I hope they build these out a little bit. I think they're trying to simplify it. But when you mouse over your skills in the lower right corner, it shows nothing. It just says the name. There's no data whatsoever.
Well, it shows the cast time. But that's like it.
I think they want everything to kind of be in the skill gems, like kind of kept over in the corner.
Ooh, look at that. Support gem capacity. So he could have only 3 strength support gems. Oh, is it because of his socket count? Oh.
Corner here in the skill gems panel. And there's a rough DPS estimate. Again, because you're comboing so many things, it's not going to be accurate whatsoever. But you can see these DPS numbers changing as I'm changing my weapons around.
Okay. How do you... It's okay, so you have to alt to see this. Cast on Frostbolt. Cast on Frostbolt. Ice Nova can be cast on... Wait, what does that mean? Casting Ice Nova, targeting near a Frostbolt projectile will cause it to originate from Frostbolt instead of you. It's like POE 1. It's exactly like the build you played? Yeah. I wonder if he does this.
And I keep trying to mouse over here to like see if anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip
Ice
doesn't
Nova
change when you
Frostbolt's
change
by
your items.
default.
I think that's just the base gem tooltip.
Oh.
So here's, I believe, the first boss fight in Act 2. There's my Frostbolt.
Oh. Wow, it's so slow. Did you see the rate that it shot? Oh no. Look how slow it is.
So here's, I believe, the first boss fight in Act 2. There's my Frostbolts flying in, trying to clear some of the ads.
What the hell is this Radon? I guess Radon's up here shooting his bow. Or what is this?
This fight ends up taking a while. So yeah, this is, you know, if we're going to talk about some of the cons, at least for the Sorceress gameplay, there wasn't that much I can do. If we think about the tools that I have, and I went into all of the cast speed that I could. I had faster casting. I took all of the cast speed nodes on the passive tree. If any gear gave me any cast speed, I would take it. So the problem with this fight...
He's just tanking it, holy fuck.
Is if you go above this line up here, there's a bunch of hyenas standing on a cliff that will just shoot arrows at you. So you're stuck in this little triangular arena. You really can't go up here. And periodically, the boss will just, if you walk away from him, he'll do multiple slams. He'll do a charge attack at you. Like his scariest, I guess I'm spoiling the boss fight so spoilers if you don't want to know how this boss fight works. At the beginning of Act 2. But if you get too far away from him, he'll do a charge attack at you, or he'll do really big slams. And I actually don't have any tools that give me very good damage at range. Like, I can cast Frostbolt with the Ice Nova and Frostbolt, but it's not like PoE 1. You know, later on, maybe if I get Unleash and Spell Echo or whatever, like, maybe I can make this work. But if you cast one Frostbolt, and then maybe I can get 2 Ice Novas, and then 1 Frostbolt and 2 Ice Novas, I'd rather just cast 3 Ice Novas, right? Or even like 3.5, because the Frostbolt had a slow cast speed. Because of that cadence, it was actually way better for me to just stay close to him. Thing is, the way the fight works is I can't walk up here, like I said, and if I walk away from him, he'll do like really scary range stuff, and I'm kind of stuck in slow cast animations. and it's actually easier to just, roll around him when you're really close. Also, he periodically spawns ads, and because the ads are not nonstop but pretty frequent, I'm forced to almost nonstop just spam my Ice Nova. And this was a little bit of a concern. Like 100% could be build or skill issue, but I kind of felt a little pigeonholed into just I didn't hate it, but
Wow, that shattering effect is so good.
I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I just wanted to point that out. Conk effect. Oh yeah, I got Solar Orb, which is just a cool. You put a fire orb on the ground. It's very pretty and it does burning damage. Just kind of mousing over some of the support gems here. You can see a couple more support gems that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Move the camera, you can see a little bit more. So yeah, just leaving this for anyone that wants to comb through the video and just see everything I mouse over, go for it. So I'm going to let the rest of this play out. You can just watch some of the gameplay here as I finish up playing with Empy. Thanks for everything over the past few years. It's been really cool going through all of the...
True. Hope as well optimizing us so we don't have to play on low settings. Yeah. I mean... bitrate is obviously just going to go into the shitter. The game does look really good though. So you're probably... maybe even like... even I'm probably going to have to put it on lower settings.
Discoveries and sharing cool stuff with you guys with POE 1. And I'm excited to start a new chapter with y'all in POE 2. Hope to see you guys there. Subscribe to the channel and all that if you want a little bit more. And I'll see y'all soon. Have a good one. Bye.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
A Pathfinder coat. Oh no. This is a level 10 base. It has 12 energy shield. And 18 evasion rating. I wonder if we can get like a... I wonder if we can get... a look. Wait, so these are the best in slot-based types? Fuck. Let's just look at helmets then. Evasion. So we want evasion energy shield. Level 10. Ooh. Oh my. Really? So 10 evasion. I mean, wow. They actually get more energy shield. Does that mean at higher bases we're gonna be scaling higher? Higher ES with our new like Giga Ultra ES passive trees? Because this is level 10 in PoE 1. It loses a lot of the evasion, but the energy shield is the same. Is better, technically. Fire res, ruby ring. Nice, nice. Oh, that's a nice touch. You don't have to remove the gear to exalt it. You can have it in your inventory and you can just slam it. That's kind of nice. Shoot. So this is a full ES. So a 16 quality, level 14, full ES. Level 11, I guess. So this thing has 41, but that has quality. Int requirement and level is a lot lower than POE 1. That's for sure. From the looks of it, it almost... like, if we actually get into endgame, like, Twilight Regalia level of ES bases, we're gonna have some fat ES at endgame. He's doing no damage. Oh man, the footstep sound effects sounded good.
I'll take you!
Sand and steel. Flesh and bone. What is the news? Face of Faradun.
Not yet.
You'll burn, Marrakech scum! Burn, burn, burn!
Not yet!
Explode! Burn, burn, burn! For the king! Burn, oppressors!
I can't do that yet.
So this thing has like 30k HP or something. And this would be like Act 2.
Burn, burn! Breathe it in!
32k? Yeah, like 32k HP. Oh, he died. Oh, wait for party member to revive you. Oh, interesting. Oh. That's cool. Herald skills deal 20% increased damage. Chance to poison on hit. Oh my god. What? That is very intriguing. Huh. Oh. Let's see. 5 hours ago.
Hi, Cicerin here with another video. Today we are going to react to the Everything About Path of Exile 2 podcast with Jonathan.
Wait, where's the original video?
See ya. So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting. And
How long
take
ago
it away,
was
Gazi,
this?
with the intro.
4 days ago. Wow.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about POE 2. How are you doing?
Oh, no.
Pretty good. You know, obviously the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. Like the, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly there seems to be a lot of hype. So
Seems to
yeah,
be.
it's a bit scary, but I think we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. Big congratulations on the reveal. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene, I think it blew everybody away. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, DM, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12 out of 10 so far. It's been the best one yet.
I mean, obviously everyone liked it. I would say that kind of expected it to be good because I was able to get the early sneak peek and, see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right into it, we're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions most.
No thanks to the DDoS from Rod Ferguson. Ooh. Hey, he just wants to be he just wants ARPGs to be Diablo-like. What's so hard to ask?
We just pulled from the community if they really want the answers to. But one of the general questions that I had for you was, it seems like there's been more and more an emphasis on exploration and world building in Path of Exile 2. You saw things like the skulls on the maps is one such example you've used for this before. So I was kind of hoping you could walk us through the process that happened when you guys started to realize we really want to have more of a focal point on exploration in the game.
So, I mean, to start with the story stuff like that, I mean,
Focal point on exploration in the game. What?
like, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in POE 1 with regard to story. Like, a lot of people get through POE 1 and they never even realize what it is, like what
True. The story is so obscure.
the story even was. But as for exploration as well, I mean, like, there's just, you really want to have that fantasy of, like, well, I mean, you're playing a fantasy game, right? Like, you're just like, and I think exploration is a huge part of that. So there was a thing that happened, in terms of like the icons on the map and everything like that. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. Like there was a situation where, like, people would like walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, when people are dying to bosses all the time, there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. They don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what, this is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well. Like, we've tweaked the random level generator. We've done like
Have you watched the lore videos? I think I have. I think I went through, like, who was that YouTuber? That was one of them that does like all the lore for the POE. I think I watched all of that. It's pretty dark shit. Especially the stuff about the gods. The gods are just fucking assholes. Oh, Kitten Cat Noodle. Yeah. Like, the gods are actually just cunts in POE.
like to make it so that you've got things like where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this like the particular encounters that we have, like
It's so good.
like every area we try to have like 2. In some cases, there might even be 3, like sort of just like handmade like little things you can find. And we're actually keen to expand on that as well.
It is very good.
One of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game than what you get.
Oh my. Hello, raining.
The first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do the when we go between leagues, the set of them that gets picked for each area could be randomly selected from those. Like, we don't have that at the moment, but it's like
Wait a minute, isn't this the corrupted headhunter div card? What the fuck?
Something that I'm very keen to do because I think that, obviously replayability, if it's with an action RPG, it's like a huge thing. By having more of these things, you just want, so like every time you go through the campaign, you just get a feeling of like, oh, there's stuff here I haven't noticed before, there's stuff there I haven't, like just little things. And I think those little things really contribute. And we even started doing that a little bit with POE 1. Once we sort of realized we wanted to do this stuff, even with POE 1, we started saying, okay, every league, when we put one out, we want to have like 20, 30 just like tiny changes to the campaign that we can do, just so that next time you go through it, you just sort of feel like, hey, like here's just something random that I never noticed before. And I think that that's like, it's funny because it's not really a headline feature. Like when we're announcing the, a POE 1 league, it's not like saying, oh, here's like a bunch of these little things. Like it doesn't really get anyone very excited. But I think that when you actually play through it, there's just that feeling of like, oh man, I never saw that before. And it just kind of gives you just a better experience.
Yeah.
So I think that feeling of just like, just finding random stuff is really important. And we want to do that as much as we can.
That's really funny that you mentioned that, because like I don't know how many times I've gone through the campaign. I play the game for 10.5 years, and every time I see something new, I'm like, how have I missed this after a decade of playing this game? Because it's none of the patch notes. It's always so surprising.
Yeah.
Guys, you want to go with the...
Yeah, I think we just jump in.
What happened to Gazi's camera? Why is it so blurry compared to everyone else? What happened?
We've made a list here to make sure it's structured, because we have a tendency of asking repeat questions in the past, and we're trying to make sure that's not happening this time. So the next question we have, we're going to jump into, is that the PoE 2 is focused a lot on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in-game, sort of like a Necronomicon or Wiki in-game, can we expect to see this?
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because of the fact that some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like, so like every weekend, my friends come over, and I like to show them like, hey, here's what we've been doing on PoE 2 recently. But the thing is, I've got the tools. I can like open up what's called the asset viewer and like, hey, look at this cool monster, and like show them close up and like, hey, look at. And there's also the funny things, like the animators make all these idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see, like with a bunch of character to them and stuff like that are really awesome, and the players never see them because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So like there's all sort of stuff. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but one day I am very keen to make an actual sort of bestiary, of like, here's all the monsters in the game, but like we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit, and then obviously when you do that, then that would be a great opportunity to be able to show like all various abilities and things like that. It would be sort of handy, I think, for people who are wanting to.
That'd be incredibly handy. Like, what animation they do for this attack, the attack that killed you, that would be super good information.
Play specters and to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that'd be a really cool thing to do one day.
Oh god. I mean, of course Gazi's there and he said specters. having a list like that, and obviously there would be like a subsection in like UI to show like, if you raise this guy as a specter, he's gonna be doing this, these are his stats. That would be fucking awesome. You love this idea? But you know it's going to be implemented and have extremely descriptive shit? Like a big hitting attack. Hey, that's pretty descriptive, okay?
One day. But yeah, we don't have it at the moment. I just think it would be really awesome to kind of show off the work of the artists who have made all these awesome monsters. And like, yeah, some of them are really kind of gruesome. Like there's this random guy, just to pick a random example, called a pale fishman. And it's like this tiny little thing on screen that you barely even see. But if you like zoom into the model, it's like this crazy like warped thing between a human and a one of those anglerfish with the like dangling light thing on it. Yeah. And like when you look at it real close, you can see there's like a sort of screaming person kind of under there that like there's a mouth, and like the idle animation like is like kind of crazy with like all this like, yeah, like there's just stuff like that in there that it's like, like you really don't appreciate that when you just like blast past it and kill it in like half a second because it's just some random small monster. So yeah, it'd be cool for people to see that stuff.
What was the name of that? Because we can get the idle animation when we race it as a specter.
That's true. It was called a pale fishman. I actually don't even know if it's in the early access because I think it might be an Act 4 monster. Yeah, in fact,
Act 4 spoilers.
When I give names like these are like internal code names. That's like the name of the folder that someone put it in, rather than like the actual like lore name in the game. So I don't know if it'll even be called that in the final version, but
PoE loves to hide details of the mechanics.
Some of that stuff.
You know, and
I'll
speaking
see if I can find it.
Yeah.
speaking of animations, I'm going to go off script here from our list already and ask you
Oh,
about the
no.
cinematic. Was something that I wanted to make sure I ask you about because it's kind of the first, full like major cinematic that has really been revealed so far. So, was it difficult doing your first cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
Absolutely. So yes, it was definitely very hard. I mean, obviously we've never done anything like that before. Like I sort of had to. I mean, I wrote it myself, and there was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it.
I'm not gonna lie. The animation for that cinematic felt very what's the word? It's like the line between real and fake enough to where it like feels wrong. Like the animations of how they moved, how like the lip syncing worked, it just felt uncanny to me. But that's just me nitpicking.
And they've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long, like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, but like I mean, they did a really good job, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like. I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like the quality of the
Yeah, that is true. But honestly, it didn't make it up to the level of like a Blizzard quality cinematic, I would say. Just based on the animation and stuff. Because it just had that uncanny feel to me.
animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like, I mean, they, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like I want the content to be really awesome, but it's like in terms of just the raw like like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend on their cinematics, right? Like we're not at that level. So we're not there. But I was really hoping that you could get a feeling of like the world and the kind of I want to make sure that people understand right from the word go that like there is a brutality here, and like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. And the thing that I actually base it on is I was thinking about a lot about the Riddick movies.
Oh, Chronicle,
Yes.
yeah.
Where you've kind of got the thing
Love
that the classic like like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. Is like, okay, how are we going to do this? And so that's kind of what I was thinking about as we were writing it.
I love that Riddick series. That was the first
Right.
movie I introduced my fiance to when we first met.
Right.
What the fuck? Why is Gaylord Industries an actual thing? You just looked it up right now because you used to have a clean piece of equipment they made. Thought it was a joke up until now. What the fuck? Gaylord Industries.
Yeah,
Probably not
so,
the best.
That is
and
weird.
also it also has that sort of idea of the flip of like the you've got the team you're following are like the bad guys, but you kind of think of them as like but they're kind of yet the main protagonists, and it's like you get that flip at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them all is actually the good guy. So I was pretty happy with that one as well.
Pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Yeah.
It was
So,
fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
So bump the
Absolutely.
Gaylord.
Moving on to the next question. For clarification, this is a kind of a big one, a couple mini questions in it. So for clarification, can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion on why 6 portals, if you die, you can't go back in, as well as experience penalty still being a thing. So we'll start with those two.
Yeah, so basically, when you die in a map, you can't resurrect in the map, and I think that is okay. Like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got
Wait, so there's no 6 portals. You only get 1?
6 portals. We could have it so that you can revive 6. Okay, like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals. We could have it so that you can revive 6 times like you did in POE 1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat. Like we just really don't want to make it so that you just effectively like. I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself. Like you still want to be able to do that. And yet we also don't want to make it just one portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think, is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's
Yeah.
also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but you know, all the map devices that we've already sold, those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store.
True.
And all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change that. So, you know, that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. So, yeah, there was a lot of discussion around this, though. But at the end of the day, the main thing that won out as far as is we just don't want to compromise the combat. We want to make sure that if you're going to kill a boss, it has to be like one life. You have to survive it. You actually have to properly kill it. But of course, we can make those encounters harder because of the fact we don't have you know, a map boss in every area. So you know, we get to ideally have that that still being fine.
What about experience penalty when dying? Is that still going to be a thing with us?
You know, that's actually
Wait, so does this confirm that there is 6 portals, but they're not compromising that cheese aspect, which means there's only 1 portal? Eh? It feels like he's dancing around that.
a very good question. So we removed it from the campaign at the point where we made it so that we added checkpoints and everything. And then at the time, we were like, oh, but in maps, you get 6 portals, so therefore we still don't have it. Now, it's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about, honestly, for like a little while now. So it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. The reason why I think I would still like it is because...
Oh, 6 portals, 1 life. Ah. Okay. Well, that's actually quite kind of a smart way to deal with it then. That's cool. That's cool. Okay.
Not necessarily, it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death like set you back, so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is like it may not be as necessary when you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty.
I hope they're gonna ask, can you hard brick your atlas? with dying too much.
Is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about like, you know, I mean, basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit. But yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, you know, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being like a nothing in the road, in order for that in order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful. Because, you know, like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not losing experience and just like die, you know, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So, you know, that's kind of the reason why it exists.
That's a fair answer. The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies? What is the loot to that player?
True.
All right, so okay, a few things about this. So number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members. And what I've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more of and what types of items don't matter about having more of. So an example of this is like, if you're talking about currency, right? Obviously you want double the amount of currency. We've got 2 players because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets aren't kind of like specific to any one like person, right? Like I mean, obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops. So effectively, we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to
Wait, so they're doing plus 100% if you're partied up? Isn't that way stronger than Path of Exile 1? No way, right?
increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to... Wait, is it even 50%? It might be. I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want, because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right, due to the strength, dex, int thing. And for weapon types, there's even more weapon types. So the chance that 2 players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively what that means is that we can not increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is is that when you the sum total of all of that means that the stuff on the ground from each player increases by some number, like 28%, if you actually look at it in raw drops.
Ooh.
But the actual what makes up that 28% is like way more of the stuff you actually want, and not as much of the garbage that you don't want. In order to make it so that you don't get the crazy spam on the ground with party play that you previously might have gotten. So I
Aw.
think that system works very well in terms of just making it so that you get the right items. And I guess it just goes to the general philosophy that we have of we're trying to not drop as many things, but make sure the things we do drop are more important and better as you go up. So that's kind of like the as I said, just part of that philosophy there. I feel like there was another part of the question that I've forgotten now, so maybe you could remind me what it was.
The last part there's two more, but one of them was let's say you're two players playing and one player dies.
Oh,
What
yeah,
happens
yeah.
to the loot on the ground that belongs to that player, so to say?
So I think that we usually use temporary. I think temporary allocation is still. I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in POE 1, at least
Okay.
at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to be free for all once the timer expires. And if it's permanent allocation, then obviously it stays like that. Although we definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent. I assume. When
That's
I
how
don't
it
know if
is
we've
in
actually
PoE
done
1.
that. Oh, it does work that way. In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same as in PoE 1 in this regard. So that should be fine. Yeah, I mean, effectively like that. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like changed a huge amount in that particular regard. But yeah. So actually, what was the last part there?
Last one has to do with trials. Now we've only seen Sanctum and
What about since you only have like you're on the map. If you go in with a party of 6, you use all the portals. What if one guy dies? I guess it doesn't matter. Does that effectively mean you can cheese the quote unquote cheese the boss because you have 6 people in there? Like even if one guy dies, your Atlas is still fine because the other party members are still alive, killing the boss.
Ultimatum version,
Mhm.
the 2.0 version of it.
Mhm.
So the real question is two ones. One is the Sanctum no-hit run, and the questions are what happens if one player dies, if two players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Okay, so this is one of these tricky technical questions that Mark would probably be better at answering because he knows the exact details. So let me think about that. I don't know that I've even had a discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Now, generally speaking, of course, when we
Players and parties are automatically linked. Ooh. Wait, so you're saying if like one guy dies, the map is just dead? Orida.
doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum, the map, to be technical, the map owner, but effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress. So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take and what rooms to go to. I believe though that if you want to go through and ascend, that there are you can both do the ascendancy. So that means if you want to do like the ascension in a party, then that's absolutely fine. You get the reward there. But I believe that the items that come from like key, the chests and stuff like that, I believe that they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct. So yeah, there's a few. I'm sorry about this. I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff. But that's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing as far as working out those things. Mark really is like so. One thing I should mention is that Mark plays like. I could be wrong about this, but I think like 90% of the time when he's playtesting multiplayer. So he's the one who really cares about getting all that multiplayer stuff exactly right. Whereas when I'm playing, I'm like a solo player all the way, right? Like I just, for whatever reason, I'm just like a solo player. So ideally, with the both of us paying attention here, we should make sure that things are good in both solo and multiplayer. But yeah, he's got a bunch of designers he likes to play with. Like the design team effectively. Like he plays multiplayer with the design team all the time. So he's the one who usually sorts out these like specific little multiplayer details.
So,
That's so cool.
since we're talking about loot, there is one question
He
that
actually
people
plays
have
this game.
related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
The kitty cat.
Yeah, so effectively, when you get magic find gear, so like increased chance of rarity, we wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better, and not just in the way of just getting like, you know, more rares. I mean, it does do that as well. Don't get me wrong, like you're still getting more rares, more uniques, and so on. But we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount, not necessarily on a character, but also because you know, when you've got a monster that you've juiced with various map mechanics, all of that stuff is adding rarity and not quantity. So effectively, you need to make sure that rarity is something that that really increases the power. So the way we do that is that
Classic cat behavior. You put the cat away, it's gonna jump right back up again.
there's 5, and I don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact inner workings of this, but there are 5 tiers to start with that you don't see, that you can't see, that change a thing, because those don't change anything about unidentified items, but they do change the percentage chances that you get certain things. So they, for example, you're getting you know, chances to upgrade currency to higher types of currency. You're getting like the chances of not spawning items with base types that are lower level than what you would need. So effectively sort of clamping the base types that you're going to get into like a smaller range at the top, and like these kind of things, while also increasing like you know, magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increases the like it starts to open up, like those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much magic find you have, right? You don't need magic find to get this. It's just that magic find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. And in total, there's actually 10 tiers overall, but at tier 5, it starts to modify the properties of unidentified items.
Darth microtransaction gave up. The cat won. Let's fucking go. It gets to stay on the piano.
And that's why we have to start marking the rares as being like, and so that's when, so when it says T2, that actually means that's like T5 internally of what it's rolled. And then so the tiers going up from there, each of them say, you know, T2, T3, T4, T5. And what the reason why we have to say that is because when this item dropped, we clamped the mods that it can get to be in the upper tiers, and the higher tier you get, the higher they can go. So if you get a T5 rare, the mods that it can have are from a very, very tiny portion of them right at the top of all the tiers of those mods. So you know that the rolls you're going to be seeing, like the life you're going to get on it, the damage you're going to get on it, this kind of thing, are going to be top notch when you see that. So effectively, if and the reason why I think that's important to show is because you kind of want people to feel like, okay, like, because the number of items that drop aren't really increasing, you need a way to see on the screen when something drops, like how valuable is the thing that I just saw. And so showing those tiers on the rares also really has that effect of like, okay, like if you see like, you know, 5 or 6 T5 rares drop, you know you got a really good hit, whereas if you see a bunch of like T2s, you know you didn't get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling of being important. It's actually...
Huh. It's interesting that he's talking about tiers in the opposite way. Because, you know, in Path of Exile 1, like, obviously tier 0 uniques are the rarest uniques. But what he's saying here seems to be like tier 10 seems to be like the rarest. And tier 1 is like, you know, the fucking worst.
Really interesting because we've been fighting so much this thing of like the way that you made, like a way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap on the ground. But the problem is that like it really is kind of a like an annoying element because like while it can feel good, it's like it's just it people want then, you know, they want to use loot filters and they want to use all that stuff, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's great and everything, and we'll support that, and that's fine. But like ideally we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place, and so you need to find a way to give people the hit of dopamine without having to just do that by like dropping, literally covering the screen. Now, I mean, there's still
It's easier to add higher tiers than it is to make negative tiers. Yeah, that's true. True.
room for like dropping a lot of stuff, right? I mean, like we want to make sure bosses feel like, you know, there's a good list of stuff there, but it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items, like you know that the value of that stuff is really good. And I suppose on some level item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway, because if you're using a filter to get, like, you're not seeing very much anyway, so it really is all about the value. So it's not like it's impossible. We just need to make sure that the game is doing that as a matter of course rather than
Ask an item filter question right now.
filters. Oh, sorry, did that.
Oh, you're good. We only lost you the last half second there. But
Okay, all good. Yeah.
So since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we were going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that like official confirmation loot filters? Sounds like are supported.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're supported in exactly the same way they were in PoE 1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that. You know, if you want to use them, you can. And I suspect what the main reason people will use them for in PoE 2 is not so much filtering things away.
I heard that they actually tried to get the filter blade guy onto the team, but he said no. Sounds something along those lines. Which is kind of cool that they actually reached out to him to like try and hire him, basically, if that's correct.
But more highlighting things that are
Thank you.
valuable that you might not otherwise
Holy fuck.
recognize. You know,
What the hell? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Baron, Nor, Tanriel, Sega. Jesus Christ. Jammy gifting. Holy fuck. You've gifted a total of 80 subs. Jesus Christ. Thank you for gifting subs, Jammy. That is way too generous. Thank you dearly. Everyone that got a gift, be sure to thank Jammy. Lady Hollow, Plumber, Sega, Tanreal, Baron, and Nor. God damn, that's a lucky... Wait, was that random? Holy shit, that's super lucky. Yo. Glad it was good RNG. That's super good RNG. Thank you, Jammy. And I hope you guys enjoyed the emotes and the sub badge.
because like they might be higher base types or things like that. Like a lot of people have filters that like
God
you know
damn.
highlight certain things that might be good for various reasons. So you know things that have like some, for example, people might like want to be doing things like you know, like I know that this you know, like things like, you know, items having sockets and stuff, maybe you want to change the text color when that happens or things like that. Like there are icons and stuff for that stuff there, but we try to keep things like relatively visually clean. And also we don't want to try to make too many value judgments for the player about what is important or not. So therefore we try to like not do too much of that stuff, but obviously players, you know, come up with their own schemes for what they think is important. So then I suspect they'll use loot filters mostly for the ability to change how loot is rendered as opposed to filtering it out.
I gotta say, this isn't so much a question as much as a comment for me personally, but I really appreciate the approach of something you said there, which is allowing the player to determine what's important. I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the the PoE game lately. But anyway, on to the next question here. So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there, namely the Druid and the Huntress. So I think people are curious about, are they coming soon? What's going on with these classes?
Yeah, so they'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly the next 2 classes you see will be those 2, like in terms of in early access. We just, at some point, look, we really wanted to launch with those 2 classes. We expected that we would be launching into early access with those 2 classes.
Do you want to play the Druid? Oh. So they are going to be adding new characters, which means they're going to have to, they're going to have to widen that that hanging platform by a significant amount.
Classes, but at some point it was just like, you know, we. And I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish a class. I think, it takes a lot.
Where's Scion, huh? Where's my hot blonde armor stacker at?
You know, it's because and the thing is, it's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, you know, made the skills, that's the class, right? But in PoE it really isn't, because you know, you need to make sure they can all be supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it, there's passive tree stuff that supports it. It's like a whole.
You're right here, babe. Okay. If Jammy said that, I'd be like, okay. But not you. No.
Whole thing of like getting all that stuff into a good state. It's like plus also the skills, plus also thinking about all the stuff that can happen with other classes and like how does it tie in with all the mechanics. Like it's just a Goliath task. So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have one form that we still need to get finished.
Huntress is not far away. Wait, these are new characters, right? They're not just ascendancies? What is the difference between the Huntress and the Ranger? Just pet related, I guess?
So there's like that. There's still some more skill work to do there. The Huntress, I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the skills, but like there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other
Work
sort
it
of
way
finishing
into his
work
heart
around
a
like
little more.
tying it into all the other
What the
systems, making sure
fuck?
everything's good, that we need to get done. And you know, it won't take us too long, but you know, at some point we just had to say like, hey, you know, can we really do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing? And we just felt like we couldn't. So, you know, we decided to cut for now, get to it later. And, you know, I mean, we make these kinds of decisions all the time. There's like a ton of content that's like, you know, we're trying to get it in. We try as hard as we can. And then we're like, oh, you know what? We just couldn't get it in. But I think, you know, that's just game development, right? But the nice thing is it's all sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking
When
of,
you say
Sorry, go
one
on.
forum, yeah, like when you say one forum, could you like give us a number? How many forums are we talking about?
So there's three primary forms for the druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapeshifts around, like that kind of. I mean, you actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the.
Oh shit! So they're gonna be based on ascendancy, the forms, I guess. I assume, because he said 3, and each class gets like 3 ascendancies.
On the ascendancy, the demon form. So there's a few other things, bits and pieces like that around the place. But yeah, the druid sort of has 3 primary forms, and that's because we want to try and like the other classes, we want to make sure that there's combos between the forms as well. Like there aren't just it's not just like a reskin melee, right? Like each of the forms kind of has like skills that have like things, and we want to make sure there's mechanics between them that they can kind of you get the cross class kind of even within the archetypes of the class synergy like that. So yeah, the one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it. Actually, yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Go
No,
ahead,
spoil it,
go
spoil
ahead.
it,
I better not. Yeah. I
You're
better
more
not.
than welcome to.
Yeah, I better not.
So this is probably a good time to ask this thing because you're talking about you know, the additional classes here. Does that mean we can basically expect changes to the passive skill tree? Because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches, I'm assuming, added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to double down on previous ones?
You must badge back to work on the morning. You have a great stream. Good night, beautiful. Thank you for the subs again. I hope you have a great sleep. Sleep well. Good night. Your Twitch Prime sub is just coasting along on its own speed. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, and then Rabman. Hello.
So yeah, well, look, I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like I just have no doubt of that.
True. They're probably gonna nerf the shit out of ES nodes because they look insane.
It's every time we change anything, huge passive tree changes are a result, and it's taken a long time to reach even the point we are now, and I'm just sure there'll be more. And like the thing is until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing. So you know, actually one other thing I might mention, just because I don't know if it's like hugely well known, but the starting area of the tree for each class actually changes. There's actually 3 variants of the starting part of each tree for each class. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the Witch and the Sorceress. So effectively, if you're a witch, you get 1 variant of the starting area, and if you're a sorceress, you get another variant. And then if you're neither of those 2 classes, then you get there's a 3rd variant that can go there, so that all the other classes, when they go there, they get slightly different stats again.
Really? Oh, that's weird. Your pink badge is available again? Oh shit. What? Oh. That's so weird that it wasn't available. Super odd.
The reason for that is because the initial reason we did the witch sorceress thing is because there's this problem that you have with where players, when they see a node that's got multiple things on it and one of the things does not affect them, people just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, when we had 1 variant for everyone, the witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever minion and spell damage, right? And we found that sorceresses, even though a sorceress would otherwise get just 8% spell damage, sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of prevents that problem.
Well, we wouldn't take it because it's not optimal. You would just go into the int tree you would just go like I don't think it was the case that people just didn't want to take it. I think it's because this side exists and it costs less points to branch out here. Because going through this is like actually just a waste. Except for maybe this. Took it till you could respec into int, yeah. Like almost every build at the end of the day would like take the quicker nodes out to save on points because it's just better. I'm pretty sure it's not because it had, you know, minion damage or shit like that. It's just more optimal.
Immediately. And the other thing it kind of also was just like, when we realized that we could swap those two out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a third variant as well for other players, because that will mean that there are some times when we have like balance things that are a bit annoying, where like we can't make a node for a class in the starting area as good as we want, because that would mean that other classes would all be incentivized to go there and take it, because it's like too powerful, if you know what I mean. So effectively with that, we can like balance the you know, because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent classes area. So effectively you can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works a little bit better. So there's not going to be anything in the starting areas that you like don't like stats you just can't otherwise get, right? It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and a few cases like the sorceress and witch where we just have to make sure that, you know, for new player clarity, we can make sure that it's like just the stuff they're going to want and not the stuff for the other class. But as you get out of that, then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we'll be making a lot more changes as we go through too.
That
I
was
mean,
a
it
very
makes
in-depth
sense,
answer there. I
kinda.
actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's
Yeah.
That's an interesting tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention, and
You don't think you ever kept the original starting nodes in your actual endgame build? Would rather have an extra 2 to 4 points for cluster jewels? Yeah. That's also a problem that cluster jewels, like, added. They're just too good. They're always the endgame option.
and you know I got to ask, because you said classes and content coming to the game. I am a notable Blight enjoyer. So
Yep.
you know, I'm going to ask. Can we hope? Can you tease me with anything? Give me some hopium copium that, you know.
He's a blight enjoyer. Oh no. Oh, bitch. You hope cluster jewels won't be a thing in PoE 2. Like, in a way, I can see why cluster jewels are not so healthy for the game, kind of. But I can also see like why they're nice for the game too, because it adds more complexity, quote unquote complexity. But yeah, it is not cool. I honestly do hope cluster jewels won't be a thing in PoE 2. I think it just makes for a better game.
Maybe
At the end of the
Blight
day.
can come to Path of Exile too at some point here.
Well, I will say this. Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like, here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that, you know, would be relatively...
Oh shit. So this answer right here is basically saying Blight is not in yet. Huh. Which means Blight is not the third option for ascendancies, guys. It just hard forced most folks passive trees into endgame. They had too much struggle relative to the complexity they are. Yeah, I mean, getting like the proper cluster jewel and rolling it is like asinine. Ultimatum confirmed or ritual? I mean, ultimatum is already confirmed. Ultimatum and sanctum are the first two ascendancy options. And ritual is already an Atlas option. So that's going to be in maps. So it won't be... Your brain realized that after your finger clicked enter. But yeah, ritual is already one of those Atlas options. So it's not going to be for ascendancy. The way to fix cluster jewels is to make them much rarer to drop, to the point they are hard to farm, but also make them way easier to roll. I almost think if they're going to add cluster jewels, either make them just megalomaniacs, I guess. Something like that. Oh, aloha and happy Turkey Day. Hey, Sega. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed the gift sub from Jamie. Costing 100 divines to roll some of the best clusters, only to find out you need 3 of them. Yeah. It's not great. Because, like, clusters are very cool. Being able to extend your passive tree. But it just became... It became the only option to, like, make your build good at the end of the day.
Be relatively simple for us to do. Obviously, one of the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different thing, which means that Blight will need a new reward system. And we've got ideas for what we can do about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that.
Oh shit! They already. Well, I guess it makes sense.
That would suit Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if. No, have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use.
Became the only option. Well, yeah. I mean, it is character specific. Some characters just don't need. But let's be honest. I played the budget version of Archmage. Other versions of Archmage actually do use clusters. It's just that, I didn't really need to.
Very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively
budget, he says. I know. Okay.
Easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you're saying. Okay, well that's good. That's good news. I'll pass it off to Gazi because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally want to know.
Oh, that's fine. Later on in this podcast, we're gonna hit the minion rant section, so don't worry about it. But we can start with a classic simple answer question, and it is how many ascendance points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as POE 1, it's 8 points. So effectively you've got the last
8 points. Yep. It is locked in.
The 3 you can get throughout campaign, 3 sets of 2, I should say. So 6 points throughout campaign, and then the last one you have to be an in-game to be able to get.
All right.
Oh.
The other question we have here is...
Oh. Wait, what? But they all come from the... I guess...
PoE 2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. How does the juicing compare to PoE 1 for endgame mapping? Now, we saw a lot of it in the reveal, but could you elaborate on it?
6 during early access is what you hear? No. He said 3 sets of ascendancy in campaign, and then the last 2 are in maps, endgame. So they're all going to be in early access. All 8. So we are going to have 8 in early access. Luck time, hungry time, must cook, right? Hope he cooks some good shit. Who let him cook? We don't have maps in the start. We do. Where are you getting this? Like, the whole point, the whole reason why... What are you smoking? Yeah, what are you smoking? The whole reason why we only have 3 acts is because they wanted to focus on endgame, which is maps. On early access. So we are going to have endgame and maps. We get 1, 2, 3 twice over, yeah. Work and through 60 fucking hour weeks. You don't have time to follow every little detail. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, we will have access to endgame and maps on early access.
Well, so first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing, right? Like before we did our whole end game push, I think that in recent times, I think that would have been a big problem that we would have had where there wasn't enough ways to juice maps. But I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in PoE 1. Certainly, we want to make sure that it's big though, and like it's honestly.
Shit, I hope they talk about like specific atlas juicing, because in current PoE it feels like if you don't atlas spec into specific content, it just feels fucking terrible to do. Like if you don't spec anything on the atlas tree for harvest, it's fucking pointless to do harvest. Like it's actually just a waste of time. So I wonder like how they're going to make it feel better. Because right now it just feels like you have to spec into something to play it at an optimal level to, you know, make your time feel good.
It's a little bit hard to say because, you know, the way that this can go down. I mean, look, we think.
As we saw in the reveal, it all seems to have separate trees. Yeah, which is interesting. Like I wonder if you'll like. Does that mean you'll be able to spec into everything, and you'll just have a limited amount of points, and you have to, you know, choose what specific part of that content you want to, quote unquote, juice. Is it going to be like ascendancy trees technically? Ascendancy tree light, but for atlas trees, maybe?
Think we can know like all the things, but you never really quite know exactly how it goes until you get like masses of players, because trade is a huge part of the economy for how juicing works. Like it's like, okay, so we've shown people how you can overlap tablets and towers and all these sorts of things like that and like get all these packs. But the question is the sustainability in a trade league such that you can like do all of the juicing mechanics that PoE 2 has to offer at the same time continuously? And I don't actually quite know the answer to that because, as I said, it's really a trade economy thing that you need to have to be able to say what they can do. And the juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same time. The question is, can you do that every map or can you do that only some of the time? And I honestly...
Really? Wait, that was info that we had before. From what you understand, you run that content, the end boss of that content gives you points to allocate in that tree. We get 2 points per difficulty of the boss. So it does kind of sound like Ascendancy Light for the Atlas points, in a way. From what you're saying. Huh. Where was this info? Just a sec. I need to take a piss real bad. We'll be right back. Okay. Back from the piss break. Alright, let's continue.
Honestly can't say until the trades...
Oh, is this where the info was?
So you will have to discover them for
Oh! Wait, really?
yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them. But that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the...
Oh. So it is like Ascendancy. Oh, so you can only spec into half of the tree.
the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more...
Oh shit! So it was always there. I was just pepega and I didn't actually realize. That's actually interesting. Oh.
more clasped hands to your breeches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from
Oh my god. The AoE. This class looks so fun.
clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breaklast. Ritual altars are
Okay. That's very cool. Very interesting. So you can basically spec into everything. But obviously not like everything. That's quite cool.
It sort of starts to happen. I think it's going to come down a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like, you know, like once we hit that trade economy and we actually start playing, what does it feel like? Is it working well?
If everything is spec, then nothing is spec. When everyone's super, nobody is. Fake player agency. Ooh.
Well, but the thing is, we still want you to feel powerful, and part of the feeling of power actually is pack size, right?
Going to
like
feel
you need to have enough
great.
pack size so that 'cause, you know, because when you've got a bunch of AoE abilities, obviously the more things they hit, the more damage you're effectively doing overall. So like the more pack size really is like a way to make a player feel powerful, and so that's why we need to have ways of reducing pack size, and we've got ways of reducing pack size in the game. But then we also have to be a little bit careful because you know that is what can lead to things getting completely out of control and then just not you can't understand what's going on in the combat and things just completely fall apart. So yeah, as I said, we have to be careful, but I think it is still substantial. Like you still need to feel like a god. So you know, I think the juice will be high, but I do believe it should be lower than POE 1 at least by a little bit. Yeah.
That's fair. On the topic of power and
Mhm.
juicing things up, something that we've seen in many games throughout the years is how games start, ARPG games, they start off kind of slow and more of a strategic gameplay approach. And then the best patches comes through, the game evolves, the meta of power creeping and speed clearing just goes to crazy numbers. And then everyone's upset when they're then toned down or the number squish is happening. So I guess the follow-up question would be, what are the plans? Because I'm very confident there are plans to manage severe increase in power creep moving forward, so you don't end up in that category where you're one-shotting the entire screen.
I think that we just have to be careful. And honestly, I would say that in POE 1, we've shown that we can. I mean, look, POE 1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like we had a lot of years, where things kind of weren't like that. And I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain that. Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that. You know,
Ooh. Diablo 3.
and like I mean, it can be. So I
God, even Darth microtransaction is like facepalming right there. He knows.
don't think we're gonna have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like we've never really felt like the need to worry about that. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a matter of keeping on top of it. And there are certain people in the company who just, you know, are just very careful of that stuff. So I mentioned Rishi a couple of times. Like, you know, he's kind of the one who does most of the work for the item system and so on. So he is definitely a force of conservativeness when it comes to when it comes to like making sure that things don't go crazy. And so that's really good to have because it means that like me and Mark are often the ones being like, no, numbers high, and he's like, no, keep them low, keep them low. So I think together with that, we kind of come to some kind of medium ground where we don't kind of get things too out of control. But yeah, as I said, I think that it's just a matter of, you know, just being careful. One nice thing that we also have is with the league format that we have is that we get to add power, and then at the end of the league we get to decide, like, you know, was that too much? Can we take some of this away? Do we want to keep it? You know, that kind of stuff. Like that's a very important tool. So we kind of never really like. It means we don't have to commit to things in the same way that a game that didn't have a league type process does, because the expectation from players, and I think this is almost sort of a community thing, the expectation from the community is not necessarily that all the content that we add is going to stay added. And I think that's a really important factor to have an understanding of in a game community, because it just gives us so much more ability to like make decisions after testing them. It's funny, like, you know, I say that as if, you know, oh yeah, you just test all of your stuff on the players, but I mean, to some extent that's true, and because
True, it
you know,
is.
you never really know. Like, you can do all the testing you want, but you never really know until the community actually get a chance to play with it and you see what kind of stuff comes out of it. So yeah, I mean, on some level, we really are testing the stuff on the community, and it has to be that way. I just don't know of a way, like, no matter how many QA testers we throw at it, I don't think we could find every single possible level of.
This is absolutely true. Like, you can have millions of QA testers in the company, but you'll never get close to what like actual players can find.
Power that can come out of something like that. So yeah, like, it's just nice that we have the ability to say, you know what, this thing here, we're going to put it back in, but we're going to nerf it, or this thing here, just it can't exist. Like, it interacts with too many other things and it's too broken. You know, it's really nice to be able to say that.
Kind of a random question that I have due to the use. You mentioned this in I think it was the Ziggy Q&A afterwards, but that the early access server is going to be maintained. So meaning you're going to have leagues, you know, separate, but then the OG one will go back there, and that is going to be separate from like the Eterno or core server as well, right? There will be an early access one. So a question for you I have then is, the early access characters, one, I'm assuming you can still, you know, play them, etc. on the server, and two, can you still create characters on the early access server afterwards, or are they kind of grandfathered in and make sure you have all the characters
Why would you want that?
you want for the server?
I think we probably won't allow you to create new characters there, just
Yeah.
because
That makes
I
absolute
think
sense.
that even just if you're a new player and you're like, oh, you've got place. I mean, I suppose what we could do is allow you to create characters there if you've already got one there. That would be an option. But I kind of don't really think we need to do that. Like, as I said, the main
They
reason we're
don't
doing
need to
that
do
is because
that.
if you're someone who's like not even really paying attention to what's going on, and you're just like, you've got some level 20 character and you're like, oh, I just want to keep playing the game, right? Like, we don't want to disrupt that person's life too much. So I think that's why we don't want to just get rid of all that stuff completely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that, like, you know, if you're playing a high-level character, almost certainly your build is going to be bricked in some regard, right? Like, there'll be some element of it that got modified or something like that, you know. But then, of course, you'll also
Standard.
have, like, legacy items, which will be kind of presumably funky, assuming that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will have to do. Yeah, like, you'll have all that stuff too. So, I mean, look, there's just no reason to delete the data, right? Like, we're not going to make an effort to make sure that everything is, you know, like, still works, like, in terms of your builds and everything, but we're also not going to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of deleting it either, right? Like, we might as well just let it be there. You know, and it's also just like nice to have, like, oh, here's this character I got, you know, back in the day. Like, it's nice to just have that around. So, you know, it's just a little memory of that. So, yeah, there's just no reason for us to delete it.
So speaking of builds getting bricked, if I reference one of the interviews we actually did on here, is you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about cosmetics and MTX, and you're saying that it's fundamentally getting changed. And I was hoping to ask for Pox here. Shout out to Pox. Can we get any information related to Righteous Fire or where that is going? I was kind of wanting to follow up with that you had mentioned in the previous.
So it's not an early access right now because it's on a class that is not. It's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be an EA. So you get that a little bit later.
Shit! So
it is going to be in. We have a prototype of it, and, you know, we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work.
Our Lord and Savior Pox.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not an EA, or at least not an EA at the start. Right when we add the character, it'll come in.
It's going to be in significantly changed, or
it's class specific from what he says. From what it sounds like, maybe, yeah, which is kind of sad.
Or
it is very it is very different.
Okay,
but it's still fundamentally, you know, it's still fundamentally a thing where you're lighting yourself on fire and there's fire damage around you and that kind of stuff, right? It's just that, you know, like, the exact mechanics from a stat point of view, like, if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's Righteous Fire, but if you look at the stats, it's like works quite differently.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
there we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pox.
Fair enough.
Speaking of bricking, a very common question. I believe this was shown in the reveal, but bricking the Atlas, as you can.
Yes, he's asking it.
Do it again.
Yes.
So in the start, what happens when you brick? If you brick all the start
around? Yeah. So we have the ability to effectively restart your Atlas. If you completely cut yourself off, you can do that. I don't remember what way it is to do that, but it certainly came up when we were first talking about it. There just has to be some way to allow you to effectively restart your Atlas from.
So you basically can soft lock your Atlas. You can't hard brick it, but you can soft lock it. Wow, that's actually kind of interesting.
Scratch if you do too. I would hope that most people don't do that. I should hope that you manage to survive it. Like you know when you so there's
Skill
four
issue.
connections to the starting point. So you'd have to die 4 times in a row in order for that to happen to you. And then if that happens, it'll automatically re-roll the atlas, so you can kind of just try again
Oh, it automatically rerolls.
immediately. But yeah, hopefully not too many players have to do that and run into that issue. But yeah, I mean, look, we wanted there to be consequences for failure, right? We wanted to, so it's like, oh crap, you know, now I have to find another way around. Like the web.
Wait a minute. So, what causes this automatic reset? Is it when you actually get soft locked? Because what if you go like further into the atlas and you die in further out areas of the atlas and then you soft lock it out like way out there? Are you just fucked? And then it has to reset itself, and then your progress is like really fucked.
Web of connections is dense enough that usually there'll be some other way around to get to something that you want. But bear in mind, there won't be too many, right? Like if you then die in another one of the entrances to get to some piece of content, that could definitely cut you off. So you know there are some
Ooh.
consequences for death. Like you know, and with that in mind, it obviously means that things like the experience penalty at low levels certainly we don't need to be as worried about, because you know there's consequences just from the death itself in the atlas. But yeah, you know I think it's just a the other reason why it's also important to do that, by the way, is because of the fact that you can fail a map, it means that the things that we can have on the atlas can be more valuable, right? Because if we have things that you can just try again, then you've always got these problems where, like, okay, if you go into the map, like let's say you wanted to have a map and it's just full of chests that you know drop stuff for whatever reason. Let's just say we want to do that, right? It's like if the failure, it really has to be that you can only enter that map. You can only create that map one time, because otherwise, you know, like at what point do you say, well, the map is completed? Like there always has to be things, like there always has to be some kind of condition like that. So by effectively just having the rule of like a map can only be created by you one time, it means that, you know, yeah, the valuable stuff we can put on there, like monsters and things like that. Like if you could have mods on the atlas that are like, you know, increases the number of rares by a ton, and that's fine because you know that you don't have a situation where someone just kills half of them and then dies on purpose and then goes back in and kills them again. You know, that kind of stuff. Like effectively, like that's the kind of exploit that we're trying to avoid here, and so it just allows us to have much more valuable stuff on there. We do, by the way, have a bit of this problem in campaign that we have to worry about, like because you know you can respawn at checkpoint at any time, and so we have to be really careful about this stuff because you know I mentioned before that at the end of dead ends you'll get rare chests. Well, if you can set it, like we had an exploit before we fixed it, where like you know if you get a checkpoint that's close to a rare chest because it's at a dead end, you can die on purpose, respawn at the checkpoint, just open the chest again and again. And so
Ziz is gonna be pissed. He loves farming like single areas over and over and over again. Uh-oh.
Yeah. So effectively, what we have to do is make it so that when you revive from a checkpoint, all of the things like chests and rare monsters, they have to stay dead, even if you opened them or killed them after you did the checkpoint, for the next version until you recreate the map and do it from scratch again, because that stuff would be exploitative if you were able to you know, to not save that after you died. So there's like a few little things we have to worry about with the checkpoints for exploits of that, but thankfully in maps you don't, because there's no, you know, you don't have to worry about that element, since if you die you
I have
That's
a follow-up to
interesting.
that because I felt like when I played tested the campaign. Now the game is very different from when I play tested the last time in LA, and there was one mechanic, and I kept saying gearing and getting skill gems. It felt so good. I felt like I always were given the tools I needed when I was progressing, and I had no idea about the mechanic till you told me at the event about this loot table rare that randomly was generated in the area, and if you didn't kill it, that would be available in the next zone
Yeah,
to
yeah.
give you like
So
an appropriate flask. So I'm
yeah,
guessing that feature is also for this. So you can't farm that. I'm guessing,
yeah,
but a
yeah.
lot
So
of people don't know about it. So maybe you can elaborate on it.
yeah, so effectively what we've done in the very, very early game in order to make it so that to guarantee a certain number of skills and things like that is that there's a couple of encounters where if you if you fail to find the encounter in the first area, for example, then when you go to the second area, we will drop the item that you would have gotten if you'd found that first encounter, just to make sure that if you didn't run into this, but you did run into a later one, then we like forward that on to the next area, and then we do that like a couple of times with a few different encounters. It's kind of all stuff like in the first like sort of.
Does that mean there's like kind of guaranteed-esque loot for you in campaign? Like, are you actually just getting spoon-fed stuff? That feels kind of weird.
10 levels, this kind of stuff, just to really make sure that like people actually get some of those important drops. Like when you're level sort of 15, 20, missing out on one skill gem is like not really a big deal. But when you're really low level and it's like you've got very few skills, if you miss out on that crucial upgrade of getting like the next tier of gem, that can matter so much that we just can't really allow it to happen. So we need to have as many chances as possible for people to find those things. But at the same time, we didn't want to just spam you with that type of gem, because then it's like, oh, I've got tons of these. Well, you know, like it would feel wouldn't feel very valuable if you did find them all. So we want to all of those encounters. They do have loot that you get. Like there's still a reason to do all of them because they have their own unique stuff as well. But effectively, if you do miss some of them, you're still getting some of those really crucial things like skill gem upgrades and things like that in those first few areas. I actually think, though, that some of that problem might be slightly ameliorated by the fact that we've got the map now where you can see all the encounters. So I think that in some cases people might be looking at there. But we still have that system just because, you know, it's nice to be able to, you know, to just make sure that people don't fail in the very early game.
Huh.
Speaking of the map, I got just a couple of questions related to the map. One is when we're talking about you know, bricking the map and not being able to go to certain areas if you fail too many. Does this account for like bosses too? For instance, like pinnacle bosses, and are they linked together where you fail the maps around it, you cannot go do the boss now?
Yeah.
No.
It's not
because if you fail, the cities with the Uber bosses, those are extra special because if you fail one of those, if you fail to kill the lieutenant, then the boss will disappear from the Uber boss will disappear from the center of the city as well. So those ones are like you really have to be able to do those fights, and it will be quite challenging. That one, of course, is extra challenging because you need to find another city, right? So that one's going to be something that I think will be quite challenging. So yeah, like that's for like the ultra pinnacle content, like that 7th system.
Okay, I don't want to be an asshole. Like, I'm trying to stop doing this myself on my end, but he says a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna stop.
Has the I don't want to say the name because we didn't spoil it, but that pinnacle boss encounter, that one will be quite hard to get to.
Okay, so speaking of pinnacle boss encounters, got a couple more questions related to this. Are the bosses?
He does stutter and stammer a lot. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I can't say anything myself because I stutter a lot. It's bad. I need to get better at that.
I hear there's what you said, tier 1 through 4, correct?
You're talking about in terms of loot drops and things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
In terms of difficulty ramping, I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where you add the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes, there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can
Wait.
you
Yes. You're talking about different.
You can modify in terms of difficulty ramp.
You're talking about in terms of loot drops. Hard to get to.
Okay, so speaking of pinnacle boss encounters, got a couple more questions related to this. Are the bosses? I hear there's what you said, tier 1 through 4, correct?
You're talking about in terms of loot drops and things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
In terms of difficulty ramping, I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where you add the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes, there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves? Are the bosses static and you modify on your tree only, or are the bosses almost like maps? You know how you can modify like invites, for instance, from POE 1. So can you further modify these?
So let me think about that. So
That's actually
generally
a good
speaking,
question.
not. So I'm pretty sure the Breachstone can't get mods. Can simulacrums get mods? I don't know. I'm not actually sure.
I would say no.
Ultimatum
They probably.
the ultimatum ones can, because those ones have that extra mechanic for modifying him. I'm actually not entirely. So like, look, what I'll say is, in general, like it's not like it isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what we want to do there. But generally speaking, for those 4 in-game things, the main thing you're going to be doing is modifying the difficulty using the tree like that. And that difficulty scaling does introduce things like, it can even modify things like how skills work and like, the number of minions that a boss might summon and things like that. Like there's all sorts of stuff like that. But it isn't random what you're doing there on the tree. So for the pinnacles, it really is just kind of mostly just that difficulty change.
Okay, got it. I think the reason people were asking is they were wondering if like there's a hardest baseline challenge where it's like this is sort of a baseline you can use on can you clear the hardest content. So
Yeah.
people were wanting some clarity on that.
For the pinnacle boss, it definitely is the case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's nice. That's a good question, though. So yeah, it basically just does say, like, Atlas trees are basically ascendancies now. So you can, like, actually spec into everything.
Thank you very much. So another question I was kind of wondering when I was looking at the map, I noticed you use the example of like the paradise, for instance, you get the bonus experience, and that is obviously on the beach because it's tropical. So I'm assuming the uniques are zoned out to the biomes that you have specifically, and if that is the case, since the biomes are determining maps, do these unique maps also have drops associated with them? Essentially where I'm going with this is, are certain biomes going to help you target farm certain types of items?
Absolutely, and we want to do even more than just what you were saying with the unique maps. Like we have just certain like this map has got this theme, and therefore it can drop more of this item and stuff like that. Like we absolutely, and the thing is, this is one of the great things about the new way that the Atlas works, is that with the previous Atlas, we couldn't really allow for target farming in that same way. Or when we did, it was always a problem, like with div cards and so on, where, I mean, obviously we modified div cards so you can move them around now, but generally speaking, it was the case with the old Atlas that if we made it so a map had something special, then everyone would just play that map continuously forever. So with the new system, we effectively can say that, it's okay to have wild variance in between, the value of certain things, because, you're limited by having to find more of it. And if you happen to know that the thing that you want spawns in desert biomes, and then you're using towers to find those desert biomes, and then you're looking around, okay, like finally, I'm just going to go through all the deserts. You can absolutely do that. In the case of Untainted Paradise, that one requires being on the border of the water and a forest. So only forests next to ocean, I believe, will cause that map to spawn. And then like we can do other things like that as well. Like we can have special spawn conditions about like, when you get this and this, that's when this can spawn. And so that's like a way that we can kind of like fiddle around with the rarity. But also, if players learn these things, then they can know what to look for when they're exploring the map, as far as like finding that stuff as well. So that can be a bit fun.
So I'm assuming that's going to influence things like racing, etc. But another question I had then is, does that mean that the people's individual map, because you said it's infinite, it's generated, etc. So does that mean each person has a completely random different starting point? Like for instance, maybe I'm more prone to find Tainted Paradise, sooner than a different person?
I mean, it is certainly true that you can roll well on certain things. Like, there's nothing limiting the fact that you could find 5 Untainted Paradises near where you started and another person couldn't, right? But I think the law of averages will just mean that in general, it kind of ends up averaging out to the same kind of thing.
Sure.
I like. It is an interesting point that you make about racing, because it does mean that if you're looking about the race to 100, it is possible for one person to get luckier than the other as far as what maps spawn for them. But then by the same token, it's possible for someone to get lucky on what items drop for them or some other one of a million things. So the longer you play effectively, the more the law of averages happens and the more kind of it just comes down to play skill rather than randomness. Ultimately, everyone gets a different experience there. And when you reset your, when you do the thing where you run out of where you no longer have any nodes to explore, by the way, that does change the seed of your atlas, so you'll get a new random layout as well.
That's interesting. Which means, wait, so that technically effectively means you can fish for specific, well, quote unquote, like biomes in your atlas tree. You can brick it on purpose to just reset your atlas. Like if you have a bad atlas, it's like, oh shit, I didn't get a paradise. I gotta go break it real quick.
So that's just worth mentioning.
That's good.
Because,
That's good to know.
So you can actually re-roll the complete layout if you want.
By dying 4 times.
Well, yeah, but I think there might even be a way to do it without dying. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can't remember.
Oh. Oh God. That seems like it's gonna get abused. Not gonna lie. But I mean, it's probably fine.
Remember what they actually, what the way to trigger this was, but yeah, that is a thing.
Okay. So Atlas rolling meta coming up soon.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Because we
Yeah, he
made
said
sure
it,
we did think of the one thing of like you're not going to get an untainted paradise within the initial fog of war that you can see when you
okay. So
first enter the
they did think about this part. Account rolling at map sounds like not fun. Yeah.
Atlas. So like we're not gonna allow that special stuff to spawn right in that first circle.
So I do have one follow-up here before I send it over, guys, really, because I'm just kind of thinking based upon this concept. So if there's certain biomes that are going to spawn certain types of unique maps, and maybe certain biomes are more prone to certain type of item drops, etc. But the maps themselves, I can't like take that untainted paradise, put it as a consumable, and then trade it on the market. Does this mean
No,
you're
you can't.
expecting much more social play, where it's like, hey, I found this unique map, who is expecting this unique map, and having people actually looking for other players that their particular, atlas has the maps that people are particularly looking for? Is this something you guys are expecting and planning around? Or?
I think it could definitely happen for sure. As for whether that's good or not, I guess we'll find out. Like, it's really sort of hard to know what the sort of social dynamics of something like that will be.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely, it's something that I have no doubt will start to occur. And the concern with this stuff is always
It's just gonna
do
happen.
you start to get
Period.
And sorry, the name of the server of the thing is of the Discord server that's incredibly infamous is slipping my mind right now.
Ooh.
But there's an infamous Discord server where people.
Oh no. The infamous Discord server.
Do trading for things like that, and so there is a concern that it's like oh, I'm effectively trading access to something like that for out of game, which is always a concern. But I guess we sort of decided that we were sort of hoping that it doesn't end up going that way. And we were so excited to sort of change the Atlas over.
You know what? I say ooh, but like I actually forgot the name of that place. Oh, what was it actually called again? I actually forget. What the fuck? Oh, TFT. Yeah, that's right.
Over to this method that
It's
this
been a
is,
while.
Just something that we decided. You know what? I think we're
Forbidden
willing to take a
Trove,
risk on
yeah.
that one. But I mean, it's sort of an interesting one. Like, if that becomes a problem, we might have to find a way around to solve it. I guess we'll sort of just have to see. I mean, look, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fair enough answer. I'll send it over to Gazi. I think he had a question.
Yeah, we'll throw in one and rewind back in time a little bit to an interview you did with a D4 streamer, Vudio. And in there was a question regarding competitive game modes and races and whatnot, community events. With Cicerin has the Gauntlet event that's been very prominent with. And the question was about that being in PoE 2, and you answered yes. Now, what we want to do is have you spill more of the beans here and give us some more details. Can you give us anything? Are there any plans in the works, etc., etc.?
Like
So at
on
the start of
release.
early access, we won't be able to do any of that stuff. We just haven't had time. But look, it's definitely the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like, I really like those sort of PvE but yet competitive type of events. Like, they're just really.
Okay, so this basically means that there's no private league on early access, which is expected. Anyone knows the good games that are on sale? I don't know. I haven't looked at any Steam sales recently.
Really fun to me. I have no doubt that we'll be doing some of that stuff. It's just that, yeah, like for early access, we just haven't had time. The custom league system will come back in PoE 2 as well, so you'll be able to do that stuff, and that sort of helps people organize their own races and things like that, which we'll have there. It won't be, once again, not day one of EA, but pretty soon after that, we'll get that in. And like, by the way, the thing
Slay
that's
the
blocking that is literally
Spire.
just like some of our web developers need to port
That's on
the
sale?
interface for that over to the Path of Exile 2 website, right? It just hasn't been done yet. So we just, as soon as they've got that
Hey,
in
B-Roll.
order, then that'll be available. So yeah, like we're absolutely doing. was that, sorry?
66.
I think a lot of people really like the
God
old school
damn.
races that we used to have many
Yes,
years
I know.
ago, like
Look,
the descent
absolutely right.
races.
I love that.
the
I love that
burst
stuff too. It
races.
was so cool.
The
But
12-minute races, like
yeah,
everyone can participate in that.
yeah.
Because they're like the
That's
race to 100, we talk about that a lot, right?
Mhm.
But that's a very that's a lot of dedication and time invested. But
Yeah,
these
yeah.
shorter races, an hour, half an hour, endless delve, like I think a lot of people would really like to see them come back
I
again.
I would as well. The funny thing about that is that as cool as it was, and as like much as the community liked them, for whatever reason, it just didn't really result in people like it just didn't really result in like actually more people playing, and that was kind of the reason why we found like and like because so it just it really sucks because like well this is one of those cases where it's just a mercenary decision of like this while everyone loves it, it just doesn't result in more players. So that's so like if we're talking about spending time doing all that stuff versus adding more content to a league launch that definitely adds more players. Unfortunately, it just had to go to the leagues. But the thing is that it was just really cool, and so like if I had some spare designers up my sleeve, then I would 100% get them working on this because it's something that is just super awesome. And I definitely think we should
Yes,
try it
but
again as well
no.
for PoE 2. Like times have moved on a long time since back when we were doing that stuff. So I think it's worth another try and see like does that stuff actually heat up into an
Ooh.
actual
But maybe?
into a scene of racing and so on that actually like causes there to be like like just interest in itself coming to the game. So yeah, like look, I have no doubt we'll try some races, just not immediately.
Before I send it over
Ooh.
to DM again, yes or no, are you in favor of having a battle royale PoE 2 event?
Well, I mean, it would certainly be cool. Let me think about this. I'm just thinking. I'm just
Is it more skill-based gameplay, you know?
yeah. So I'm actually just thinking about this. 'Cause I'm just thinking as you're saying this. Like, okay, so how would the new system translate to a battle royale format? Because one of the things that was interesting, I think, about the PoE 1 version was the randomness of what skills you found. But in PoE 2, of course, you've got the uncuts. I mean, that probably is fine, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, it wouldn't really be hard to do to just try it. The thing with something like a mode like that is it's really easy to just like try some random stuff, but to really make it actually good would require quite a lot more work. And at one point we were actually pretty keen to make like an actually good version of the battle royale thing because when we announced that originally, like when I said 1 day of development, it really was just like there was a limit of like 1 day per developer of how much time they were allowed to spend on that because it was like literally an April Fool's joke, and it turned out like it's kind of like one of those things that's like fun for for a few days, but it didn't really have like long-lasting good gameplay because like no one had I mean, we didn't really test it, right? We just kind of just like did some random shit and put it up there, and it was kind of cool. So that was a fun little experience. But we did discuss like should we make an actual proper version of this? Like would this be something that actually works well? And we were kind of almost did, but I don't know, just like other stuff happened. We didn't end up doing it, but
They'd
you know
have
what?
to do
Maybe we should
like
have another just like random
mercenary
fun battle
only
royale and PoE 2 event,
with
just even if we don't like
crossbows.
just another one of those just like ultra kind of garage style, just like everyone just like make some random stuff and just put it in there and we'll just see what happens. It could be fun.
I think so.
I used to do I used to do way more like way back in the early days of PoE 1. I used to do just like way more rando stuff like that. And I really enjoyed doing it, but for various reasons like it's kind of like I don't know, like I just never really like man, I find this stuff fun. So a random example of this is I was like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have a level 1 DPS competition. So we had a competition for like what is the character that can get the highest DPS at level 1, and then what we decided, I think we gave away like we're like, okay, if whoever wins this, we're just gonna give like a T-shirt or something. There was just some random like prize that we were just gonna give away, and I was like, man, this is really smart because like if you use other characters to like rush your level 1 character, but then make sure they never get any leech any experience, then you can like get all the quests and like get all of the like passive points that you can get when you're level 1, and there's like quite a lot you can do. And it's like then it's like, okay, what's the minimum amount of experience you can possibly get by killing the mandatory bosses, in order to get the quest flags? It was like all these like little things. I was like, man, people are gonna have so much fun with this stuff. And then we got all these like kind of negative reactions about it of like people being like, oh, you have to cheat, you have to multi-box to do this competition. Like there was like, are you saying you're endorsing doing this? And there's like all this random stuff that the community kind of reacted negatively about with this. Because I guess they were kind of feeling like oh, you know, like some guy who's like willing to spend all this time and like find the best level 1 item is going to be the one who wins it. And it's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point, right? Like I was hoping that a bunch of people would, like some random like total basement dwelling people would be like, you know, I'm going to spend like frickin' a week on this and like find like what the best possible way with like all these steps is going to be, and then that person will get a prize, right? Like it's just a completely out there thing. You know, that is what happened. But for some reason, people got angry about it, and I was kind of like, you know, I guess I just don't understand. Like to me, that's cool. It's like it's not like this is some big feature that we worked on, right? It was just a random idea I had. So like I really love doing that kind of stuff, and I feel like you know, like it would be cool to do more of that, but it kind of requires, I guess, a certain mindset in the community. So I don't know. Like there's always this worry whenever you do something like that of like, why are you wasting time on this when you could be doing some other thing, right? Yeah, that's always that could be a concern.
Damn.
I missed all
Setting.
these. I'm just sitting here thinking back because I think the reason this came up in conversations on previous podcasts we did with Pox. Pox was going through all of the different battle royales and PvP modes and all these fun events,
Right.
and I realized there's all these fun events that I missed out on being,
Yeah.
you know, a newer head to PoE. So kind of hope at some point those do come back.
I mean, you would have never
You
experienced.
know,
You never would have
Go ahead,
experienced. You never would have experienced Descent, which was another one of those kind of like.
The casual player just doesn't want an event that only a basement dweller can win. We want content we can casually enjoy, even if it's geared towards no-lifer. I mean, in a way, yeah. That is true. But then at that point you go down that rabbit hole of like, you know. Well, what was the word? I wouldn't say dumbing down content, but like losing identity because you're trying to appeal to everyone, I guess. Fun fact, you actually won one of those Battle Royale things? Hell yeah. Nice. That's how you got your Roa dinner? Damn. To me, like, the Battle Royale was very cool to watch. But me personally, I never played it. You got a couple Roa dinners as well. God damn. And now I want one. What the fuck? You know you'll never win the level 1 challenge. You don't even want to try. Yeah. It all comes down to like who enjoys what. Because Battle Royale, like I can see the appeal, but me personally, I'd be like, I'd rather just play the, you know, the base game. But yeah, I can definitely see the appeal, and it is cool. Battle Royale was super fun. Yeah, it probably was.
Kind of relatively quick to make things that we did, where we just kind of remixed a bunch of content and put it in a random order with like special chests and everything. And it was kind of a race event for a race that wasn't the game. And it honestly didn't take that long
Duelist plus Frostblaze was OP. Oh, was it just the freeze that was like godly?
to make. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was fun. It was fun making all that stuff. It was really fun.
All right, well, plus one for.
It was incredibly enjoyable. Well, what you missed, the best one was like I remember you guys put the BR into a Twitch Rivals, and it was
Right.
It was massive. It was hilarious.
True. It was actually kind of big, wasn't it? A lot of people actually played that on Twitch Rivals. That was honestly fun to see.
Well, plus one for mini games coming in the future. Something that I didn't. Maybe I'm just dumb, but I didn't see it in any of my early play tests. I didn't see it in any of the interviews or any of the footage you guys showed. Gym quality is obviously a thing. We have like Gym Lean Legionnaire, for instance, showing you a plus 12. The quality, obviously, it's scale, not support, was a difference made. But how do you actually do that? From my I didn't see any gym colors anywhere. So I'm curious to know what's going on with gym quality and the impact that you're hoping gym quality will have in the game.
That's
so
a really good
effectively
question.
What we've done is we made gem quality a late game thing, because so it's kind of an end game that you get it. It's not restricted to any one system or anything like that, but it's just something that starts dropping in end game only. And effectively, they just increase like various things. Now, gem quality was one of those things that I think was a bit overcomplicated, or like there was things where like we want to try and do a little bit better when it comes to like what stats we're choosing to scale to make that a little bit more fun. I don't have a full list of what they are or anything like that yet. Mark, this is actually something that's like coming in really late. Like I know gem quality is a thing we're doing. Like the balance of that has only been done in like the last few weeks. But yeah, it is a thing. It's like it's nice to have another kind of grind that's like, just to perfect the gem. And there's even a few other things like that of like perfecting your gems. There's one other one, but I don't know whether it got in or not. So maybe I shouldn't mention it. That's relating to that. So
No, you can mention it.
I'll come a
Surely.
little bit later.
Go ahead,
a
man,
little
go
later.
ahead.
The thing is, like, you need to have like quite a few different systems at the end where it's like, okay, you can just eke out another 20%. You can eke out another 20% with this. You can eke out another 20% with that, right? And so you kind of want to have a lot of those things. So there's the role of fusing orbs, which that was the thing. I don't know whether it's in or not. So I'll just
Gem quality was fun to scale, and they took away all gem quality gems and nerfed ashes into the floor. Yeah, but it's still a thing. Like, yeah. I'm not sure. Like, they obviously seem to be doing it. Like, it will be a thing because either they're gonna flesh it out more because the Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy, like, it literally has just like what 12% quality to gems as an ascendancy, which is kind of, the quality has to be really impactful for that ascendancy to be actually good. That part of the ascendancy, so who knows? We'll have to see. It's definitely gonna be good.
just leave that as a cliffhanger there. There's things like you've got gem quality. You've got which I think is the 20%, and then of course the Gemling Legion.
Guys, got any plans for what you're gonna play? Anything monk? For me, god damn, I want to play anything ranged. Because honestly, which one was it? Any of the sorcerers, one of the witch ones that changes into the demonic form looks really fun. 100% gonna try out Mom's CI Pathfinder. See, that idea sounds really intriguing to me too. And I just like Pathfinder from POE 1. But then Mercenary looks so good too. Fuck. There's so many good choices.
Legionnaire can go above that. Now, generally speaking, it has to improve the skill by 20% in some axis, but we're not going to. It's not just going to be just damage. Like, it's going to be
Infinite
something.
regen with potions.
Ideally,
Yeah.
a stat that, like, I mean, it may be in some cases, but ideally, it's always something that's kind of a bit more interesting than that. So that's the hope anyway. And because of the fact that it's not just damage, that means that we can have it be something that's sort of in game only.
Like CI, like just CI. Anything ES scaling, to be honest, with how cracked the ES passives on the tree are. It looks ridiculous. Kind of want to make a Gemling Necro. But you're not sure how hard it's going to be to level with all the pathing up the Necro nodes. Ooh. The Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy honestly looks nuts with how easily you can access like the max res. It's so strong. We'll probably have to start melee, maybe. God damn, it looks good.
And it's going to be harder to get than most other things because regular quality items you can get by salvaging from other items that drop with quality. But I believe that gems don't drop with quality, so every single point of that is going to be hard earned using a GCP. A Gem Cutter's Prism. So that'll kind of be one of those just final grinds at the end game of like getting all of those, getting enough of those. I think that should be.
Gonna hop off yourself, work tomorrow, so you have to get some sleep at a reasonable time. Alright. Hope you have a great sleep, Redman. Thanks for hanging out. GG's. Good night, my dude.
Just one of those extra things.
That answers that. So speaking of skill gems, there was one other skill gem that we saw teased one time and then wasn't talked about again, which was mounts in particular. also is going to the Ranger, right? We saw the Ranger, but
Yeah.
two questions here, which is, are there more than just the Roa mount, and are mounts more than just Ranger? Can I be expected to be a Titan double fisting two-handed maces swinging off the back of a Roa?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
So the Rangers are sorry, the rower, I should say, is a Ranger. Well, no, I mean it's not Ranger only, but the bonus that it gives is the ability to fire while without slowing down. So only bow. Well, yeah, only like arrow skills are ones you can actually fire off the back of a rower. So anyone else could ride it, but it's not going to give you any advantage to do so because it's just like the main thing you're getting is the ability not to slow down with arrows. So yeah, it's not like some larger system really. It's just like a thing we made for that, and we just thought it was cool. And because the thing is, we don't want mounts to be like faster. So the reason why it's faster for the Ranger is because she gets to not slow. She just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting. But we don't want mounts to just be faster than running in any case, because if we do that, then it's like the whole different gameplay consequence and like that we don't want to have to deal with.
Wow. Wait, that's actually really strong. Imagine being full movement speed, but you still have ranged damage. That actually sounds cracked with how strong just defensively movement is in Path of Exile. That sounds really, really strong.
So effectively, that sort of limits the number of things we can do with a mount like that. Now, I think it'll be cool later to do more mounts for more things. Like I'm sure there's ideas that you could have that would be cool. But for at least for the time being, that's the mount that we've got. And
Oh god, what if they add like a lance weapon archetype, and you would use a mount for that?
We
But-
won't be.
I am hearing, for the sake of roleplay cosmetic Andy, I do get to at least sit on the mount and walk around in town or something
Sure,
like
if you
that.
want.
Would be
Okay.
hilarious.
Sure. And
yeah.
we could probably make some cosmetic mounts as well that were the same in that same vein, I suppose. Nothing stopping us doing that. So that might be fun.
I mean, on that topic, I'll pitch you this idea. Obviously, I want some royalties. So I'd like my skeletons to, when I mount up, to fall apart and the bones of the skeletons to form a skeletal horse. And when I dismount, I want it to
Okay.
form the skeletons again. Okay?
Noted. Noted.
Noted. Thank you.
You will get exactly one cell. It will be Gossi behind the mount.
Yeah.
That's actually
That
not
would
a
be
bad
so cool.
idea.
Moving on to assembling things question. It's crafting related.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this because the crafting is very different, but it's what we're going to see a lot when we play. But I will ask a couple of questions about it. So let's start with essences. Now, we are confirmed to be able to use essences multiple times where they guarantee a modifier. What we've seen is making a normal item into a magical item, guaranteeing one modifier. We've seen essences making a magic item, a regaling essentially, to turn into rare with a guaranteed second modifier if we want to. So I guess the first question is regarding essences. Is this a guaranteed specific modifier, or is it a 1x speed modifier or 1x attack modifier?
Yeah, so it is listed as it's one of a group, but in many cases, that for a given item type, there's only one mod of that type that could spawn anyway. So effectively, like in those cases, it's completely guaranteed. But there's a few cases where it could be one of a couple of mods. But generally speaking, for a given item type, it will just be one mod. And the main reason why we did it that way, even though mostly it's just a single mod anyway, is because we didn't want to have the thing where you've got the giant list where for each item type it's like here's what mod you're going to get, and like it's kind of annoying. So we just wanted to say like it'll give you a mod of a certain group, and then that way you can sort of know what you're going to get from that. So yeah, effectively, generally speaking, though, you're going to know what you're going to get from that mod, except for like a couple of specific cases, I think.
Okay. On the follow-up there, we talked about that earlier with the wiki in-game to search for monsters. Talked about that a little bit earlier. I guess another question in similar fashion for crafting, is there any idea or desire or even plans to give us the tool to look at the tooltip in-game of seeing these are the modifiers that can be applied to this item to avoid, again, having to go to third-party sites and tools?
So we actually were going to have, so I'll give you some...
Oh?
Okay, so at the event that you even went to, DM, there was probably, you might have noticed the crafting bench that we still had in that version. And that actually got cut. And so what that was going to be was not only was it a crafting bench, but also it effectively served as your as your encyclopedia of mods, because you could see when you put an item in there exactly what mods could actually go on it, because the user interface not only sort of had the crafting thing, but it also had kind of like the you know, like here's the mods that can spawn, and like sure, some of them
Oh, they had UI for this?
are grayed out because you can't you can't craft them on this item, but you could at least see what they all were. So we actually kind of were working towards something like that, but the problem was that the crafting bench had all sorts of issues, which I mean I could go into if you want, but like but suffice to say the feature got cut, and so now we currently don't have something like that. And that's a bit of a shame, because I do think that being able to see that stuff in game is good, and like we were actually doing something useful with that.
Yeah, that's super healthy for
it's
the
possible
game.
that we might bring something like that back a little bit later. But like we did a bunch of UI work to kind of get this to be the case. And I do think that it's good to have that stuff in game. It's just that we don't currently have that for mods. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame.
Not to dive into.
I mean, that sound.
You want to
Go
go
ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, not to dive into the reasons for the cut of the crafting bench as much as to, do you still expect it to come, or is it a decision like we shouldn't have this in the game as much as like it's not ready technically, there's bugs or something, you know, it's like a to be determined, or is it like, nah, firm decision?
It was a design problem, not a technical problem. So I might as well just go into it, right? Might as well just go through the whole thing. So effectively, we had this whole, so during betas actually, we had a lot of feedback all the time about people saying, I don't have a way, you're not giving me the tools to fix the problems that I have with my build, right? And the type of player that we were getting that from a lot was POE 1 players, right? Because they're used to the crafting bench, and the crafting bench absolutely is a way to be able to fix problems with your build. So the first way that we I'm trying to think back. So the problems that we had with the crafting bench is it kind of trivialized certain mods, and the issue the designers often have is like, okay, effectively what it does is, because the mods you can get from the crafting bench are kind of like, they're not top tier, but they are kind of good enough, I guess. So it meant that effectively a rare item was only it was only 5 mods plus a crafted mod, and that sort of reduces the amount of power you can get at the top end on some level, or like the level or the degree to which randomness can cause an item to be good relative to the average item. Which some people would say is a good thing, right? Like, and some people would say is a bad thing. But the point is, there was always this contention around this, right, with the designers and so on. So that was like sort of one of the issues. And so then, the other issue was just the way the costing was. I think it was just like, I can't remember exactly what we were unhappy about with that, but effectively we were unhappy about that. So we came up with another design. And the first design of it was, what we're going to do is we're going to say that whenever you get an item, you can salvage a mod off an item that will destroy the item, and then you'll get some kind of juice of that mod, or like maybe some kind
Oh no, they were going the last epoch route, kind of, from what it sounds like.
of essence or something like that. Like, you know, effectively you'd get some kind of amount of like something for that mod, and then you would build up to the point where you can then put that mod on another piece of gear. So we tried this out, and the problem that we were having is that if we tried like 5 different ways that this could work in terms of like how it could work, and generally speaking, there was always this fight every single time of like, if we make this like easy enough so that players can easily do it, then the designers start to get unhappy about the fact that items are becoming too trivial, like we're not happy about this, like all these sort of issues like that. And if we make it so that the players, so that the designers are happy, then the players are like, this is just busy work and it takes me forever and I have to salvage all these items, you're making me make decisions, and there was like all sorts of things that the like players were just not very happy about. Like, it just didn't feel fun to actually use. Like, I actually was never really happy with it in terms of just the user experience of using it. So we had built this whole thing, and like we balanced it a whole bunch of different ways, and then I think we were a bit too close to the issue, because the other thing that was happening through all of this was like, you know, like Mark often was like, oh, you know, what if we just didn't have the crafting mix? Like, can we just not have it? Like, the item system does work. Like, there's all these complaints, but you know, like, but maybe we just don't need it. And I know that Rishi as well was kind of like, yeah, I prefer. He was like, I prefer not to have it, but then like if it works this way, then I am okay with having it. And it's like, no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like, and this is not a good thing. When you've got a system like that. So eventually, I think as I said, I was a little bit too close to the issue, because I was like, we can't launch into early access without a crafting bench, because the crafting bench is just a thing that PoE players expect. And like, if we don't have a way for players to feel like they've got a way to solve problems like resist or something like that, then people are going to crucify us, right? Like, it's a really big issue. And eventually, and I don't remember who I think it was Rishi even who might have suggested this. He basically just said, hey, So, because that's right. Because at one point I was like, what if the crafting bench just added an extra mod, so it didn't affect the existing mods? You could just add an extra mod, even if you've already got the mod on the item. If it just adds an extra mod, then it would solve the problems because it doesn't like interfere with the randomness of the other mods, but it also lets you solve your problems. So like there shouldn't be any issue, like sort of, and that will kind of like, yeah, that'll solve the problem. But we still had the problem where people weren't really enjoying actually destroying and salvaging mods of items. Like adding the extra, like here's another thing to think about in the item system was just something that people weren't just didn't it just wasn't fun.
That it literally just sounds one to one, like last epoch's item salvaging system for crafting.
So then Rishi said, okay, well, you're talking about adding an extra mod to all items. Well, we already have the socket system that we created for Ultimatum for the Val Orbs. Because at the time, what that did is it could add one socket, but you didn't have existing sockets on items. So it was like, what if we just allow sockets to spawn on items? We have a currency that lets you add sockets, and we just also have just common runes that have just like the standard mods. And this took basically no effort to implement because we already had the stuff for sockets. We already had like basically everything we needed. And it pretty much exactly was filling the function that the crafting bench was supposed to fill. But yet it didn't have, but yet it feels fun because you don't have to have this busy work of having to salvage mods, like salvage mods all the time. So effectively, it just was just a way better solution. And as soon as we tried that, it's like, designers are happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So it was just immediately just way better. So yeah, but it does mean that we just don't get that nice encyclopedia of mods that we had before. So I mean that still exists, right? Like we could put that in a moment's notice. We have the system. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can find a way to get something of that nature in later on without it requiring as much busy work. So one thing we discussed was like, well, what if we had this as an endgame thing? Because like at endgame, you wouldn't have as much of that tension problem of like, because in order to make the balance work for the amount of juice you need for a mod to work both at early game and at late game, the kind of balance you need to do is like kind of annoying with like massive exponential scaling factors and like stuff like that. That was a one thing's like maybe it would work if it was an in-game only system. So I guess that's a bit of a ramble, but effectively all that is to say, we've got this sitting in the wings. We could theoretically bring it back. The problem is a design issue, not a technical issue. It's just like we're never happy with how it played. And so yeah, maybe one day we can make a way for it to work.
Appreciate you going into the detail on it because it's actually like it's really cool to hear the thought process behind it instead.
Oh my god, okay, this is entirely not what they're talking about at all. It just came to mind to me. You know that ascendancy that they were talking about? The one that changes your mana bar into like a rising heat bar, and if it builds up too much, you take damage. Wouldn't that work really well with Mind Over Matter? Does that mean you're just getting free mana by casting and free HP? So you can effectively have unlimited HP by casting? Would that work? I guess it wouldn't really... No, it removes mana. So there's no interaction at all. I guess that makes sense. Because it's not really mana anymore. Fuck.
I'm just hearing it's not going to be in the game, like actually hearing the process of how you came to it. I appreciate the answer. Go on, Gazi, you're going to say something.
Sorry. I do think about like the whole idea with the crafting bench. So we're not going to have a crafting bench. It's being replaced by sockets featured. I think it's pretty fair the way that approach is. It seems to solve the situation. But we also have the idea of microtransactions of bench micros that needs to be supported in POE too.
So I think that for now at least, I believe that the salvage bench, obviously it's like way less of a big deal, but the salvage bench, you can still have that in your hider. You can still retheme that how you like. And then if we do add the crafting bench back, then you'll just be able to reskin that as well. There are also a couple of other things that are basically benches. So effectively you'll be able to reskin those using crafting benches that you've already bought. So long as they're in the game, then you have that. So effectively that's what you get for now. I do understand that it's like a little bit weird because the bench is not like the salvage bench is not as big of a deal as what the crafting bench was in PoE 1. So like you could argue that the reskin has less value in that sense, but it's still a thing you can put in your hideout and still use in that way. So we still have the compatibility there.
But think of it this way, like it might be a far-fetched idea, but like think of the crafting bench if you put in your item in that you want to craft on, and then implement a feature like Rogpog crafting. So you have a menu, say, hey, I want to use a Chaos Orb. You click on that one, it will tell you this is what's going to happen to the item. Then you have to click craft. Now we have a proper use of the crafting bench and features from PoE 1 to PoE 2. I think people would like that with the idea of like showing the modifier that can apply to the item. It's like one of the things PoE 2 so far is doing really good job at is.
I guess he's basically talking about like a hand holder crafting bench that just shows more info. Wouldn't everyone just use that instead?
Preventing us from utilizing third-party tools and sites to the extent that it is, and that could be a step in that direction. Again, just spitballing here.
Sure.
But I want to move on to another part of this question because otherwise we're going to sit here for another couple of hours. And it is about metacrafting. We saw the omens allowing you to have the metacrafting approaches. So this question is from Empyrean, so shout out to him for this, by the way. The question is, can we use multiple metacrafts at once, so multiple omens at once for a craft?
Right. I believe that you can't, but I could be wrong about that. But my understanding is it's one omen at a time. Yeah, that does. I think they would probably get too powerful if you're able to use more than one at once. I guess you haven't seen the whole list yet, but effectively, yeah, one at a time is the main idea with that.
Huh.
So the next.
Throw the ball over to you, DM.
Yeah, we're going to move over here to ascendancies and trials related question real quick. So we saw the ascendancy. We know how you do it. You do it through the trials. One of the things that we were trying to get some clarity on is, do you get points from the trials based upon how far you progress in the trials, or is it the type of situation where you're going to do multiple different trials to get the points? I know there's like the coins associated with it, so I was hoping we could, hear how you go from your first two to your second two, et cetera, in terms of points.
So effectively, as you get higher level coins, for example, if it's coins in the case of Sanctum, so as you get higher level coins, there's like certain level breakpoints where new floors open up. So each floor, in the case of Sanctum, there are 4 floors, and then those effectively, if you complete floor 1, you get 2 points. If you complete floor 2, you get your second 2, etc. But the extra floor only becomes available once you get a coin of a high enough level, and it says on the coin like how many floors you're allowed to do based on that coin. So that means that you can't ascend a second time as soon as you get there. Like you do have to get to a coin from a slightly higher level, and the same is basically true of Ultimatum as well.
Does that mean you can? Does that mean you can get a level 4 coin with an unascended character and go through all of it in one go and get all of your ascendancy points with one coin?
So effectively, it'll say on the ultimatum how many rooms you're able to do, and thus and basically for that one, it's the number of bosses that you've killed. So after you've killed the first boss, you get 2 points. After you kill the second boss, you get 2, and then the third boss, you get another 2, and then the final challenge at the end, the fourth boss that have you that content. If you're able to kill that one, then you get your 4th set of points for that. So effectively, in both cases, there are 4 bosses that you can kill, and effectively, once you've defeated, the second set of them, then you get more points and so on and so forth.
Now, I think you alluded to this earlier, but just to further clarify, Atlas progression can be done in a group as well as ascendancies. Can you do those in a group? So when you go to do the ultimatum, etc., you can.
Yeah. So everyone will be able to ascend. Everyone will be able to ascend if you go in a party. For the Atlas, the Atlas state is only one. Like it's one person's state, but obviously everyone's getting rewards and so on from that. But but in terms of actually exploration, only one person is getting that exploration because they've all got separate atlases. So it effectively has to be that way.
I'm assuming the Atlas modifiers go off the person who opens the point, whose party it is.
Yeah. So effectively that person. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Guys, you want to go?
Yeah, we'll move over to the next one. We're going to go a little faster so we don't waste your time either or occupy too much.
We're getting towards the end here. Just a couple more.
Yeah. So we saw a lot of skills being involved for specific weapons in the reveal. We saw them open up an uncut skill gems. It was swords, maces, and flail. So the questions first is, are there more new types or different types of weapons to come? And can we hear a bit about those? We'll start with that.
Yeah, so effectively all of the, on that list, it does have the full list of all the weapon types. Now, I should mention that the weapon types for classes that are sort of designed for classes that we're not releasing yet, we're not giving the skills for those out either at the moment. And that's just because, effectively the weapon set of skills there, is the class. Like, and then if we're doing that, we'd also have to do all that other work as well. So effectively, there would be no point if we did that. And that does actually mean, by the way, that like swords are not dropping in PoE 2 right now because there's no sword skills for them. So there's no point in having them do that. So
Oh.
effectively, yeah, like the ones that we've announced, like those set of ones that's what you're getting at the moment. And yeah, as throughout early access, we'll add some more. But effectively, that we do have that list on the side, so you can see what they'll all be, and we'll talk more about like the specific play style of each of those weapons as we get through it. But I will say one thing is that the skills that you get on each weapon type, I do want to make sure that if each weapon type feels very different from one another. Like I would say that in PoE 1, that like the difference between an axe and a sword is like not really that important, and I kind of want to make sure that like it feels like the skill set you get for each one is more distinct, and you know, and thus the playstyle is different. So yeah, you'll obviously see more about that as we add the more classes.
Fair enough. But you said that there were all of them there, and in the playtest that I've been part of, we've seen both wands, scepters, and staves, but there were no skills related to those three. Is that something we're going to see in the future?
So the wands are kind of like, you know, a part of the occult line, and each wand has its own skill on it. So there's actually a bunch of skills on those wands, and yeah, as you play through the game, effectively those will be part of your set of skills as well. And then scepters have so there's actually two lines of scepters. There's the ones that are more minion focused, and those either give you minions or things that support minions. And then there's the ones that are kind of designed to be more, more for a different class. So there's another class as well that uses scepters commonly. I actually don't know whether or not any of those scepters are in the game currently, but effectively there's like kind of a line of scepters that are designed. They give you spirit, but they're more not so much about minions. They're about something else.
Templar
so,
question
you got that
mark?
yeah. It's pretty obvious, I suspect. But
Ooh, he got outed. Templars coming back.
Pretty obvious.
Long neck boy.
But effectively, so you've got that as well. So and then you've got the staves, which also have their own set of things as well. So effectively, there's actually quite a lot of skills that are represented there that you don't see in those lists because they're kind of separate. And actually, one thing I should mention that maybe wasn't obvious is that anytime something says it grants a skill, that skill is supportable with support gems. So like in the in the presentation, if you saw an ascendancy class and that ascendancy class node says grant skill and then some skill, you can support that skill with sockets on your character.
Ooh, that's so cool. I know it was technically like already established, but now that it's like set in stone, that's so good. So anything from the Chronomancer, especially like the ones that can like stop time, you can put like increased duration on that shit. Oh, intriguing.
So like that time stop, for example, like that's a supportable skill. You can put things on that.
Rewatched shit.
And stuff like that. So that's actually kind of one of those things that's not entirely obvious from just looking at it.
Fair enough. We'll move over to the next question, which is with life not on the passive tree. Shout out to Creparian for this one. Are some characters still going to potentially be significantly tankier than others as they are in PoE 1?
Yeah.
Just to give some more context for the people watching, we're talking about the difference between, say, a CI versus Mind Over Matter versus life stack and armor evasion, etc.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can still absolutely get life, you know, from gear. But the main way that the tree is going to allow you to get tankier is effectively other effects like to do with defenses, right? So, you know, armor evasion and so on. And there's quite a lot of stats around modifying those and doing different things with those. I think there is a lot of scope for that kind of thing. And I think it's more obvious to a new player that if you want to be defensive, then go for all this armor or evasion or whatever nodes. Like the whole breakdown of like some X% needs to be life or whatever, I think was confusing before. So effectively now, you know, if you want to be more defensive, allocate those defensive nodes and you should be doing fine. We do want to make sure that you can feel a lot more defensive than some other characters for sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not a huge amount more to say about that effectively. Yeah, just effectively, yes, we want to have the ability to control a lot of defensiveness from the tree.
I'm going to rapid fire a few questions related to warrior ascendancies here. So one of them that got shown during the LA presentation that went on actually an Open World Games video and then has been kind of spread around Reddit, etc., is effectively the rucksack is back. So you have the Titan, it says plus 20 inventory space. There's been some questions related to quality of life being something that you get as an ascendant.
Plus 20? That's a lot of loot.
Ascendancy point related to only a particular ascendancy. So could you elaborate on the decision behind this?
I guess there's not really a huge amount to say about it. Like, Mark was the one who was like, yeah, we should probably do this, and like he'd probably be a better one to answer that question. But he was kind of like, you know what, I think we'll try it out, right? If it doesn't work, we'll just change it. Just true of anything we do. So yeah, I don't think there's some big deep philosophy around this. It's just kind of like, hey,
Sure. For context, I think the reason people are asking is like, well, I won plus 20 on my class.
Sure, sure,
It's
sure.
type of questions here.
Well,
Kazi, did you want
I
to?
do, but like, I'll interrupt you real quick. That like, there's that as well, sure, but there's also this idea that your first 2 ascendancy points, like where your ascendancy points, you get 2 of them. You kind of want to get the majority of the classes giving you something that gives you power.
Fair enough.
Whereas this choice is only giving you a quality of life feature, and Blood Mage, first 2 ascendancies, is a negative input for the class. So I was curious about the decision making.
Right. So okay, well, I'll go into the Blood Mage one at least. So one thing I should mention about that is that it does allow you to overcap your life by double, which is something that I didn't mention in the video, but it's kind of important, right? So
yeah, that is so important. So it's like, it's actually good.
effectively, if you're picking up those orbs, then you can get to double the amount of life that you normally have. So yeah, Mark actually pointed out.
Massive deal.
Yeah, Mark actually mentioned that I forgot to mention that upside in the in the thing. So yeah, that's kind of an important element as well.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
So, yeah.
That's actually kind of fun.
Yeah, but I kind of look. I know what you mean about the about the one with the inventory space keystone. Sorry, ascendancy node. So yeah, I understood, right? Like I totally get where you're coming from with that.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next ascendancy node. So during the footage, speaking of the footage of the presentation, I'm sitting there and I'm super hyped about Warrior. I'm going to play Warrior. I play Warrior in all 3 tests. I want maces, seeing the giant splits, all looking good, right? So then they show the Warrior class of the Ancestral Spirit. And the footage shows a monkey who gets summoned. He pounds his chest and he runs into a tree. He just runs away.
Yes, I know. And this came up during, like, when we saw that so late as well. So, okay, one thing I think you guys should understand is the fact that, like, okay, you probably assume that this video was ready like a week ago. Well, let me tell you, we were rendering it out the night before. And still freaking working on it, right? So there are a lot of things about that video that I certainly would have wanted to improve. And the monkey running off into the tree was definitely on the list. Okay, like that was in there. That was certainly not lost on us. Unfortunately, we just didn't get time to fix that.
To be fair, I'm not
but yes, I know what you mean. It didn't look good.
Yeah, I'm not so much trying to roast you about the monkey. It's like everyone wants to know what the monkey do. Like there's a monkey, but what is it? What does the monkey do? Is there any chance I could find that?
I mean, I don't actually have the finer details on this one.
It runs off. That's what it does.
I actually don't know.
Monkey.
I would have to ask Mark about that one. He's the one working on that.
Fair enough. So there's a monkey.
Yeah, I know. But the thing, but it was not lost on me though. That one thing, like it was. Yeah, honestly, like people. Yeah, it came in hot, that presentation. Let me just say that.
All right.
So it does more than runs away then.
Yes, it does more than runs away for sure. It's going to be attacking. It's going to be doing stuff. It's just, I think, just AI failed.
It does something at some point. Got it.
So
the Jade would be the next portion. We saw the Jade. Is that defensive only? There was a Jade ramping stack and lets you gain Jade per second. So the question is, are you gaining Jade as you're in Jade form sitting there, and then that translates to a buffs of some kind, or do you have to stack Jade in order to be able to use the skill? So I was hoping, would you be...
This skill looks dog shit because it roots you in place.
So when you're so while you're not using the skill, effectively it's building up, and that's effectively acting as a counter of the amount of damage that you can sustain. I should mention, by the way, that
but you still get rooted when you use it, I assume.
Didn't do a good job of explaining this in the video, that you can turn on and off like quickly. Like you've got an amount of Jade, and it's like you use it as when the boss slams, and then you can let go. You don't just stay as a Jade statue. The video made it look like you just stay as a statue until it runs out, but that's not how it works. You just...
Oh. So it's not absolutely dog shit.
Hold it down while in your Jade, then you let go, and you're not. That's the... Yeah. So, well, I mean, you just hold down the skill, right? So effectively, you can use that to tank a bunch of damage, and And I think the design intention here really is that without dodge rolling, you can stay where you are and tank like even an unblockable hit, Like, you know, and then attack follow up immediately without having to like dodge away and like get out of position. So that's kind of the idea of that.
People are too quick to pass judgment. I mean, I'm looking at you, Fish. Okay. I mean, let's be honest. When you look at that skill and you get rooted for how long they were showing, it looked like dog. This sounds better though.
Okay, excellent.
It's just like a toggleable ball Arctic armor kind of thing. Then.
Well, the thing is, so I don't like the word toggleable to use here. It is a skill you are using because, like, while you're holding it, it's there, and then when you're not holding it, it's not there. And also, you can't do anything else while you're a jade statue, right? It's like
I mean, it still roots you, and it's you're still basically stunning yourself. I still think it's kind of bad.
It's like a skill that is turning you into a statue that's unmoving until you let go, and then you can follow up again. So yeah, it's kind of like, as I said, you should think of it more like a dodge roll where you don't have to actually move. Like it's a way of defending yourself against a big attack that you would otherwise get away from.
Okay, well, that makes it sound a lot better.
Right.
So another question people are going, I'm going to try and make these a little bit faster here. Party play, there was the Chronomancer, looked awesome, was the one that caught me off guard the most. How does the freezing time work in party play? Can we get to the point?
It doesn't stop your friends.
Okay,
it only stops the monsters. So
Damn
so
it.
you can overlap these, like have someone go and then the next guy go and then the next guy go, and theoretically.
I don't see why not. That would work. You know.
There you go. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna cut in here with two more quick ones, and then we're gonna let Gazi add some minion questions after that. We're
Imagine if you froze your party. Yeah, it'd be the worst ascendancy ever. Like, ever. It'd be fucking terrible.
just at the Q&A rapid fire the last few.
Well, I wouldn't say worst, but you know, it'd be pretty fucking bad.
Like couple from chat here, and then we're pretty much going to send you on your way. So, div cards have been in the game. I believe this was confirmed from the puzzle boxes that were originally came out. Was the first basically mention of this. So we're hoping to hear a little bit of information about how you want div cards to be, presented within, this as well as maybe some timelines, because I saw in the packs you guys are both selling this as well as unique items will come up as supporter packs as well. So some information related to all of those questions.
So effectively, once we've got the our ducks in a row to be able to sell that, because we were a little bit worried. We were just kind of feeling we were planning on selling at the same time as the supporter packs came out, but we ran out of time a little bit, so we couldn't quite put them up, and we were a bit worried because the way the system works for these limited sale items, you've got to make sure there's fairness issues around it. So we're kind of thinking like we should probably make sure that we've got a time that we're going to sell, and we've got some system for like allowing people to like fair access to them, because we're not going to sell too many of them, because every single one of them requires that an artist draws like an image, based on a description that the player supplies. So this is going to be a limited thing. There won't be too many of them sold. And then the same is true of the of the uniques as well. Now these are going to be expensive, right? Because the thing is that we can't sell that many of them, and the cost to deliver a unique item now is like so much higher than it was back when it was just some art and a few stats. Like there's a lot going on with these, so we're going to be doing that. I understand that you got one randomly in a box. Is that right, DM?
I did. I was curious for myself. I wasn't going to take your time asking it, but since you're bringing it up, were the boxes sent out? Did you guys handpick? Like, do you get this when you? Or
no,
you just put them in a hat?
Yeah. So we there was a 10% chance to get a creator unique, and a 90% chance to get a div card. So you lucked out.
Oh my God! One time no whammies. All right.
So hopefully people don't feel insulted if they didn't get one of those, because it really was random. Like I've got no idea who they got sent to. But anyway,
this is random though.
That's right. So the div cards, yes. So the div cards designed, they've actually got like a bit of a new design as well, a fresh coat of paint, but they do fundamentally work the same way that they worked before. The nice thing is that because of the way the Atlas works now, it's much more reasonable for us to make the drop rates you're not going to be able to, since you won't be able to just grind a single map again and again and again, we can kind of make it them better in terms of like how often they drop when you find a given map and things like that. And it's just nicer for us to be able to spread them around the Atlas like this. So I think that'll make the div card experience quite a lot cooler. I think hopefully it's just a fun time, right? Like just like we like doing this community stuff. you know, like it's just fun to have the players involved and things like that. So you know, that'll be fun. And of course, the uniques are another whole can of worms. Where you know, there's always a lot of back and forth with the community members about like, you know, how OP it can be and all that sort of stuff like that. Like it's definitely always a thing. So it'll be interesting to see how well you can work with our designers on that one.
All right, I
I'm
think-
still
wonder.
waiting for my box. It's stuck in customs. or
Oh,
something,
I'm sorry
even
about that.
paid.
Yeah.
No. You know what? That box honestly looks really fucking cool. That Valda puzzle box. God damn.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. It's
Yeah.
Sweden's postal service is horrible.
Right.
Horrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So at this
He has opened his now? Yeah, I mean, this podcast was like 4 days ago. Makes sense.
point, pretty much, I think we cut Ghazi loose to.
Did he get a... He most likely got a card at this point, yeah? Because I know Quinn got a unique. Darth Microtransaction apparently got a unique as well. You don't know what he got?
Ask his minion related questions. I think he had a little list of these here.
A little list. I try to keep it short. I hope everybody's comfortable.
Yeah.
So let's just dive right into it. If we label this as the Gassy Minion rant. It is short, though, mind you. We can start with the footage we watched earlier from content creators had the demon form from the Infernalist. When you popped it, all the minions disappeared. In the footage, in the reveal, you had minions.
Yep. You are
we need
correct.
some elaboration on this.
Yep. So this is actually something that I think probably does need some addressing, because right now, since the demon form is a shapeshift form, it means that your weapons are no longer equipped, which means you don't have your scepter. And I need to talk to Mark about the balance of that because I think that's probably not correct. This is just one of those things that like needs probably some specific stuff. So I'll talk to him about that and we'll make sure that we sort something out. Because
Ooh. That's a big balance problem. If your weapons are just unequipped, well, what if you had resistance on that? I mean, it's probably bork to have, obviously, like, you know, resistance on your weapons to cap your resistance out, but what if that happens? You get, like, squishy as fuck and you just die?
that demon form is obviously intended to be used with minions. It has like a like it's got specific stuff. So you know, like I'll talk to him and we'll see about that. So yeah, that was happening there for sure. But yeah, as I said, I think it needs to be addressed.
The next question is, I know you love this. A lot of people don't, but I know you love it. And it is the Animate Guardian. Will we see it? Will it work differently?
Not an EA, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Actually, no. Okay, there is something. No, you know what? It's not an EA, so I won't talk about it. But there are some other things that kind of take some of the design space of that you'll see later on. But there are some stuff. I just think that it didn't quite make it. I'm pretty sure it hasn't made it yet, so we won't have that.
Okay. So we obviously have the spirit being the reservations resource for both minions and auras. So could you elaborate on the power balance approach that you have, the mindset for minion players when it comes to reserving your spirits? Like, how are we supposed to incorporate auras, or is it just meant for us to just not have any auras? They're supposed to be for minions.
So a couple of things I'll say. One of them is that on some level you do have to make some decisions about, you know, like, do I want more aura? Do I want more minion? My hope is that there'll be some tension there, where like in some cases it'll be more of one, some cases it'll be more of the other. However, I will mention that you effectively have an aura on a stick with the scepter, because the scepters have a bunch of traditional aura mods. So effectively, that's what the expectation is usually, that if you're playing a pure minion build and you're not wanting to actually hit yourself, then you'll probably want to go all in with all of the sort of aura mods on the scepter, and that will allow you to kind of get that kind of gameplay there as well. So that would be the intention there. Yep.
Speaking of scepters, I know we talked about this in LA a few times actually, and that's regarding weapon swapping. When you have a scepter in one hand and now you're weapon swapping to a non-scepter set.
So the intention is to have it so that you can lock one of the weapons to work on both sets. So if you've got one scepter that is like really good, then you can effectively lock that in place so that no matter what you're swapping your other hand to, you can keep that, like you can make sure that you've still got your scepter. But I believe that feature isn't quite in yet, and I don't know if it'll make it for early access or not. It might do, or it might not, depending on whether we get time to do it.
For aura reservation, that super makes sense.
follow-up question on that is, let's say you have a scepter, like that gives you X amount of more skeleton warriors.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're weapon swapping to without scepters. Now, obviously, the warriors goes away. But if the scepter gives you spirit that you have reserved for minions, in what order, what minions will be then disappear when you're then switching to a set that gives you less spirit than you were reserving?
Good question.
Yeah.
Now what? Okay, so now the answer to this is tricky. Okay, because there's so there is another user interface that isn't going to make it for early access
Oh.
that will much more clearly let you configure this, because that interface has a separate column for each weapon set you have, and you can put up and down the minion counts per weapon set in one grid. Because so that actually allows you to really exactly dial in this exact stuff. But unfortunately, we didn't get time. And so there are a couple of problems with regard to Spirit and Minions and that interface that we have right now that are make it a bit more confusing. And so we actually, we literally have prototypes of this, but we just didn't quite finish it for EA. But effectively, you can control what minions are going to be spawned on what weapon set independently, and you don't necessarily have to have. It's not necessarily the case that certain ones die because you ran out of spirit. It can be that you just have a completely different setup of how you want your minions to be on the other weapon set if you want, and then some will die and others will summon based on that. So you can use weapon sets to effectively have two completely different layouts of how you want your minions to be if you want. That is a possibility that you have, because effectively the reservations you have per weapon set are per weapon set, and can be completely configured to whatever ones. Now, any counts that are if you've got a count on one that's 3 and a count on one that's 6, then yeah, it'll change the 3 will die in order to account for the other 3. But effectively, you can do any kind of layout you want actually between the different sets. So the way that you'll see that is if you change weapon sets right now, then effectively the numbers will change in that thing. And if you adjust them, then it will effectively unlock the 2 between the 2 sets. And that's kind of the confusing part, I think, at the moment, because it's not obvious that that's occurring. And that's the reason why we wanted to have that grid layout of having here's weapon set A, here's weapon set B, here's the counts you have in each one. So to make that very explicit so you can see what's going on there. And it's the same with auras as well, where you can have auras enabled and disabled on certain weapon sets. But it's not very obvious with the user interface that we have at the moment that that's going on.
Okay. It seems like that seems like the solution to have one set for single target fights and one for clearing.
Yeah, you can do things like that if you want. You can do things like that.
What were you saying, DM? Sorry.
I got a question just because you're talking about weapon swapping here. So dual wielding, the thing that I thought looked interesting is dual wielding two-handers. Obviously, look pretty cool. So I'm kind of curious: is the benefit of dual wielding two-handers is it the same as POE 1, or how exactly does the benefit of dual wielding two-handers scale in POE?
Oh, this is a good question.
Yeah, so effectively, it's actually different per skill. So every skill has got its own decision about how dual wielding works with it. In some cases, that will be visual in the sense that you can just see the fact that you hit with both weapons, in the animation, right? So they just now what we're generally trying to do is make sure that each attack, just both weapons are inside it, and the animations might be such that the idea is to try and sort of balance that with what the animation is effectively doing. But usually you'll hit with both weapons in a single attack, but there are some attacks where you alternate and then you are faster, and there are some attacks that hit with both at the same time and it merges the damage packages so that you get all of your stuff in one. It actually is just very skill dependent. You'll have to sort of play around a bit to do that. But awesome. One thing you might have noticed is that on skill gems now, and this is also true in the skill in the advanced skill screen, there's different tabs where you can see the different it'll have weapon A and weapon B and different tabs and things like that. I believe that's how it works anyway. So that means you can kind of see how that all interacts. And but effectively, different answer per skill.
Okay. Appreciate that.
I'm gonna move on with my minion rant and say I'm just gonna say one.
I wish he went into more detail on that. Well, maybe I just wasn't listening properly because I was scratching my cat's ear, but does that technically mean that if you have hits can't be evaded, we were talking about this before, yesterday with Muradman. If you have one weapon that has hits can't be evaded and your other one doesn't, will you be doing less damage if your other weapon misses on that one skill? Because you're effectively hitting with both weapons on that one hit. And can you, miss with that other weapon?
One word and a question mark, and the word is golems.
Not right now, but I am sure we'll come to those in the future.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up with a couple of quick ones from the minions. Shout out to Crip for this one, and that is the first question here is permanent minions have commonly had lower power scaling than that of temporary minions in PoE 1, and the question is, will this theme still be a thing in PoE 2 despite the lack of generating corpses versus bosses?
So effectively, the temporary minions are designed in such a way that they can make a boss fight make sense in terms of damage and everything that you can do. And the temporary minions are kind of designed in a way to make it so that when you've got your permanent ones plus also your temporary ones, then that makes sense for clearing. So this is kind of a way to have like a different situation for bosses versus non-bosses. Now there are certainly cases where you've got bosses that have minions, and then those ones you can raise temporary minions, and that effectively means that a minion build will have an easier time with those fights just because like of that. Just because of that. But that's kind of okay. Like many fights don't have boss is not spawning minions, so like it's kind of not like a big deal. And also it's just fine sometimes to just have some fights where some builds are better than others, and that's okay. So effectively, yeah, the intention is that with just the permanent minions that you have, you should be well, with a couple of exceptions. There's a few ways to do a few things, but effectively with just the permanent minions you have, that should make boss combat feel correct. And it's also kind of important as well because when you've got a full suite of temporary minions, the amount of minions you can have is like absolutely outrageous. And for clearing, that's fine, but for making boss combat actually makes sense. Having the fewer number by just having only the permanent ones kind of means that like you actually get the like proper combat we're trying to have for boss fights. So yeah, I think that actually does quite work in that way, having the combination of the two.
It's funny that you mentioned because that's how it felt playing at even low level. Like you had an army. It was beautiful. I will ask one last question, which is actually the most important one. We saw Blood Mage, we saw Infernalist, which seems to be like the fire-oriented minion ascendancy. But where's my Necromancer? Like, is the third ascendancy going to be like Occult Chaos, Dot, Curse, and minions? Or what are we expecting to see here?
I won't say exactly what it is, but what I will say is this. One challenge we have with the ascendancies is we don't want it to be that if you're playing a minion character, here's the one ascendancy, right? Like, we don't want it to be that this is always your choice. So this makes it very tricky to design because you need to make sure that there's like something and a variety of these that you'd actually be interested in. And so that being said, look, I think it's a cool fantasy that we want to have the sort of Necromancer type thing, but I think that in order to do it, we have to make it so it's not just so obviously what you need to pick that's the only choice. And effectively, so this is the design problem we have. So I think that effectively there's just was a shelving of like we're having trouble solving this problem. We'll just go with these two for now, and that's kind of like the main issue. So yeah, that's effectively the design constraint we're working around with this.
Okay.
So now we made it through all our main questions. We have a handful of just like, you don't have to elaborate much, just real simple ones that we put from the chat right before the start. And then, thank you. We went about a half hour longer than we were planning to hold you, but we appreciate you taking the time. So I'll shoot these last ones out from the chat here. Okay, first one, strong boxes that were shown in the review seem like you kind of get locked in almost like Richie one. It takes a really long time for them to come out. So
this is another one of those.
So much hair.
I wish we could have replaced that shot.
Holy shit.
Things because like afterwards we're like, God damn it! Like we sped up the frickin' spawn rate on that strong box like right before we recorded that. Right after we recorded that, and we didn't get a chance to reshoot it. So yes, the number of monsters that spawn from that is much faster normally. It's just that.
It was so slow, wasn't it? God damn. Even I was like, what the fuck? That's unbelievably slow.
The number was incorrect in that video. So you should expect the strong boxes just to be better than that. I believe that the smoke thing, I think the smoke thing was just a mod on it, wasn't it?
It could have been. I might have missed
I think
that,
it was.
yeah.
No, but the minion pace, it was like every time I saw that when I was watching like people react and stuff, I was like, God damn it. I really wish we had a chance to reshoot that shot.
Like the monkey, yeah.
Yeah, like the monkey. Exactly.
All right, so next one here. Mouse plus analog concurrently. Like if you have an analog stick plus a mouse, can you use them both at the same time? This was somebody asking about an accessibility question.
So we plan to have it so that you can swap, like, so the UI will swap dynamically between the console version and the keyboard version, like when you just use each controller. But right now it doesn't do that. But that's a feature that's been really requested. So we're gonna get to it. We just need to get to it after the start of EA. But
nice.
maybe you weren't asking that exactly. Were you asking about analog controller?
I think they're asking, like I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. Really, the accessibility. But the question particularly it says they want to use the mouse and an analog stick at the same
Right.
time, and I'm not
That is
sure
not
how
something-
that would work. 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
is-
familiar.
that is not something that we currently support. As I said, the
What? Are people trying to use like a fight stick with their mouse? What?
thing we will support is just the ability to swap from mouse keyboard UI to controller UI. And the main reason for that, by the way, is because people are keen to be able to manage their inventory using mouse keyboard, but actually play using controller. And so that's something that we're keen to support once we once we get around to doing that, which shouldn't be too far into early access.
On that topic, we had another rapid fire question. That is mouse and keyboard support for consoles. Yes or no?
Not currently there, I believe. It's something that we hadn't really considered until someone asked it very recently. I suppose it could be done. I would have to check in with the console team, but yeah, I don't believe it's there currently.
All right. Another really big question, which we're going to condense to a rapid fire version, and that is we saw Ignite magnitude. Could you just, in a short term, explain
Just
what
a-
magnitude refers to?
Just a multiplayer on Ignite. So effectively, Ignite, I believe, by default, is like 25% of the hit. It does that. Oh geez, how exactly does the math work? Well, anyway, the bigger the hit, the more Ignite damage you get, and then magnitude effectively allows you to scale the Ignite just a multiplier.
And this is like with poison as well. It is
Yeah, I believe
it
all
hits
the-
determines the dot.
exactly. And
Okay,
then you get
okay.
that.
Oh,
Exactly.
We had a
Interesting.
few questions related to separate clients and be able to play both games at the same time. So let's say people will be able to want to play PoE 1 and PoE 2 at the same time. I'm assuming trading or something like that, you know?
They will be. You can do that. It's actually a bit weird. There might be like a few slight oddities when you do that with regard to when you change microtransactions and stuff. But it does work. It's something you can do.
Okay. Ultra wide resolution. For instance, I have a 49-inch monitor. Ultra wide resolution PoE 2. How's that looking?
So you can do up to. So hang on, how big are the? What's the ratio of those big ones? I believe that the biggest, widest monitor usually gets like 29 by.
It's a
6, what is
weird,
it?
yeah, it's a weird one.
Yeah, so whatever that number is, that's
Yeah.
the big ultra wides.
Yeah.
So we do allow you to go up to that. If you go wider than that, it'll start to add black bars. I will say though that like QA are not routinely running around with one of these. So there can be cases where you get like pop in like maybe a few cases. It should generally work, but you just might get a few visual things. Just like I've noticed cases, for example, where it's like the level is not quite big enough. So if you stand in one corner, you might see off the edge of the level very slightly. Like in a few cases, like there's a few kind of like weird things around, but in general, it works fine. You know, it's just that it's kind of not something that we've been like going out of our way to fix little art issues in when there are issues.
Sure.
As genre defining things like minion summoners have been for the ARPG world, so is Cyclone. Spin to win. Are we going to see something like a spin to win skill in PoE 2 soon?
You will eventually, just unfortunately, the exact Cyclone skill of just hold it down forever and just spin forever, we don't have in this version. It is on another class. That will have that. There's quite a few other skills that involve swirling around and doing stuff though. So you know, it's not like you're not going to have things similar things like that monk skill, which is a little bit different with the twirling of the staff. It's sort of similar, but yeah, the true just like hold down forever and just channel spinning. That's on a different class that isn't in EA.
damn.
Okay. On another topic referring to PoE 1 is a spell totem. Will we see a spell totem in PoE 2?
You will see it. Do we have it in EA or not?
It's
thought we
basically
did.
already. It's already in there.
Do we have it in EA or not?
Let's be honest. The
Well,
the
look,
current
we're certainly
totem
gonna have it.
implementation.
The question is, will you have it soon?
The current totem implementation in PoE 2 seems to just be a spell totem, kind of, but obviously the melee version. In my opinion.
I'm actually not sure. I mean, look, it was on the skill list recently. Is it still on the skill list? Well, if you're asking, you probably isn't, right? So it's possible that it was removed from the from the Sork skill list if you didn't see it. But so it might have been cut temporarily. But look, it's been made. It's there. It's just like there must have been some issue with it if it's not there. So yeah.
Roger.
How about modifiers for maps that like brick the map, for instance, you know, reflect being eligible, elemental immunities, things like that, concepts for this for PoE 2?
So we do definitely have modifiers that are hard, and look, some modifiers will definitely be something that will be hard on your build. I don't think we've got reflect, but you know, there are mods that are hard. So it can happen, right? There are things like you've got to have certain things that your build can be good or bad against, I believe. It's notable though that the upsides and downsides work a bit differently, and because the upsides are prefixes and the downsides are suffixes rather than having them merged together. So that means the number of downsides that you face it will be lower because there's only going to be 3 rather than 6, and that means that each one is like a bit more sort of interesting in my opinion, as far as like like you've got that issue with mod dilution where it's like if you've got 6 things affecting you, then you barely even notice them because well, it's not that you don't notice them, but it's like each one is not like as important because of because there's 6 of them. Whereas when there's 3, it's like the 3 downsides actually matter quite a lot. So yeah, I think it sort of changes the gameplay around that quite a bit. But yeah, sure, there might be cases where mods can kind of brick your build, but try to avoid those if you can. I personally think it's interesting to be able to play around certain stuff like that sometimes. But yeah, we don't want to be as harsh as something like Reflectors, I would say.
Sure. One question that came up a few times was
Interesting.
related to like an import-export, for instance, for skill trees. So for people can effectively copy-paste builds in there. Is this a philosophy you guys are for, against, etc.?
So there's a feature that we never actually finished for this. It's in the game client, but I think probably disabled right now. So it's something that we did plan on doing. It's just that the UI for it was kind of crap and we didn't get time to finish it.
Interesting.
But effectively, there was going to be a thing where you could make a .build file, which would effectively be like a skill tree layout that you could import. And effectively, it would work kind of like an item filter. We could throw it in a folder, and then the client would pick it up, and then you can select with a drop down which of the builds you want, and it just shows you the layout, and you can just allocate this point. So we are planning on doing that. We just kind of haven't got around to finishing it yet. So yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get
That's
to it.
kind of cool.
Guide writers rejoice across the globe.
Well, that's really cool, actually.
From now till the early access launch, 6th of December, we're not that many days off, 12 days if my math is right.
Yep.
Teasers from now till then.
Yep,
Can we
so
expect it?
there's definitely going to be teasers. The community team have got a bunch of things, or at least they'll be making them.
Nice.
Yep, it is scary being so close. Like the big concern that I have is obviously server stuff now. Like my big concern is like, can we make sure that the servers are going to hold up? There's a lot of interest. Just looking at the the numbers I'm seeing from like supporter pack sales and so on, like I think there's going to be a lot of people on day one.
Yeah, the day one is going to be... It's probably going to be a shit show. It always is. I expect it to be like absolute dog. Like cannot get in, cannot log. But we'll see.
So my job now is going to be like making sure that that's going to be okay. I really hope we can do that because it's going to really suck if we get like launch day problems. But yeah, I'm worried we're going to be setting record numbers that will, be very hard to deal with. But we'll do our best, obviously. Yeah, that's going to be my thing to concentrate on going forward.
I want to just real quick follow up on that. Because it sounds to me like you're almost surprised by the amount. I mean, obviously, you have a good product. You've been making a good product for a while, so you're not surprised you have a good product. But what I'm hearing is there's a lot of interest, maybe even more so than you were. Would you say this is accelerating a little bit larger than you guys originally anticipated, or how that's got to be encouraging, right?
It is. The thing is that I guess so. Obviously, when we get to open, full release, right? Obviously, the numbers there are going to be ridiculous because it's free. Anyone can play it. I guess the expectation was that because this was paid entry, and also like there's just a general feeling around early access that people have, where it's like, oh, maybe I'll just wait till the release. Like there's always this kind of feeling of like, I'm gonna wait. And I guess my feeling was that because of the fact we had both that and also the and also the fact that it wasn't, like you can't get in necessarily for free. I guess I was thinking like we would probably see sort of similar numbers to what we've seen in previous POE launches, but yeah, I mean, just the number of people buying packs and so on, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be pretty damn huge. And I mean, look, obviously that was my goal, right? I wanted it to be large, and the part of the whole thing of having so much content in early access is literally to get this result, right? So on some level, I can't be too surprised. But at the same time, there's always those factors of like, like I was completely certain we were going to smash it out of the park with regard to the full release. I just wasn't certain that we were going to have records on records for concurrency on early access, and so it's looking like we will. And that means we have to make sure that our servers are up to the jobs. And it's not really a question of like buy more servers. I mean, we can always do that. Although even that at some level of scale becomes tricky, because like you can't just turn up to Amazon and be like, hey, we need like 5,000
Yeah.
servers out of nowhere. Like they're like there actually is some level of like of doing that. So we're doing that, getting you that all organized, but it's also just like the back end, right? Can the back end handle it? We have to write load testing stuff to kind of make sure that we can like try to simulate it, but then your simulations will never quite match reality. You never quite know will it actually work. So we're doing our best basically to try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, I think we can see a pretty significant amount of people turning up for early access, looking like it's going to be very popular.
Can't wait. Last rapid fire question we have right now is equip gear, even though the gear piece itself makes you fulfill the attribute requirements. There's actually one more question after this, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's say you have a pair of gloves, they have 20 decks, and if you unequip, then you can't equip the skill gem or whatever. Can you just switch that with another pair of glove with dexterity without that being a problem?
You can switch. You can swap them when you already meet the requirements on both. You can swap them between, and that will not break anything. But currently, if you have a piece of gear that will support itself, like if you have a piece of gear where equipping it would give you enough stats to support it, unfortunately, it doesn't currently let you do that. You have to find a way to
Oh shit! Oh no!
get the decks first, and that is annoying. And we are planning on fixing it one day. We just haven't gotten around to it. It's just very tricky to implement. It seems like it's simple, but the problem is that to actually do it completely correctly, because there are stats that affect like that. I'm trying to think of one out of the top of my head, but it's like if you have a stat, for example, that says something like this, that it doubles your dex, then immediately it's not just a question of like adding one and you actually have to effectively work out like, okay, what would the stats be on my character if I were to equip this thing, including all the changes that would occur from all the different mods on this thing. And then after you've done that, then it's like, well, now I've done that a fake simulation of that, now I need to do that for real. And so it's like it's just a little bit tricky to actually organize doing that. So we will get to it one day because it's a feature that I'd love to have, but yeah, currently it doesn't work.
So the last rapid fire question we have, and I'll send you on out, is people were asking many times about DLSS support.
Yeah, we have that.
There you go. That answers that question.
Yeah. One thing I will say about it though, just one detail, is that just to get a little bit technical here, because I used to kind of do engine programming stuff. The motion vectors we have, I don't think are as high quality as some games have, and we're using one of the DLSS profiles that's kind of supposed to be okay with that. It just means that some of the motion reconstruction may not be as good as like you get in some games. I think it's pretty reasonable, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of DLSS myself anyway. Like I prefer the raw frames. I'm just that kind of guy, I guess. But yeah, we have support for it, and it works well. Like it's certainly the performance improvement that you're hoping for. It's just that the motion vectors for things like, because I mean we're really spell heavy, right? And so spells are like all of those alpha transparent effects. That's like the worst thing for like upscaling. They're like that's where you have all the kind of issues. So that's kind of where you'd expect to see the kind of artifacting that you get from DLSS.
All right. Well, that's it. We won't take any more of your time. We'll just take those questions and go. Thanks for going, twice the length, really, that we expected to be here. 2 hours. Got a lot of good information. Is there anything you want to throw out at the end, just because we're about to wrap? Is there anything you want to say, ask, or
I mean, I don't know. Really, I think we probably covered everything. But I just really hope everyone enjoys the game when we release soon. I'm just really keen. And as I said,
Jonathan going the distance.
Over,
yeah.
I really hope we're able to get the servers to not fall over on release day. That's just my one goal now. So yeah. We'll do our best.
All right. Cheers.
Amazing. Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And all right, everybody, that was it. I'm gonna go ahead and go get you off camera here. Thank you, Jonathan, for your time.
No problem.
And
let's go have a chat.
GG.
Right, and then I'll go. I've got a meeting
good
to go to. So
shit.
yeah, see you later.
Cheers.
you do that.
Bye.
Have a good one.
God damn. There we go. God damn. That was some good info. This also shows potential players that the game directors are really trying to give their best. Yeah. I mean, GGG always put on a really, really good community face, I guess. They always showed very, like, they're just willing to be honest, which is huge. Just honest and direct, which is very... You don't see that from many devs. And it's a breath of fresh air for most people. Especially from game devs. So it's really cool. Now then, is there more info that we can find? Maybe we can look at the DB. 2 days ago. You can watch this. Oh my god. Oh wait, never mind. Okay, so we saw this. Legendary drops interview. Maybe we can watch these ones. Ball, lightning, and archmage. This skill looks like way too dang. The bitrate is going to go to 0. Oh my god. Ooh, level 20 sigil of power. You're going to miss the trap playstyle. I wonder. What the? Requires level 90? Yeah. Look at that. It's decently low int cost, but look at that. +5. That's crazy. You know what? Is this for a level 90, like basically endgame staff? I wonder if this 14% critical hit chance for spells is actually just raw 14%. You know, not like the POE 1 critical hit chance for spells. No. Well, shit. That's a very low amount then. Oh, it doesn't. Is that the difference that it needs? Damn. So wait, it would need to say +14 for it to be the flat percent, as weird as that is to say. But then what about this? 17% increased critical spell damage bonus. This is literally just, what was it? Crit damage multi. But obviously in PoE terms. But it doesn't have the plus. I assume this 17 would be the flat crit damage multi. Well, for spells, in this case. Look at wording on Assassin, for example. Let's see. %. Increased critical strike chance. Huh. Oh, I see. Plus. Huh. I see what you mean. That's a very low value then. If we're going off that. This is probably like the lowest fucking tier then. Hmm. Wow, it takes a lot to charge that up. 26% of damage is extra lightning. It's global damage, not specific. Yeah, that one is very interesting. Because that's just 26% extra damage. More damage, basically. These are low, though. Now that, +5 to all lightning spell skills. That's a big one. And that's just one modifier. That's crazy. So does this mean... Yeah, because it's global damage. So you can still be doing lightning damage and gain 26 extra lightning damage. That's just pretty good. God damn. Some more. Okay, this is a level 83 scepter. Huh. So scepters at base would just give you 100 spirit. According to this. Malice. Critical weakness. Plus critical weakness. Critical weakness cause affected. Oh. Oh, there you are. Look. There's the wording that you were talking about. Plus 0.5% to crit hit and can stack up to 20 times. So 10%. 10% crit chance. Huh. You know your shit? Intriguing. Emits an aura. Well, that's very slow. That's going to take like 10... It's going to take like 12 seconds to get max stacks. Ugh. Is it actually 12 seconds? Wait. I mean, you could probably lower this with other duration supports, maybe. "13 seconds. 13 seconds to get the full stacks for this malice. What's the effect? Is it this like green smokish effect? No. No, it's not. Oh, discipline. Allies add 38% of your maximum mana. More. Holy fuck. God damn. Okay. 38% of your maximum mana to their total maximum energy shield. I wonder how much maximum mana you can get. I feel like this is just making ES and MOM, like CI and MOM builds, even better. Like almost mandatory to be together. Interesting. These mage skeletons, like they don't have much range, but it seems like there's three, all of the projectiles in the game seem to just shotgun. Huh. Alright. Let's look at these. What? Alright. Oh shit. I gotta open this up in a...
JCB 使ってる？めっちゃ使ってますよ。いや、俺はさ、カフェ。
Wouldn't it be great to know what the secret is behind having a successful live service game so we could share it with the world? One of the things that I've always wanted to do was to sit down with someone that has a successful game or a successful live service game and dissect the inner workings of it to... Thank you. Enjoy. True. So you're one of the founders of Grinding Gear Games. What led you guys to make Path of Exile, and did you guys think you would make it this far?
So I actually was one of the founders straight out of university.
Okay.
I was friends with Chris, who, you know, he was basically my best friend through university. And we kind of, I mean, I knew I wanted to be a game developer from the point I was like 10 years old, right? Like I was doing game development.
Is there info in here that we can find?
Game with POE. You guys could have just visually updated it and continued to grow it. Why did you guys choose to make a second game making POE 2? And also, why did you choose to support both?
We already know this one.
So on that, actually, because there's we're going to get into some POE 2 questions here now, but from my perspective, I got some time playing the game. I'm a big ARPG fan. I grew up playing Diablo 2. I've had a cracked version on my mom's computer.
Is Diablo 2 like?
Off of it any chance you got, but from my perspective, this game feels like a true evolution in the genre. It's the pacing, the combat, the dodge mechanics. What were you guys trying to accomplish with this? Because it does feel like an evolution. It doesn't play like any other ARPG I've played before.
So it really was an effort to make that combat feel just like, yeah, just much better. And I think one of the things...
Quite, it's more just the inner workings of the game. Damn it.
So whenever we, by getting more stats and doing more grinding, much more powerful than the content. Now, I think the difference is...
I can beat this by skill.
Of the people who are the most not great.
As another one of my like new...
But the next one is as well is that our just general view on maintaining a game... come back again later then. And it's funny because it turned out that actually Western gamers will accept pay to win in a lot of cases. There are like a bunch of pay to win games that are successful in the...
True. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be in a... one that has info that we want. Let's see.
Okay, perfect levels, Jonathan.
Nice.
Okay, man, like I said a second ago, you are 9 days out from Path of Exile 2 launching, and everyone I'm talking to is excited. It doesn't matter if they've been playing Path of Exile 1 for years. It doesn't matter if they literally haven't played video games ever. I show them just the snippet from the trailer, and they are ready to log in on December 6th. So my first question, what's the secret sauce? How are you guys doing this? How is Grinding Gear Games making non-gamers ready to log into a hardcore ARPG?
I think we just have a like when we're presenting our content, we always do it in a way where we're thinking about, you know, like how are people going to react to it? Like, you know, we just, and the other thing as well is that we're not afraid to put information in our videos. Like, I think a lot of people are kind of like, you know, hey, you know, tone it back a little bit, you know, like people don't need so much information, this kind of stuff. But personally, I'm kind of a fan of just like, you know, let's just put everything out there. And if you do that, I think people get excited. So, you know.
I think it helps that their core audience is like people that are using fucking POB. So we want as much info as fucking possible. I mean,
I guess that's my philosophy about it anyway, and I think people do resonate with that. If you
though
show them
he does have a good point. Just more info is better, in general.
just show them what you got cooking, and show them gameplay, show them how they be able to, how they're able to use all the tools you give them, and I think they'll be excited.
Definitely. And
Oh.
And I hate to bring it up, but it wasn't an interview that dropped today with Legendary Drops. How just during the Settlers of Kalgur reveal, you all pivoted to focus entirely on endgame. How is your company that agile? Because I work at a company of about 70 people.
Right.
We are not agile at all. What are your processes like internally as developers? Like, how can you move on a dime and just go in?
I mean, I guess it's just about not being afraid to do it, right? I mean, certainly it causes some consternation, right? I mean, nobody likes being like jerked around from one task to the other, that kind of thing. But I think it is important because it just gives us the ability to really make sure we're reacting to what we think is important. And so, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know
To
what
be
to
honest,
say, really. I mean, just like,
that is actually very impressive that they were able to turn on a dime like that and just go and focus on just change scope, I guess. That is quite impressive if you think about it from a company standpoint.
We just have to make those kinds of decisions and just tell people, this is really what we have to do. Like when you realize that you're not doing the right thing, you really have to jump on. You can't just sort of say, oh well, we're just keep going to doing the wrong thing just because there's so much inertia, right? Like you have to actually try to turn the ship around. And so, yeah, that's what we did.
Awesome. All right, Jonathan, I have the interview broken down into various different categories here. I wanted to start with questions about new players in particular and just people logging into the game, playing it for the first time and their experiences. So I wanted to start with the fact that in Path of Exile 1, it's renowned for not many people making it even to Brutus. I mean, I know it's a free-to-play game. A lot of people try it out, but even when it was
Really?
made, I'm sure a lot of people bounced early on. So I'm curious, first 5 minutes of Path of Exile 2, do you think
Nice kick in the face to Blizzard. Ooh, yeah, they don't have an endgame. Got him. Wait, not many people make it past Brutus? Is that true? Can't keep doing the wrong thing? Yeah, that too. Oof.
think that onboarding experience is solid and you're going to really wrap people in and get them progressing further into the game?
I'm pretty sure it is, and I think that like if you're talking about literally
you all
the first
have
5
phones?
minutes, then I think
Yeah,
what will really
don't
just
you all
get
have
you in is the
phones?
fact that just the feeling of combat is much better,
Oh.
and that's really the thing you're
Hey,
going to
Jacob.
appreciate from the first moment that you start playing. The other thing as well
Hello,
is we have a
hello.
lot of not
Hope you're
necessarily.
doing well.
In the first 5 minutes, you're going to come upon your first boss, right? And that will be a much more engaging experience than Hillock was. You know what I mean? Like the first boss is significantly better. But even just after that, right? Even the first 15 minutes, there's like other bosses really close. You're sort of getting into that experience of having the more interesting combat and more interesting things going on, just sort of right away. And it's funny. I had a friend over at my place who was playing the game the other day. And there was a word I thought was really interesting that he used for this. He's like, "Oh, you're so generous with the content," and I was kind of like, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it. Is like, he's kind of like you're giving people what they want so quickly. It's kind of like, I find that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it. But yeah, I mean, basically, we just want people to have a good time.
Oof. The man he was talking to has been burned too many times. You can't expect good stuff. He's like, oh, why are you so nice?
And even in the from the very beginning, like before we even made Path of Exile 1, like when we founded the company, one of the things that I had as my metric is like, what's the time to first zombie? You know what I mean? Like, when's the first moment you can actually kill something? Like you just kill like a basic enemy. And I kind of want to make that sure that that's as minimal as possible. And that's why we kind of make sure that we start the game the way we do with like action immediately and that kind of stuff. So, that's kind of just a philosophy we've always had.
Definitely. Getting people right into the action is important, and lots of people, especially viewers of my channel,
You'll be doing good as well.
completely
Thank
new
you.
Path of
I'm doing
Exile players.
pretty well.
They've never
Thank
played an
you.
ARPG, they never played Path of Exile 1, and they are wondering, in Jonathan's eyes, what is the busted build? What is the archetype they should log in and play on December 6th if they want to get into the action fast? I'm not going to use you for clickbait videos, Jonathan. I'm just wondering from
He's gonna use them for clickbait videos.
your view. I know you said people really like the monk that had a high
This is the best build that the lead developer of Path of Exile plays. It is OP.
satisfaction score, but
Yeah,
is it
yeah,
the
yeah.
most powerful?
Not necessarily. I mean, I honestly don't know that I should be recommending builds particularly. I mean, I've said a few times, I think
From a business standpoint, he'll never be able to do it.
the mercenary could be a very good new player-friendly class, both because you're further away from the action and just because of that like instant response of everything. Like if you're gonna pick something like the warrior or something like that, you're gonna have to worry about the fact that you have to commit to attacks and this kind of stuff. Whereas with something like the mercenary, because it's so fast from the point where you attack and the point you recover, and also because you're further back, I think that could be a very good choice for new players. But honestly, like any class can work. Like any class can be the one that you work. And look, the main reason why we have classes in the first place, like, because I mean, we could be a game that just has like zero, introductory stuff. Like, we already let you choose between and mix and match all the different skills and weapons and things like that. So the reason why we have classes at all is because people really want like a stereotype to latch onto when they start the game, to think about like, okay, how am I going to build my character, right? So you show them some things like, like here's a ranger and here's a sorceress and so on. And then when they see that, they immediately get an idea in their head about what kind of thing it is that they might want to do. So I think that when it comes to that, like, you're best off just picking like what excites you, right? Like what is the thing that just makes you feel like, oh yeah, I could see how I'm going to play this, right? And so you do that, and then I think you'll have a good time.
I baited you into that answer. That's exactly what we wanted to hear, man. Whatever you're going to have the most fun with. And I'm curious on character selection. I know it was talked about in the past that ascendancies might appear on that screen. Are they still not there, and you find out about them in the trials?
Yeah, they're still not there. Look, that screen is certainly something that needs some UI attention. We just haven't had time to work on it more. There's so many things I would still improve even now. But I mean, look, that's what the early access is for, right? There's going to be tons of time to improve on that stuff.
That's actually an interesting suggestion, I guess, or question, because ascendancy is a big choice. So being able to see what your character can transform into would kind of be cool. That's actually kind of nice, if that's possible.
But yeah, for the beginning, it's just like, pick what you think sounds like it would be cool, right? And we do have a few like little videos of skills and things like that on that screen, which like show and like it kind of gives like so it gives kind of 3 main points for each class of like, here's the kind of things you can expect from that class. And there's a little video for each one as well. So we've got a little bit of information there, but we don't have like full on ascendancy classes and everything there. I think there's room for that sort of stuff, but not at the moment.
Okay, awesome. Now I want to move on to testing and what new players, completely new players to ARPGs, found the most challenging in Path of Exile 2. I've heard that Path of Exile 1 players were just shocked by the difficulty of the combat and
right.
And newer players were kind of fine with it. What did they find challenging, though? Because I know you did a lot of first user testing, and I found that very interesting because you're going to get a lot of first users on December 6th. What did they find hard?
So definitely the things they were finding the most challenging was the character customization and itemization stuff, right? Like that's where they're kind of, potentially finding that they, that like, so, I mean, we asked quite a lot of questions about like, what do you feel like you're skilled at and that kind of stuff. Like, try to sort of get a gauge for like, how people rate their own skills in different areas. And it was certainly like understanding itemization that was the part that people found the hardest. So we've actually done quite a few things to improve in that area, I think, since then. I mean, like, it's just kind of subtle stuff, but just over time, we've just been, carefully massaging towards a situation where, it's easier to find the stuff that you need to find. It's, there's more help, there's more guidance. There's also things like, the socketing system being, I think, a lot easier than the crafting bench system that we had and things like that. So there's things like that, I think, that will help a lot. So that's kind of the stuff that I think new players find the hardest. And then I think that's really just because, I mean, like, there's a lot of stats, there's a lot of things kind of coming at you. We just have to make sure that we're not overwhelming you too much with that stuff. And of course, there's the giant passive tree, which always gives people a bit of a scare. That's really the stuff that I would say that new players find the hardest.
Okay, well, awesome. Now, during the betas, I know that there were a few closed beta tests. People were freaking out when they first got those NDA invites and everything. Between those tests, what were the largest changes? And did you really change a lot about the game after the tests themselves? Because I know, like, when we went to LA, you took a ton of feedback and made a huge number of changes just between March and June. Did that happen again with all the beta tests this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it really comes down to difficulty, but the thing with difficulty is that people know the game is too hard, but they don't know why it's too hard, and the reasons can be hugely varied between like, oh, it's just this one boss ability to like, oh, you know, the entire way you're scaling spell damage is incorrect, or you know, random stuff like that. So there's all sorts of things, and it's always just, you know, can we tease out what exactly it is that people are running into that's the most, you know, that's the reason for the thing they're finding hard. So I think there was a variety of changes. So one of them was like, you know, the map change where, you know, you can see what's out there so you know what to find. A lot of it was down to, you know, more specific item drops around the place. Then there were things like the flask change. So the flask change was pretty big, I think, because that one really was like people dying to because they were fumbling their flasks. But it took quite a while to identify that was like an issue. Like we knew that we kind of knew that we weren't happy with flasks, but we hadn't. I don't think I'd really appreciated the degree to which a new player really did struggle with them. So that's another one of those things. But I mean, look, it's all over the place, and it's like the devil's in the details, really, because even something like just the exact specifics of the passive tree, even for a new player, even if they're not like going deep on it, like it can actually be worse for new players because a new player will pick something that's weak without realizing it, and so you need to make sure that everything on there is reasonable. So there's quite a lot, sort of like as I said, it really all comes down to those details that make sure that the game is feeling right. And I think that without doing a lot of those tests, it would have been very hard to appreciate some of those problems because you just don't, you know, when you're playing yourself, there's actually like a tendency where you'll always pick the stuff you kind of know is good subconsciously. So I actually have like a thing when I'm playing now where often I'm like, okay, I'm going to pick what I want and then I'm going to do the opposite of that. Like in order to kind of force myself down the kind of like the not golden path of like, what if you were the what if I picked the worst choice every time for like, what, you know, like how can I make sure that that's like not too terrible? So that's kind of another thing you kind of have to make sure that you're doing as well.
Definitely. I have two follow-ups from that question. First, and I don't want you to commit to a release cadence or anything, but once we go into early access, do you see the team making large balance changes pretty quickly? Kind of like Path of Exile 1. I'm notorious for going into the freaking ancient history of POE 1 and seeing that when it first released, weekly updates, going in, making huge balance changes, wild swings back and forth, passive tree resets every like...
Is Jonathan okay? Like, in a lot of these interviews, he's fucking coughing it up.
11 days and the like. Do you see that happening with early access given how much larger scale it seems it's going to be? Or is it going to be more stretched out? Maybe a month, 2 months, 3 months?
Well, so I think that there's going to be a couple of different things depending on what type of thing we're talking about here. So for balance changes, I have absolutely no doubt that in that first week, we're going to be just doing a storm of crazy things, you know, just because like there'll be, I mean, look, there's going to be cases where like people just haven't tested bosses with certain builds and things like that, right? Like, especially in the end game, which has had, you know, less testing, obviously, than the start of the game. So there's going to just be things where it's like someone will be like, oh, this boss is just impossible with minions. And like, someone probably did test it with minions at some point to make sure the AI is good, but there probably wasn't like a really, you know, like, is this actually easy enough? Like that kind of stuff. Like you'll get changes like that. And I'm sure there'll just be cases where, you know, we need to make those kinds of changes. So and the other thing that's going to be, I'm sure, is just lots of like someone finds something that's just like not just busted in a normal way things are allowed to be busted, but like busted in a completely ridiculous way that just can't be allowed to stand. I'm sure that will happen, and so long as we can fix that stuff fast enough, I think that we may have to do a few things like that. But ideally we don't. But you know, we'll see how that goes. So I'm sure on the first week there'll just be lots of that stuff. But if you're talking about like larger content inclusions, like if we're talking about like new classes and like more sort of content type things, I suspect that we'll probably batch those up into like a larger cycle. Probably like, I mean, we were thinking like 2 months. It might end up being 3. Like I'm not entirely certain. But we'll kind of like work that out when we go there. The funny thing is like, so like months ago we had plans for what we wanted to do immediately after release, but as you get closer to release, like everything just falls apart and you kind of have to be like, okay, after release we'll just have to take stock and see where we are, because like no contact survives. Sorry, no plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. So we have to. We'll just have to sort of reassess and see what's going on at that point. But effectively, yeah, we'll probably do larger updates, just because I think. In order to actually get good testing for something, you have to get enough players back to actually test it substantially. And people certainly are much more willing to come back for a larger update than they are for a smaller one. So I think that's kind of important. We actually noticed in POE 1 when we were doing the weekly updates that, we didn't really see like a lot of people come back for them. Like the people who were playing were really happy, but the people who weren't playing kind of weren't, it wasn't rising to the level of them actually coming back. So I think it's better to make sure that if you've got a new update for even in early access, you want to make sure there's enough to kind of sustain it. But of course, that doesn't mean that we're not going to fix all the like random small issues that like anything that doesn't like that wouldn't be an attractive thing for someone to come back for. You might as well just put it in immediately, because like that's just that like bug fixes and just little balance changes, because it's not like a big deal anyway. So you might as well just throw it in there.
Definitely. Now, I have to ask, because I have been yearning ever since I saw it at ExileCon 2023. The Druid, the bear form.
Yeah.
Is that the reasons the Druid is delayed? Because it's got crazy animation problems with WASD, or is it just the final bit of polish on the third form?
No, it's not that. It's just literally that we had to pick something. We had to pick like when we were slimming down for early access a little bit, because as I said, we're going to have 8. When we're slimming down, we're like, look, unfortunately, the Druid is going to have to be on the chopping block for now. It was really sad, but we just had to pick our battles. And I have no doubt that that'll be one of the next ones that comes out. And the reason ultimately is that making a new form for the Druid just is a lot of work. One of the forms wasn't done. We looked at the amount of work it would take to get the Druid over the line, and we're just like, look, if we can not have that, especially because when it comes to the stuff, it's like if you're talking about adding like a new animal form, that's like work that could go into like making a new boss fight or something like that. Because it's the same kind of like it's the animation team. Ultimately, you have to do like a bunch of work to do that stuff. Rigging or just all that stuff has to happen. So it isn't just the sort of skills pipeline, as we might call it, that has to be worrying with that. It's also the the kind of the animation team who work on that stuff. So when we look at that, it's just like, look, if we cut this, it's going to add more content elsewhere, versus if we cut this other class where it wouldn't really so much. So that's kind of how those decisions get made.
Right. That makes total sense. Now I have 2 very quick ascendancy questions for you, and then we'll move into classes themselves.
Ascendancy?
First, last time we spoke, when we spoke in March, I tried to get some ascendancy details out of you, and you said you were working on a broken sorceress ascendancy. You didn't know if it was going to make it into the game. Did it make it into the game, or are we not seeing
So that was the chronomancer, the like time stop and everything. Like I just I mean, the moment you tell people you can, like, the moment we're like, oh, we want to be able to stop time, it's like immediately, that's how do you make
Powerful.
that not OP? It was absolutely that. It's very fun to use. It's just really cool.
Awesome. Glad to hear it made it into the game. And then the other ascendancy question: can you change ascendancies in PoE 2?
So you actually can't right now. I think I did another interview recently where I thought that we could, but I believe that you can't at the moment. There's probably more discussion to have about that. I do know that certainly some designers are very keen to be that a locked choice. We'll talk about that more. We'll see how that goes. But at the moment you can't, and so that'll be how it goes into early access anyway.
Huh. I wonder why they did away with that, because that is possible in Path of Exile 1. Like, oh, you're gonna have to make a whole new character if you want another ascendancy? That seems kind of, I don't know.
Okay, so for the foreseeable future, once you pick an ascendancy...
not necessarily. We'll as I said, we'll talk about this more, but,
Okay.
But in the moment, at least, you can't change them.
Okay, sounds great. Now, classes. Just
I assume they are gonna allow that at some point. Like, it honestly makes no sense just to have the player make a whole new character, level it up just to change ascendancy. That seems just like too much player hassle.
Just broad questions about the classes from me. So you've talked about the monk having the highest satisfaction score for everyone who's tested. Which class has the lowest satisfaction score, and what are you doing to perhaps bring it up, if anything?
So the one thing to say is that the difference between these is not like super high, but the lowest one on that survey that we were referring to was actually the sorceress, funnily enough.
Really?
And I think that the reason, I think that the reason for it is just because in the skill set, there's not like quite as much combo stuff as what some of the other classes have, and so we actually.
Last epoch lost a lot of players with their leveling. Not being able to respec a character was retarded. They couldn't. Oh, I get. Oh. I guess it never really came up for me because I never really respect a character, but it's not possible in Last Epoch. Well, that's kind of sad. Ooh, not good.
Actually, after that point, we did work a bit on that and try to sort of improve, make a few more of those things sort of work together a little bit. But I think there's a little bit more work to do. I think that what I've heard some people say about the sorceress is it's
Pick your ascendancy in Last Epoch and perma locked in. Oh my! So you have to make a whole new character. So if you end up not liking it, I had to re-level. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like that. That's not good. They're absolutely gonna allow changing of ascendancies. Like it just makes no sense not to.
a little bit more in the POE 1 direction of like this less kind of like less cross element combinations than what some of the other classes have. So therefore, like if you do pick that class, like there will probably be more situations where it's like there's less, like you're probably going to use less skills overall than other classes, or rather, it's not so much that you will use that, but like you won't be forced into as much using more variety. So I think that's something we can still improve by just adding more synergies between the elements. But that's at least my understanding of probably why I think that's the case. But as I said, we've already made some changes since the point when we did that survey. So I think that it already is, like somewhat improved already by that. Yeah, that was the thing. But I mean, as I said, we're talking like 0.1 of a like if you out of 5 stars, it's like 0.1 of a star lower than the others, and like when you sort of dig into it, it's like yeah. But I mean, as I said, I think that's at least my reason for for why I think the sorcerer was like that. But yeah, that's kind of I mean, as I said, we can always improve that, and I think we have been as well.
Yeah, awesome. Just wanted to hear. I thought it would be a curious question.
Yeah.
Now this one, I don't know if you can answer it or not, but everyone knows there's a monk in Path of Exile 2. Monks use quarterstaffs. Monks use their fists a little bit with finishers and, mobility skills. Are there any unarmed combat support options? Is the default attack supportable with your fist? Can you make something busted with it? What is that a thing in PoE 2 right now? Or
so I believe that default attack is supportable. I'm like 99% certain of that, but I have to admit, I haven't actually seen that user interface myself because I haven't made an unarmed build. There is a plan for a bunch of unarmed build support, but it actually did get cut for early access for the time being. So unfortunately, I can say that face breakers will not make it in to early access, but
only early access. Okay, later on it'll get in.
We do have a plan for it. There is like a whole thing for that's going to support that with other stuff. Now, one of the reasons for that actually is that it would require making unarmed versions of a ton of skills, like animations. That actually it ended up being cut just for that reason alone. Like it was just a bunch of animation work that we ended up not having time for. And effectively, you're talking about a bunch of animation work that's just to support that one unique. Because like that unique really is like kind of the key to being able to make unarmed damage like actually decent. There were a couple of other things as well that were sort of intended for unarmed things, but yeah, we're not going to do it for now. But it'll come in the future. We'll get to the point where you can do that.
Okay, is Facebreakers still a pair of gloves in PoE 2?
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. This is a fun one just for you, Jonathan. What is your favorite skill to use in Path of Exile 2 right now? I know you're a mercenary fan. You're playing through as the mercenary right now. Is it on the merc or something else?
That is really tricky. Look, I mean, if we're talking about the merc, then my favorite thing is definitely the ice wall, the shot. What's it called? I can't remember even the name of it, but it's the one that fires a shot and then makes like 2 diagonal ice walls that come out, and then following up with the fragmentation rounds to explode them. Like I just love that combo. It just feels really satisfying to me. It's like obviously like every class there's interesting stuff. Like on the monk, it's probably the bell. Like I just love that bell. There's so many little things about its design, and it's just a fun skill. Like I love that kind of thing. So those are definitely up there for two of my favorites. But I mean, there's always new stuff. There's lots of cool things, right? That's just the kind of stuff that I like to do.
The bell is incredible, and you guys even snuck a showcase of it with a crossbow rapid shot
Yes,
into the.
yes.
Oh,
yes.
That was so good.
just to give a hint to the idea that there might be some pretty interesting ways that you can do some pretty cool stuff.
Oh, definitely. All right, rapid fire question here. Can we use the weapon swap system passive skills to allocate keystones? Or can they only allocate notables and
That's a
battle
good
notes?
question.
So you can't do keystones, but I actually do have some interesting stuff to talk about with this, because we were originally going to allow that. But then, so the skill that actually
Honestly, that does sound way too busted if it does allow keystones.
originally was like that completely broke this, that we realized like this was going to be like not okay, was necromantic Aegis, funnily enough. Which now, for anyone who doesn't, who hasn't played POE 1, effectively what this does is it makes it so the stats from your shield are transferred onto your minions. But when you've got weapon swap involved, where like like if you can turn that on and off, it causes the specific details of this are kind of complicated, but it caused a lot of chaos in like how the stat system works and like how the minions would have to work and like the snapshotting of this and like just a whole lot of details around that were very complicated. And then at some point while we were discussing that, because we kind of were like, okay, how are we going to even implement this? It was like a whole thing. Then we're like, well, hang on, like, is it even okay for other keystones anyway? Like, when you really come right down to it, like, is chaos inoculation really okay if you can turn it on and off? Like, it's kind of supposed to be this like massive downside, and like if you can just like like it's kind of like we're kind of thinking maybe it wasn't okay, and then we sort of made the decision. You know what? Maybe keystones should actually be not swappable like that, just because of the type of. I think that might be a balance problem too far, even for us. Like even as far as we're willing to like accept a lot of these kinds of problems, like I think that might even be a bridge too far, even for us. So yeah, we decided not to allow it, and that's what we're going with for now, anyway.
Yeah, you knew people were already theory crafting ways to like get the perfect keystones on their side. Oh yeah, definitely.
Right.
That's good. Another rapid fire, if you know off the top of your head, how many passive points are there in total? Because people are already looking at the tree and trying to path through it.
Sure. Now. I believe it's 122 is the final count, and once you get all of the optional skill books and stuff like that.
Okay, awesome.
122. Is that the same amount? Oh. Oh wait, no, this is Scion. Oh. Oh shit. Interesting. 122. So we're one short from POE 1.
Another rapid fire. This is a spicy one though. Are you able to do a 1-button respec if you have enough gold, or if you pay a premium, or is it one node at a time?
You will have to do one node at a time, and like the thing is, I mean, yeah, I guess I can
you
see
know
why
what, that's
people would
fine.
want that, but generally speaking, that's not the kind of behavior we're really encouraging, right? Like we want you to actually be changing your build from one to the other. So yeah, there's just a one node at a time. I mean, look, it won't take you too long, right? You can click 100 times even if you're level 100. Like it's not too bad.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
just
It won't.
get good.
I get it. I totally get it. Another one. So we've seen this key term overflow a few times, and some people are wondering how it works. Could you explain how it works?
Yeah, so anytime you've got something that says overflow, it means that you're able to overcap that resource by up to double. So effectively, overflow just means, yeah, like if it's leech, or if it's like, any other kind of thing that gives you back life, or for example, or mana or shield or whatever it is, it basically just means, yeah, you can get back up to double of that resource.
Okay, awesome. That makes sense even to me, and I'm pretty simple-minded about these mechanical sort of things. Awesome, thank you.
You can go to so much detail for that. You can go for like damage as well. But I guess damage is more simple. But yeah, I guess.
All right, another rapid fire. Can you use skills granted by ascendancies in meta gems, like cast on shock?
No, you can't. So when you get one of those...
Oh, that's actually a good question. That's too bad. Damn.
those ascendancy skills. They effectively just appear in your skill screen. Like they're not a gem. They're just kind of like there and locked in by that. So because you can't take them out and put them somewhere else, you can't put them in a meta gem.
Okay. And then meta gems, can you use multiple of the same meta gem? I know you can't repeat supports, but can you have 2 cast on ignites in your build?
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. But of course, you'll have to pay the spirit cost for both of them. So you know that's how that's balanced, and that's why it's fine.
Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
perfect. Yeah, you guys released a teaser yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw.
Oh my. Multiple cast on. That could be pretty cool.
Saw a scepter minion, ascendance, or not ascendance.
Yeah.
Oh, the second scepter, that looked like a mirror tier item, which was just awesome to see. All right, now we're gonna move on from classes, and we're gonna talk a little bit about combat. So when I played Path of Exile 2, the Draven fight and the Executioner fight hard locked me for combined about 4 hours. What right now do you think is the hardest boss fight in Path of Exile 2's campaign? Not the end game, but the campaign itself. And do you think it potentially is going to hard lock a lot of players if they're stubborn and they get that Elden Ring mindset where they're just like, I'm just going in over and over. I'm not stopping until it hits 0.
Well, so we've definitely tried to like improve the issues that we had with that in that one. But what I would say is that the further you go into the game, the less kind of like of the feedback we've been able to address overall, just because, you know, if there's less of it, right? Like as you go further. And so effectively what that means is that I have no doubt that if there's a boss that's going to hardlock people, it's almost certainly going to be in Act 3, I would say, something like that. But I mean, on the same time, like ideally the hardest bosses are later in the game. Like that's kind of what you want in some sense. So yeah, like I mean, look, some of those fights are pretty hard. I don't know that there's one that I'd point to as like this is the hard one. Really, I mean, as I said, we kind of try to make sure that they're all kind of a relatively even keel, or rather slowly increasing as you kind of go through. So yeah, my hope would be that the Act 3 end boss is one that people will find the hardest, you know, and then ideally the second time through it's even harder again. So, but we'll see how it goes. And as I said, as you now know, right, like if you go around the rest of the areas, you'll find other stuff, you'll find more items and so on, and that'll definitely help you. And if you come back, you'll definitely do a lot better.
Question on bosses in regular versus ruthless, not ruthless, cruel. Do they have new abilities in cruel, or are they?
I was just thinking of this.
The same, just a little buffed with damage hit points.
So usually they don't have like completely new abilities, although I think that in some cases there might be a little bit of that. Usually what it is, it's kind of tweaking the parameters or the AI or the radii and like things like that, just like things about them. And it makes skills feel dangerous in new ways quite a lot of the time, just because, you know, like a skill can feel very differently just by changing where it is you go. So the same is true in maps as well, where once again, you've got like, you know, we have to make sure that some of these bosses that were balanced for people who are, you know, level 10 or something, are now able to feel like they're challenges in the end game. So effectively, we have to do something about them. We can't just leave them as they are. There has to be tweaks. And so, yeah, a lot of those changes effectively just get made to make and they make the bosses feel quite different. The other thing as well that you have in Crawl is that there are just monster types that have been shifted around and things like that. Like so, the combat in areas can feel a little different as well. Like in some cases. So there's just little fun details like that that can vary things up and just vary the experience up a little bit.
Awesome.
Okay.
Now, one more combat monster related question, and it's revisiting a favorite topic of the Path of Exile community. Rare monster modifiers. We haven't seen a lot of that in Path of Exile 2 in the past little while.
Yeah.
We've seen some of it in the playthroughs. Is that philosophy the same as in Path of Exile 1, or are we expecting to see 3, 4 mod?
I would say it's the same.
And how do you keep the monster's identity when you add a whole bunch of modifiers to it? Because all these monsters, they're unique fights in of themselves.
Oh,
right?
you know what? No, it shouldn't be the same. Soul Eater is not okay. And oh my god, the what was it? The Voodoo Doll one. Fuck that mod. That mod is absolute dog.
Right. So how do you keep that clean?
There's actually been quite a lot of specific work on rare monsters that I don't think we've talked about to anyone yet, actually, and it's probably quite interesting. So the first thing I will say about it is that we realized a while ago that it's actually like not every monster type makes sense as a rare. Like if you just have a rare zombie, it's just kind of like it's not a good fight. So we actually decided, hey, you know what? We're going to pick monsters that are going to be ones that can be rare, and bear in mind, many of them can. And then what we'll also do is if there are monsters that
Petri? Wait, rare mods can have petrify? Is that possible? I don't think I've ever run into a rare mod that petrifies. Am I just that lucky, or?
that don't work well as rares, maybe there's mechanic changes we can do for rare versions of that monster that could improve that. So then what we started to do.
Oh, the voodoo doll you talked about. Was it Petri? You mean like the name of it? No. It's the one where it like strings up your character in a location and things can just wail at it. And the only way to counter it is to move like literally a screen away, which is ridiculous. Like the only way to counter it is just to run away. I feel like it's a dog shit mechanic. I hate it so much.
Is we're like, oh, you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to split out the monster types.
It's probably my least favorite one. Like Soul Eater to me that doesn't come close to how bad that one is. That hurt you. I just hate it because there's no good counterplay other than just running away, which is ass.
For monsters, and then the rare version of that monster, and then we're actually going to do specific
And even if you run away, the moment you go back, he's just gonna cast it again, and so you're just perpetually fucked.
Balance for the rares of those monsters, and that actually matters as well because there are mods that can go on certain monster types that like just completely blow out the life to unreasonable levels and things like that. Like there are actually cases where
Literally Soul Eater, yeah.
now that we've actually got the ability to do specific balance for a rare of a given monster type, we can actually tune that difficulty to make that much better. And so they'll get extra, they'll actually get extra abilities in some cases just because they're a rare. Like, I mean, as a random example, there are like the very first monster, the quill, in the first area, so after the zombie, you've got the quill crab, which is these little things that shoot little spikes. And they also appear later on in the hunting grounds as like a poison version of those. And I believe if those are rare, I think I'm getting this right, then they immediately get a different way that the spikes work. And like I'm trying to remember the exact details of this, but it's like they like land on the ground and explode afterwards or something like that. There's like some little thing that sort of happens. So effectively, it's like there's like little specific things that we can do. And so that stuff, I think,
it's almost like a unique mob. It's kind of cool.
Helps a lot. And look, I'm sure we're going to do more of this, like after the early access is launched as well, like more things like that. But it really upgraded the rare fights quite a lot to be able to do that specific balance. And then, of course, you also have the mods. And once again, we're doing a whole pass on mods and trying to make them a lot better. I mean, look, there's even more we can add here, I'm sure. But trying to make sure that each of the rare mods that we add, like makes sense for the monster. We make sure that the rare mods like there are pulls and tags so that like you don't necessarily get every single mod on every single monster to kind of make sure that they make sense and actually have a reasonable fight. And I don't even know if this got done, but there was talk at one point about having a for each rare. And once again, I don't know if this actually got implemented or not, but we were talking about having it so that for each monster. We make sure that at least one fun mod goes on the monster to kind of make it have like by what I mean by that is like we look at each monster type, we're like, okay, here's a set of different mods that are going to make it so that the fight has some kind of interest to it. We make sure the first step is like put one of those on it, and then after that, then we can kind of be more random with what the rest of the mods are, and things like that. So yeah, there was actually quite a lot of balance stuff there that went into that, and there's more to come. But I think that the rare fights you will find are significantly more interesting in POE 2 than they were in POE 1 because of all the specific attention that they had.
They definitely sound
That's
like
cool.
Everybody's freaking out. That sounds amazing, especially that first system of just the monsters changing implicitly if they're rare versus if magic or normal. That's a great answer. Can you answer if Soul Eater is in Path of Exile too?
Ooh.
I actually don't know the answer to that. You'd have to ask Mark that one. So he's the one who's been setting up all that stuff. So I actually don't know. I would have to go check with him on that one.
All right. Lovely. Love the answer, man. Okay, now we got a bulky section on Endgame that I want to dive into here.
Okay.
I want to start with, again, another infamous Path of Exile problem that we've experienced in Path of Exile 1. And I think it's one of the reasons you designed Path of Exile 2 in its endgame. One-shots. How are one-shots in endgame looking right now? I'm not talking about bosses using huge abilities and obviously one-shotting you, but I'm just talking about randomly mapping your mediocre defenses and you just get one shot out of the blue. Is that happening in testing, or is that avoided for the most part?
Well, it's definitely happening at the moment, and that's because we just haven't finished the balance of a lot of monsters.
Oh, it's a little quiet for you? Your mic is loud? Oh, shit. Okay. Let me turn this up. Let me know if this sounds better for you if I turn it up.
And it's one of those things that's actually really hard to completely root out, because there are a lot of attacks that some people, depending on your playstyle, just might not get hit by. And obviously, you know, when the balance people do their initial balance, they try to get it right. But it's one of those things that's just easy to miss. And so I have no doubt that at the start of early access, there will be cases where some monsters are just unfair. And you know, that'll happen. I mean, like when we were doing the beta test, there were these like spiders that were just like so nasty, and like we looked at the damage. I don't remember exactly why this occurred, but it was just like, oh, it was literally doing 10 times the damage it was supposed to be doing, right? And like someone just made a typo, and yet like we played a bunch of times, and like none of the people that were testing before we did a beta noticed the fact that was happening, right? They just managed to avoid it all the time, or they only got hit by one of the bits, or you know, something like that. And so you know, we just missed it. Look, I'm sure that's going to happen, right? Like there will be some rough edges like that, but you know, we'll, as soon as we hear about them, we will do our best to fix them. But look, we're trying to root out all that stuff as much as we can at the moment, and you know, hopefully the players don't experience too much of that. Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen. But yeah, look, we don't want people to be just like randomly out of nowhere, just dying for nothing. Yeah, that's something we'll just have to make sure we're addressing as we get more balance testing in.
Right. The term I hear a lot from people, especially who went to the recent event in LA, is war of attrition. That's what it feels like in Acts 1, 2, and 3. So there's nothing really instant happening. You're fighting against monsters. They're draining you down. You're draining them down. And it's a war between you two. So there's no instant one-shots really happening unless it really is your fault. That's what I heard from like Big Ducks. He said, if I died, it was my fault. I felt good about that. I love that feeling. On monsters,
that is the goal that is the goal for sure, to make it feel that way.
Okay. And it sounds like the deadliness is on a by monster level. And a lot of people are curious. I think Mark said in the endgame presentation that every map is fully random at endgame. All monster types, no matter of biome. Is there anything that determines?
So there actually is a like one monster, I believe, or at least a type of there will be one pack in the map that's always there, but all the rest of them are random. And the kind of main point we were trying to make with that is that in POE 2, we pretty much all monsters. I mean, look, there are some like monsters that are just like swarmy little things that don't really do anything, but for the most part, monsters all have some kind of ability or mechanic or interesting thing going on with it. And so, in the end game, it really is the fact that you've got the combination of all those different types that really makes the combat interesting.
Yeah.
And you kind of never really know what you're going to get. And so, I mean, look, POE 1 does have that effectively the same idea going on. It's just that so few of the monsters in POE 1 actually have like different mechanics, right? Like like 1 in every 5 might do, but it's like in POE 2, it's like there are so many more things going on. They have movement skills and like random abilities and things like that. It's just, yeah, there's just a lot going on with them. So it's the combination of that really gets you that really introduces that stuff.
Perfect. No, I love that. I love that there's a little bit of a theme that's there as you're hunting these different biomes and maps, and then the rest is random.
But the thing is, you're still going to get like some pretty out of place stuff. Like I know, like I went into a city map the other day and there's a gorilla attacking me, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing here? But you know, the end game's like that.
Are the bosses the same for every map? I'm sure they are. Like you're not going to get a gorilla boss in the series. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are picked for the map if they spawn. Later on, we're talking about making it so that there are different, even within one map, we might have a couple of different bosses that can spawn there. But we'll kind of have to see how we go about that. It does take a bit of work, and so we haven't done that yet. It kind of depends a bit on like how many maps there are versus how many bosses and that kind of stuff. So that can be fun too.
That is true. Aren't they gonna have to make like a fuck ton of bosses? I guess it depends on like how many biomes they have technically, like quote unquote biomes, maps in this case, I guess. I mean, Path of Exile 1 has a lot of maps, and there are different bosses for each one, so I guess that's fine.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Sounds like some people would just get shocked as they walk in. That's how I expect to be when I walk into the pinnacle boss, whoever it is, for the first time. I expect to just get like Cirrus die beamed, and it's like, oh, all right, well, got to build up defenses better. I can't wait for that. On that note, too, all the boss arenas look like they have so much detail within them, and they're so distinct from their actual arenas from the campaign. The example I saw that stuck out to me was the Colossus is like now in the heart of a volcano. Is the level of detail and distinction there for a lot of the boss fights?
Yeah, so effectively we're trying to make it so that like ideally when we're using a boss in maps, we can put it in a different context so that it feels like a different fight. That like I mean, look, we have to definitely reuse certain components of the arena because often there's arena mechanics that we have to make sure are there.
That's just design in general.
Even just the feel of the arena that can make it feel quite different. Like for example, if you're talking about something like the Carrion Crone, who's just in the second area. She's in a much bigger arena when you fight her in maps, and she also, like, all of her AoE abilities have been like ramped up so that they like have target a much bigger area, and things like the way the wolf spawning, that's like a different pattern. There's more of them and stuff like that. So effectively, like, the fight actually feels quite a lot more advanced when you fight at a maps for that reason, just because the arena's different, and like the placement of all of the markers that the designers use to, like, you know, configure all that stuff. Like they've that there's a lot more that's gone into that. So effectively that can make the recontextualize the fight in quite a cool way.
Oh, that just sounds so exciting. How many of these are we getting on launch? Is it around 50?
Yeah, so the 50 bosses, like, I mean, all the bosses that you have through campaign are in endgame in some way.
Okay.
So it's just a question of whereabouts, how we use them, and so on. But of course, then there's also the bosses that are in endgame that aren't in the campaign as well. So you know, there's quite a bit of that too.
Yeah, the secret pinnacle that I'm going to try to get you to leak at some point during this interview.
You'll have to wait. I definitely won't be leaking that one.
Okay. All right, next question also on endgame. So previously, I think earlier this year in an interview, you mentioned that once you get to endgame, about a third of the loot will come from pack monsters, a third will come from special mechanics, and a third will come from bosses and maps. Now with bosses only being in every 4 maps on average, is that philosophy still the same, or has that shifted a little bit?
Yeah, so that definitely has shifted due to the change to the way the mapping endgame worked. So I mean, this was always a struggle, right? Because the real thing wasn't so much the amount of loot, but the amount of time you're spending on things. And I think that having to spend 1/3 of your time, if you're not interested in doing boss fighting right now, is a little bit high, and definitely wasn't working. So I really we like to give players choice about what type of content they can fight, and we realized the bossing was also one of those type of things, right? Like, do you want to do bossing or don't you? So yeah, I think that the balance of that is a lot better now, and I honestly don't know what the percentage would be now that you sort of have control over it at this point, but effectively, yeah, like that has definitely changed around due to that.
Okay. And in testing, how is pack difficulty versus boss difficulty? Are bosses just way harder? Like, I know a lot of people say, like, oh, I want to chill when I'm fighting packs, and then when bosses, they can be really intense. Is it kind of that difference?
Yeah, exactly. And look, the big reason for making the change of not having a boss in every map area was literally for this, right? To make it so that we can make the bosses actually hard relative to the pack difficulty, because that's what sort of, you know, that sort of maintains the integrity of the combat system, if you will, because like that's where you really have to get into the detail, like really concentrating and like actually using all your abilities to the maximum. Whereas pack clearing, you know, you can chill out a little bit more. But that being said, we still want you to run into rares occasionally that are like crazy. So you know, it's you still want that, but they're not going to be as crazy as the uniques are.
Okay, awesome. Rapid fire question on endgame. Why does the Waystone or map opening UI still have 4 slots? Is that intentional? Is there something that hasn't been revealed?
Wait a minute. Oh, I see.
So we actually had 4 slots when we started POE 1 as well, even though we had no idea what we were going to use that for. So it's just like one of those things where it's just like you put it in there. It's like, you know, maybe we'll use this one day. So you know, there's literally no other reason than that. We had 4 in the back of the old days, and we're going to just do it again now. Just, you know, it's fun little thing. And look, one day I'm sure we'll find something to do for that.
Okay, I love it. No, I didn't know that about Path of Exile 1, that it was always 4. That's hilarious. That's good. All right, another one that could be a little long. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a simple answer. So It sounds like there are currently 4 tiers of endgame boss or endgame encounters, but technically, from what we saw from the Atlas passive trees, we can get +5 to those encounter levels.
right.
Is the 5th tier meaningless, or is there an extra
So
secret tier?
So what happened there is I'm a programmer, so I always count from 0. So when I say difficulty 4, it's like the first difficulty is difficulty 0, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's technically 5 difficulty tiers there, but I referred to the top one as difficulty 4. So maybe the players will refer to that a different way than I am, but
Okay.
yeah, that's just what that is. Now technically, it is actually possible because of the fact that the small nodes and the big nodes are the way they are. It's actually possible in some cases to cause it to be 1 tier even above that. But if you do that, it will not result in the difficulty being higher. That's actually kind of just a quirk of the way that the nodes are. So that's just effectively capped in that regard, which I guess might be kind of fun to have like an extra sort of hidden thing like that. But we decided not to in the end. So yeah, there's just there's effectively 5 difficulties, 4 difficulties above the bottom one. Yeah.
I know you're saying that, but everybody needs to try that on launch, okay? There's a hidden difficulty, maybe that they don't want us to know about.
I don't think so. No.
Okay. This one might be pretty quick too. So how high in tier do waystones go? We saw tier 79 in the endgame teaser. Is that
so I mean the way what it's supposed to be is like T15 is like it goes from T1 to T15. I think it might have been that it was listing object level there, and there might even have been some inconsistencies between different clips depending on when they were shot. I'm not 100% sure about that, but ultimately it goes from T1 to T15. However, there is a corruption outcome that can go +1. So that lets you that just lets you go a little bit further.
I love that.
With that.
Okay.
Oh, so we are going to get. So because currently in Path of Exile 1 we have tier 16 maps, and then obviously there's tier 17 as the highest, but ostensibly it's 1 to 16. Does Path of Exile 2? Path of Exile 2 basically means 1 to 15, and then you can corrupt it to 16. I wonder if tier 17s are going to like make some sort of return in a way. Probably not, but it's probably a good thing that it won't if it doesn't.
Okay, so it was potentially like a monkey issue. That's what I'm going to call the
Yeah,
little
sure,
inconsistencies.
if you like.
The
If you
monkey
like.
issue.
If you like.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, well, that was it on Endgame for now. Now I just want to go into a few general questions about the game. Some rapid fire, some a little bit longer. This first one, I'm curious, going into early access, what's one system you are hyper confident won't need further iteration, and one system you're pretty sure is going to be broken under the weight of the players and you're going to need to have a lot of iteration on?
It's a really hard question. Look, I think
that is a super
where I'm
hard
most
question.
happy is like all the way the skill and support system works. I think is very solid. Like I'm very.
Would 16 versus 15 be that big of a difference in terms of reward? Like the way he made it sound seems like it could be. I'm not sure on reward, but difficulty perhaps. We don't know yet, but it is definitely. He did say it's a level higher, so I hope that you can expect more rewards. What was the point of doing 17 versus 16? In Path of Exile 1, like the whole point of 17 was supposed to be to bridge the gap between Ubers and tier 16 maps. Like to get that scale of difficulty. So like if you do tier 17 maps, you can, if you do tier 17 maps easily, you can, do Uber. Like it was supposed to be just that tier above. The in between Uber and non-Uber content. But I mean that kind of was very good.
Very happy with all of that. I think it's just a massive improvement over how POE 1 was. I would say that the stuff that's going to require a lot of version will definitely be endgame stuff, right? Because like that's the stuff that's had the least testing. from players, you know, and from betas and things like that. Look, I have no idea what kind of changes we may want to see there. Like, I'm pretty confident in it, but you know, like, you never know what will happen when people actually go for that. So, you know, I mean, look, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could need changing there, and we'll just have to work on that as we see the players, as we see what the players think. But the other thing as well is that of course the end game is where you know, there's the most I guess like you have to get it right completely, because it's like that's kind of like your final, like the final experience you're having is like playing through that content. So it's like you can have a single boss fight that's like, you know, maybe people don't like it in campaign, that's like not a big deal. But if you're talking about just the you know, the core staple of what it is that you're doing in the end game, you have to make sure you get that exactly correct. And even the tiniest details can significantly affect the experience. So, you know, I'm sure there'll be a lot of tweaking there, and like some things maybe just like a tiny number tweak, but it ends up being like a massive difference as far as player experience goes. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of iteration there.
Okay. Now, one system that I've had a little bit of discussion about in my community is the flask changes. Are you pretty confident in those, limiting you to just having a life and mana, or do you see yourself perhaps allowing that for a wider variety of flasks in the future if you want to reintroduce them?
I do think that it is important to make it so that that is as simple as possible, because it really is one of those friction points you get for new players. But I think the charm system is really where we can go wild there. And so I think if we were doing like more kind of interesting stuff, or like expanding on that, I think we'd do it in the charms, where you know, we can. That's kind of intended to be, you know, the thing that you can you know, expand on with that stuff. I just don't want it to turn again into a situation where you feel like you have to constantly be pressing buttons like all the time in order to be able to do that stuff, because I think that really was kind of wearing on people. And it's like, if you're going to be pressing buttons, I would rather the buttons you're pressing are for using active skills rather than just using flasks. So yeah.
Oh shit. I wonder, because the charm system does have its downsides. Oh shit. Does this also mean that like unique flasks would be quote unquote removed from the game? Like, I wonder. Because you're gonna lose a lot of flasks. Obviously the utility flasks. But other cool things like that worm flask. Yeah, I wonder. I assume there's going to be some form of like unique flask available in the game at some point. We'll just have to see, I guess.
Yeah, ideally it can sort of move some of the like physical skill off just pushing flask buttons and move it on to using skills instead.
Okay. All right. This is a tough one. Maybe not for you. Over the past 6 or so years, what has been the single most challenging aspect of development?
That's a hard question.
Yeah, so I think really the big challenge is just underestimating like the scope of what it is we set out to do. And it's one of those things where we're constantly having
That's
to...
a smart question. I mean, answer.
You know, it's like we have a quality level we want to hit.
Yeah.
And it feels like it shouldn't be as difficult as it is to hit that quality. Like it just really is a constant battle. Yeah, I mean, look,
I think that Jonathan, though,
it is difficult.
I think that's why so many people are resonating with this release. It's very obvious that you have hit a high quality level here. I mean, it's spread like wildfire. I saw you talking to DM and Gazi.
He's glazing.
Surprised at how many people are interested. I am having people who I haven't talked to in like a decade reaching out to me about POE 2 because they're searching and they like saw my face or something and they're like, "Holy crap! There's this new game I just heard about." Like, it's spreading everywhere because the quality is so. You waited until it was ready to showcase it, right? And it looks phenomenal. So.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like just getting there has just been such a thing. Like when we announced in 2019, we thought that we were going to be releasing POE 2 in like 2020, in like 2021. Like it felt like it was like 2 years out. Right. And you know, like it's just difficult, right? Like just the and even it's like even like is it how long ago now? I'm thinking like so 20. Yeah, look, it's like the funny thing is it always feels like it's 2 years out. Like no matter how far deep into development, like no matter how far away it is, it's always like because 2 years feels like forever, right? 2 years is like forever in the future, and so therefore, like no matter what the scope that you think that you have is, it's always like, oh yeah, we can do it in that amount of time. Sure, absolutely. And so yeah, it's just real tough, like doing that. And it feels like no matter how much experience we get, I mean, obviously, Mark and I have both been in game development a long time. No matter how much experience you get, it's like it still feels like it's impossible to really know how long something will actually take by the time you've gone things through. So yeah, it's just it's tough. It's tough for sure.
I know you said it always feels like 2 years away, Jonathan, but 9 days log in, okay? We're 9 days out.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So a few really rapid fire questions here. You guys opted in for GeForce Now for PoE 2. Do you know if that's going to be available for early access launch, or I know you guys don't have control over that, but do you know if it will be available?
I believe it's supposed to be. We've been told it is. So hopefully that all works out and people can use that.
Awesome. Now, how about the trade site on day one? Is that going to be functional?
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can to make sure that's the case. I think that there'll be some items that maybe won't show up correctly, and hopefully, like for example, the way that skill gems are rendered is like completely changed, and so I think what they're going to do for skill gems is just like show the name of the gem and the level, rather than having to work out like all the stats and everything, how that works. And I think for something like gems, it doesn't really matter because there's nothing about the gem other than just like the name and the level that actually matters as far as trade is concerned. So they're going to do their best to get everything rendered correctly, but I think it's really important to make sure we've got trade on day one.
Definitely. Oh yeah, people love trading. Now PvP, does that exist in any form? Yeah.
So you can do.
Answered.
Yeah, you can do simple duels just like you could in PoE 1. We're not going to be doing anything more than that for now. Yeah, that's it's there, but like we haven't done any effort really towards it. It's just like like it just is what it is, just as a fun thing. If you want to challenge your friend and just like just do a thing, you can do that if you want.
Cool. Now, in the second run through of the campaign, Cruel, do bosses once again drop permanent buffs as they will on the first run through for those optional bosses, or are none of those available in the second run through?
Yep. So the second run through, it definitely does have that. So yeah, you're going to want to look for those as well. I believe that for them, that some of them are the same and some of them are different. So you'll have to look around through the map to see what's going on with that.
Oh, okay. Cool. Curious. Now, this one is, I want to be gentle with it, but it's something that a lot of people have talked about in the past. There is an MTX that is audio based that plays in towns, and everyone wants to hear the sweet songs of Camille when they go into the Clearfell encampment. Is there any way that you guys are thinking about maybe an audio slider for MTX or something like an audio adjustment maybe, or is that on your radar?
I mean, it's something that I've heard complaints about recently, so it's something that we might have to think about, but I can't say I've got a solution for it right now. By the way, just one question, speaking of audio, do you hear like a loud beeping or is that just on my end?
That is just on your end. Chat,
Okay, sure,
do we
fair
hear a loud beeping? Let's see. No beeping. It's on your end.
All right,
is everything
cool, good.
okay at
Yep,
the GGG office?
I think it's fine. It's just coming through my headset, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's all right. It's fine. I'll just ignore it.
They're telling you to not talk about the goblins.
Sure.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you for that. But
okay, no,
yeah,
that's totally fine.
I do understand the issue, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, oh, sorry. Items. So, in the last time people got their hands on PoE 2, we saw obviously the tiers, which you talked about, and can't wait to get my hands on that. We also saw items dropping with terms like.
You've done just about everything to delete PoE sounds because they're bad. Damn, man's missing out on the PoE 1 shatter sounds. SMH. I mean, they do cause a significant amount of lag. Which is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's weird, but it's kind of weird. Because, they need to render the sounds that just constantly keep happening. Non-stop, but yeah.
Like advanced, expert, and ultimate. Are those related to tiers, or what is that?
Wait.
So the
advanced? Way to get my hands on that. We also saw items dropping with terms like advanced, expert, and ultimate. Are those related to tiers, or what is that?
So the reason why that is because
quality.
So we didn't want to release. So what we've done in PoE 2 is that all of the acts, they have a much more like the items that you find in each act are like way more related to the content of that act. So like as soon as you go to the desert, you're going to be finding like all of these like Marrakech themed items and so on. So for Act 4 and 5 and 6. We've obviously got a whole big set of base types that are all like, you know, related to those things. And so what we did was we're like, okay, we don't really want to like just have those dropping now because they kind of don't make sense for the content they're in. So what we decided to do was effectively make a duplicate of the base types that goes into the second set of difficulty, in second difficulty, and that way we can drop all of those there, and then that will mean that we just don't have the we don't have that we don't have to release all of that stuff now, and then effectively at the point when we release the acts, we'll effectively also release the base types at the same time, and those base types will get replaced by the and the art and everything will get replaced by the new base types that we've already got. So yeah, that's effectively the what's going on with that. Now, in in-game, there are some base types that relate to just in-game. I'm not 100% sure exactly what the situation is with regard to the art stuff that they've done there, but effectively, by the time we're sort of completely done, it should be that we're not like having to repeat any art anywhere and all that sort of stuff. But for the time being, we've just got that going on.
Oh, okay, awesome. Now, also related to items in the tiers. Obviously, tier 5 item will have amazing mods, amazing rolls, and the like once you identify it. What happens if you craft on it?
Yeah, it doesn't affect anything after you've identified it. So effectively, once you've ID'd it, like you've seen the mods are there, then effectively it is just a regular item as far as any other, like just like any other item would be. And that's kind of important because it's only really in the unidentified state when you see the tier. After that point, the tier doesn't matter anymore because like the decision that resulted from that is already decided and everything's everything's done.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the question, by the way, MP. That was from Empyrean. Okay, another one. So, I know that you vastly increased the number of orbs that are dropping in early game, and the intent is for people to be using said orbs on crafting. Are you at all worried about how this will affect the greater economy if people decide to just hoard everything and try to post it on the trading post? I'm curious about that because I'm going to be spamming my gear, but I think a lot of people will be like, I'll just save it to trade, you know?
I think it will be fine.
It's not something
the nice
you can
thing
really
about currency
control.
is that it's self-syncing, right? Like you get to actually use all that stuff, and I'm pretty sure people will be using it more because they have more. Like I think that's just how it will work. So usually speaking, you don't really get hyperinflation with currency items because the way that they actually have as I said, because they're self-syncing.
Yeah.
But you never know. Like we never really can tell exactly what will happen with an economy until we actually see it. But I really hope we don't have any problems from that because having the more currency in the game just definitely makes the game significantly better to play through the game. I'm loving it. I just like the experience of doing all that stuff. So yeah, I really want to be able to keep that. And I think just the fact that you kind of don't have the scouring orb anymore and the way that like things are always added, like you're going to be wanting to add more.
Wait, they don't have the scouring orb anymore? Didn't we see in the reveal that was literally a scouring orb?
All the time, like it's just a common thing. And there's even sort of rules, like for example, so it used to be that when you alked an item, it gave you a random set of mods from 4 to 6, but now it's always 4. So it's like there's always going to be that you want to do the alk and then the exalts. So like there's just more uses for that stuff. Like
Oh, that's actually an interesting change. Alks are max 4 mods. That's actually kind of a nice change, just to force you to do vision crafting. Yep.
The adding stuff definitely, happens more often.
Yeah, I heard somebody got 4 exalted orbs by the end of Act 1 and just felt so good being able to slam their items. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, runes. I know they're a recent addition. I had a few questions about them. First, are all runes just basic stats, such as resistances and the like, or are there any spicy combinations that might remind us of fan favorite ARPG, maybe later down the line?
So we don't have rune words. And the funny thing about the funny thing about that is that like I actually had a long conversation about this because it's one of those things that everyone remembers loving. But the funny thing about that is that like what they actually remember loving was not so much the mechanic of rune words, but just the fact that all the rune words were super OP. The rune words were just crazy powerful. And so like when people are like, oh, I love rune words, it's like they think it's the mechanic they liked, but no, like it's just the items were just absolutely outrageous. Yeah, it's sort of funny how it was like that.
Okay.
But what I will say is that, like, so runes are intended to be the kind of simple ones that don't have a lot of like a lot of complexity going on. So it's the soul cores that you can put in the same sockets. Those are the ones that are intended to kind of have where there's more complexity, there's different stats, there's different things going on with them.
Okay.
Soul cores. I don't remember this. Was that in the reveal as well? Am I just pepeg and I'm forgetting it?
And with those, they're unremovable, correct? You can't take them out
Correct.
of
It was in the reveal. You just old memory is slipping. Oh, hey.
here once you sock them in.
And that's just kind of our general philosophy of the fact that we want it to most crafting to be additive. Now, we still do have some crafting things that remove mods, but I guess the difference with the sockets.
Am I wrong? Hey, fuck you. He's not wrong though. Sedek. Wait, soul cores. Fuck, I'm gonna have to watch the reveal again, aren't I? God damn it.
Is that every single mod that went in there, it's like there's no randomness to those decisions, right? Like every single thing you put in, it's like you completely controlled that outcome. So therefore, we don't feel like we have to provide a way to remove that because it's like that's entirely in your control. Whereas when you're talking about the random chance addings, like then it's like there can be ways that are also based on random chance to be able to remove that again. And then we've also got things like the omens that allow you to have more control over that. So like that sort of stuff makes sense. But for the socketables, it's like, well, yeah, it's like you chose to put that in. It's like, you know, I think the added philosophy works fine for that.
Okay. Awesome. Now, 2 more questions on items here really quickly. One of them is about Splinter stack size. Now, I know we want to declutter the screen for Path of Exile 2 and keep the focus on combat, but it looked like from the trailer, the stack size, for example, the Breachstone is still 300. What's the design philosophy between like 300 stacks?
You know what? Speaking of like clutter, the fact that you have to pick up the expedition stuff again seems kind of not good. We're gonna have to pick up all of that garbage again. Probably not all of it, obviously, but you know, a lot of it. All of the relics or whatever they're called.
Size and 25 stack size.
So they actually drop like in stacks, and the reason why that's important is because it means that we can have effects that say if there's a mod that's like 10% splinters, it means that when we drop a stack of 10, that plus 10% can actually make it a stack of 11. Which so basically it's just to give granularity so that when we're dropping them, we actually can like, you know, have the mods can, like a plus 10% can actually be a you know, a thing that actually does something. So that's the reason why it's 300. It isn't necessarily to change like the amount of like things on the screen or the amount of the amount of duration that it takes to actually get to the boss. It's just about the granularity for mods, basically.
Okay, awesome. One more item question and then just one final question for you. Thank you so much for your time, Jonathan. I really appreciate it. Will there be vendor recipes in Path of Exile 2? And if so, any examples?
So we actually decided to not do the system the same way how we did it before. So each, so basically, we no longer have the vendor recipe like idea as a concept where there's just a vendor who, where you can just do like any combination of items in the vendor. So the vendor that has that same UI is like for disenchanting. And then effectively what we've done is we've tried to pull like the different vendor recipes out into like benches or like items in the world or like NPCs with specific modes or things like that. Effectively like all of those things we want to try and make sure that they're kind of like just more discoverable than what they were in POE 1. So like what we kind of want to do is like if we're going to do like for example the quality recipe where you had like 40% quality and you get a whetstone.
Yep.
Now that we've got the salvage bench, that's like a specific bench that's able to effectively replace the thing that was doing by something that effectively serves the same function, but it's like discoverable now because you've got like a bench that's dedicated to quality and also socket currency items. And if we're going to do for example, a 3-to-1 recipe, there is an item, a thing you get later, which has like three slots and then a bottom slot, and then you click the button that like, combines them and it's like got its own thing. So effectively it means that like, it's like more obvious like when there's stuff like that. And effectively for each time where we want to have something that's like a vendor recipe, we can sort of find a place to put it, like make it more thematic, like have a little UI for it. There's even things like well, maybe I won't spoil the other ones, but
Oh,
effectively,
come
you know, like
on.
whenever, yeah. But effectively, whenever we're doing, when we need a function like that, I think it's cooler to have a specific user interface, a specific place, a specific NPC, a specific object, like something like that you find that allows for that. And so it kind of gives you a hint that such a thing even exists in the first place. And then now that you've seen that, you're like, okay, what actually goes in here? Like, what is this for? Like, you know, then like maybe you can have like little lore hints, things like that. You know, it just makes the whole thing a little bit more discoverable, and I think a little bit more interesting. So yeah, that's effectively how I've replaced that system.
Yeah, when you said that, now I'm thinking that there could be
That's
nodes on the
interesting.
atlas that house systems like this, little secrets where you could go and find these little crafting benches, which just sounds like so much fun. I know we talked about it earlier, the
Oh,
atlas and
no.
the exploration aspect of it.
Right.
Huge W. I cannot wait to
Right.
go in and just explore it. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan, I've got one last question for you, and then we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time again.
No problem.
I want you to give me the best single reason for everyone in the chat right now, everyone watching this VOD, to buy a supporter pack and log in on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Ooh, because it's
I
not
think
D4.
that really probably the main thing that
basic.
you're going to love is just fighting those bosses. The combat with them is just like so fun. They're so varied and interesting. Like I'm just like, you know, yeah, there's a lot of them to fight. You know, just yeah, if you play on December 6th, there'll be a lot of bosses to fight, and I'm sure you're going to have a great time with them. It really is, I think, one of the things we're doing the best out of all the things we're doing.
Jonathan, will you be logging in on December 6th?
Of course. I mean, as soon as
let's
there's
go.
some kind of horrible fire with the servers, then I'll immediately have to probably deal with that instead. But you know, so long as there aren't any problems, I'm going to be playing absolutely.
All right, Jonathan, man, it's been great. Every time I talk with you, it's always so smooth. Everybody appreciates your time. Good luck the next 9 days. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great
I'll
to
talk to you later,
you.
man.
Great to talk to you.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Talk later, man.
All right.
See ya.
God damn. That was a good one. Fuck. I guess we can go back to looking at the support gems, because we didn't look at them all last time. Alright, before we start looking back through the support gems, just a secondo, I must take a piss. Be right back. We back. Songa request. What is this? Alright, we'll listen to it after this song ends. Okay. Let us keep looking Where did we end on yesterday? Corrupting cry. Oh, we may have. I think we ended around corrupting cry. So corrupting cry. This honestly looks like absolute dog. Corrupting cry from Path of Exile 1 is so much better than this. 10% of your strength is physical damage per second. That is, well, actually, depending on what they make, like, I wonder if they're gonna add, like, extra effects to corrupting blood. I mean, corrupted blood. Or it's just a fizz dot and that's it. Because aside from just getting a tiny bit of extra damage from this, it seems dog. Less reload speed, additional ball. This one's good. Extended combo. This one could be pretty interesting, to be honest. Isn't this technically just multi-strike, but almost better? Oh, that's too fast. Energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not interrupted by damage for 3 seconds when stunned. 100% increased ignite duration. Is that as good? This one has a cost multiplier. Skills empowered by supported skills have Culling Strike. So it just adds Culling Strike. Oh, that's right. And then we looked at faster proj and faster attacks. And then encumbrance as well. %40 more damage. Honestly, did we have a similar gem? Too good. Okay. I can get behind this. Wait, do we have a skill that's like that? Like execute? No. Low? No. I know we have like something... Low health. I know we have like some sort of damage where it's like more... There's this one. This sounds good. What the hell? So it's basically Weapon Master, but it's just better. 40% more damage. But I mean, it is a support, so there's that downside. That's really strong. More cast speed. We saw this from Subtractum's video. It's honestly kind of good. This one's not bad either. This got a significant nerf from POE 1. 6 seconds is a yikes for me. This one honestly seems pretty powerful. Glaciation is good. Fortress is interesting. This one's really good. Inspiration got gutted. Well, yeah, kinda. Three seconds. This is honestly, Ice Bite's honestly kind of good. That one. Oh, that's right. I think we stopped at Impending Doom. I want this to be good, but the problem is that it specifically says expires now. So it might not even be possible. Because old Impending Doom says when curse ends. So you could overlap it before. By like forcing it to end. But now it says expires. I wonder... You probably won't be able to like force it. It has to expire, I assume. That's so sad. If that is the case. Supported skills deal an aftershock when they stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to enemies within 1 meter. That could be pretty damn good for wave clear. Lasting shock. 100% increased shock duration. Less chance to shock. Huh. Okay. Ah. Life drain. That was a nice song, actually. It was good. Ah. Music from Eve? Oh, is it? Oh, shit. It's good music. Recover 12% of life over 4 seconds when supported skills call an enemy. Huh. 12% of life over 4 seconds when you call an enemy. I mean, that's only for clear, I guess. For this to be useful, you would be killing mobs so fast anyway that I feel like it's kind of shite. Feels like it's just not worth. I could be wrong though. Minions from supported skills die 4 seconds after their life is reduced to 0. Oh. Last gasp. I'm done. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Less duration. Supporter skills have 30% less. Less duration. Ooh. Oh my. So we lose the more damage. And it is 30%. What level would that be? Oh wait, what the fuck? Holy balls. So 40% is level 1 less duration in PoE 1. And it is now 30% less skill effect duration. Huh. Why would you use this? Well, no, that's a dumb question. I mean, it could be good. Let's see if Meat Shield is good. Minions from support skills deal 35% less damage, 50% more health. Meat Shield. Oh, interesting. So they removed minion move speed. And they removed the damage and made it negative. Wait. Oh, they completely changed it. What the fuck? It's just completely different then. Ah! Ah, multi-protch. I think multi-protch got gutted. 20% less damage, 2 additional protch. I am going to assume that they do not have greater or lesser versions of this. So it's basically lesser multi-protch. 20% less. Oh, man. 20% less attack and cast speed as well. That is a downside. Skills cost life instead of 100% of mana cost. Interesting. So this is basically just blood magic, isn't it? Well, no, it's not blood magic. Well, it just skills cost mana. Skills cost life instead of mana. Shoot. Okay. I do need to feed my cats in a bit. Supported skills have up to 120% more pin buildup against nearby enemies. Huh. Interesting. More duration. 40%. More duration. Oh, really? 39%? Wow. It's basically a level... It's basically a level 21 more duration. Wow. Intriguing. That's a buff. Huh. Multiple charge. Supported skills have a 50% chance to gain an additional charge. Ooh. This is something you're going to want to use, Baron. 50% chance, though. Minion instability. Minions from supported skills explode when they reach to... Oh, when reduced to low life. Really? Dealing 50% of their maximum life as fire damage. Wait, what? Wasn't that... Oh. Oh, it was always low life. Oh shit, I didn't know that. I thought it was always like reduced to 0 HP. 33%. Yikes. So that is a nerf. 15. Minion packed. Supported skills remove 100% of your maximum life from a nearby... What? 100% of your maximum life from a nearby minion on use to deal 40% more damage. Huh? It kills you? Wait. 100% of your maximum life. Oh, no, I'm dumb. So it drains the minion. Okay. God, I'm stupid. Supports damaging skills you use yourself, draining the life from one of your minions to use. Okay. Only takes effect if you have a minion with enough life to drain the full amount. That's honestly really strong. However, how long does this last? Because it just says it removes your life value from your minion for this buff. Oh! Oh, I see. So you just gain that much more damage, but your minion loses that much health permanently. Oh, I see. Right, just a sec. I need to feed my cats. Oh. Oh. Okay. Poison chance. 60% chance to poison on hit. Seems kind of high. Oh, wow. Huh. It gains 20% more chance to poison, but it loses the flat. That's kind of a big amount of chance to poison. Intriguing. Wait, there's pin and then there's lockdown? Supported skills do not build stun buildup. Physical damage from supported skill is pinning. Huh. That's interesting. Why would you want that? I wonder if pin is like longer duration than a stun would be. Hits with supported skills cause 80% more stun buildup. That's good. Multiple poison. This is just really good. Pierce. Oh my god. Oh, wow. 4 additional targets. Projectiles from supported skills pierce an enemy. Oh. Wow. Does that mean you can only pierce one enemy? Ooh. 30% less damage if they pierce an enemy. Making their projectiles pierce an enemy. Does that just mean one? But deal less damage? God, he scrolls over this one so fast. Perpetual charge. Supported skills have a 35% chance to not remove charges, but still count as consuming them. Oh, shit. Baron, log in. You have a 35% chance to be able to use Flicker Strike forever. That's kind of cool. 30% increased accuracy rating while supported skill is active. Precision. Oh. It is percentage based. Oh god, getting locked into permanent flicker. Okay, precision loses its flat and it loses its crit strike chance. Not good. Wow, precision kind of got gutted. Rage. Gain 3 rage on melee hit. Considering that you can now get 1 rage on hit on jewels, this seems kind of useless. Also, what's the internal cooldown on this, actually? Have you watched Captain Lance Guide to prepare for POE 2? Oh shit, I have not. Support gem gonna have to be on hold. Capitan Lance. Ooh. Uh-oh. Time to, Energy shield will be overpowered. He knows. Stop him. You know what? We're actually gonna have to watch those. My Sorceress Archmage. Path of Exile 2 starter plan in theory. You know what? Fuck, we're gonna have to watch that too. Damn it. Why are you distracting us?
There can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Hello and welcome, Exiles, to my prediction for the most overpowered thing for defenses in Path of Exile 2. I like to make predictions based on like little information that may or may not pan out to be true.
Why does he look like he's wearing like those insane asylum suits that, you know? He has like crazy hair. He has this. We can't. Oh god damn it! Why is it every time that I do this? It looks like he's wearing a straitjacket. Is it just me? True. See? Alright, let's move myself up here.
Or not. And this specifically is based on what I'm seeing, and I can't see it any other way, which is I think Energy Shield is going to be overpowered in Path of Exile 2.
Yes.
I'll break it down with a few.
Like this, Eternal Youth, and obviously CI. This is a band that has spent 40 hours straight theory crafting.
Persistent things I am seeing. Number one is percent ES is on the tree, whereas percent life is not. Now, a lot of people always ask me, and a lot of my characters, Lance, where are your damage mitigations when blah 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 for Fizz? And I say, I have so much energy shield, I don't need it.
True.
But at the same time, also, I have Flesh and Stone, 20 DR, Arctic Armor, 20 DR, and like there's other sources of DR you can get in various places that end up adding up to a very good mitigation level for Fizz as well as other damage types because we have a large ES number. And the point is, I'm trying to make here, in PoE 2, I see that being the case as well, where you can get just such a large ES number compared to your life number. The scalability is such a far difference that I don't see how life base won't be much weaker in terms of possible tank than ES builds.
Yeah.
Point number one. They have nodes on the tree like this. 40%.
Yeah, this is absolutely busted. 40. They even have a 60% one, which is ridiculous.
% energy shield. And then if you follow it up, 15%, 15%. And if you know anything about...
Oh, the small nodes are 15%? Bro. A big node in PoE 1 is 14%. What are they smoking?
PoE 1 currently on the PoE 1 tree, % ES is a lot rarer than that. The big nodes for PoE 1 trees are like 20% ES or 18% ES from a natural calm and arcane focus. There's nodes on the tree that give ES, but they don't give that much ES. So that's point number one. Percentages on the tree are higher than in PoE 1. It's probably going to be harder to scale a large int number, which also gives % ES.
That's the thing, though. With this amount of huge ES, I am guessing that the ES you get from bases is going to be a lot lower. Because if it's not, ES is like actually busted and needs to be changed.
But it still exists that there's a lot of % ES on the tree, which means if you have a good flat number of ES, you can scale it up. There's no % life on the tree, so already you have a much lower number versus a much bigger number because you can actually make the number get scaled up with percentages. Reason number two is that ES gear, from what I can see, seems like it's gonna be fairly comparable to what we have in PoE 1.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at as well. Like, the old low-level bases look pretty comparable ES-wise to the PoE 1, which makes me concerned that endgame is just everyone is going to be ES. Like, CI. That no one's going to do life-based builds.
There was some showcases they did of like a level 30 witch that picked up a chest piece that had like 200 ES and the base...
200 ES. Wow. You know what? A 200 ES base with this level of percentage is already insane.
ES for that chest piece that like a level 30 character was like 100 something, which is more than a level 30 chest piece would have on a PoE 1. I looked at the comparable bases. The PoE 1 base was like 30% less base ES. So to me, that suggests that the base ES numbers are going to be similar. If not, maybe they can be higher potentially in terms of the flat ES you're getting from gear. So number one is you can scale it with %. Number two is the flat ES is there. And from what I can see, it's going to be a larger amount of flat ES you can get than amount of flat life. The flat life rolls I have seen for PoE 2 are higher. For example, in Imperior's video, I saw a chest piece that could have up to 200 flat life, which in PoE 1, it goes up to like 189. They mentioned Calms having 1,000 flat life. So The flat life is there, but the thing is, if you can get the same ES numbers, you can just get a higher base ES number. And then on top of that, you can get percent ES scaling, which would make it go higher. Point number number three I see is the keystone combination that I'm seeing here. If it goes core like it is, seems extremely strong. I'm going to point out 3 keystones to you. Number 1.
He's going to say CI, Eternal Youth, and Ghost Reaver, I guess.
1 is Chaos Inoculation. Number 2 is Eldritch Battery.
Oh. Use Energy Shield before mana, as mana cost of your skills.
And number 3 is Mind Over Matter.
Oh yeah, well, my Mind Over Matter is OP, but you can do some insane shit with Eternal Youth, Mind Over Matter, CI. Oh, I guess you wouldn't really use Ghost Reaver.
Where is the keystone for Mind Over Matter? Am I blind? Mind Over Matter. It is in this list. It's right here. And I point out these 3 specific keystones because number 1 is Chaos Inoculation, makes you immune to cast damage. From the things I've looked up about Energy Shield and POE 2, it's a little bit different than POE 1. Like, cast damage deals double the damage to your ES, so that nullifies one of the weaknesses ES has. Number 2 is there's something about bleed bypassing ES. I've heard that offhand a couple different chats.
You can't bleed. You can't bleed if you have CI. Yeah.
I haven't been able to find any concrete information on it.
It's so OP. There's no reason not to take CI.
To me, I don't know if that makes any sense. Surely they're going to give you, like, if they're making Chaos Inoculation make your life go to 1, they're going to give you a way to deal with, like, if there's
100% getting nerfed, yeah.
damage that can bypass it, surely there's a way to get, like, a bleed immunity or something to deal with that.
CI viable early game. Depending on how early you can get to those ES nodes, potentially, it might be possible. It might be viable. Who knows? It could honestly be possible.
I would imagine. Otherwise, this keystone wouldn't make any sense, because why would you click a keystone that has a random ailment that can one-shot you at all times? It wouldn't make any sense. So it wouldn't make sense to go core with it being in that state. So I think you should be able to deal with the situation where there's something that could supposedly bypass your.
I forget. I'm trying to think. Is bleed? I'm pretty sure bleed was able to be applied on things that, like, if you had CI and POE 1, you can get bled, right? But it just does damage to your ES. Seems like it'll be early viable. Huge multipliers. The multipliers are massive. Yes? Okay. Why didn't they do that then? That feels so weird.
Yes. Outside of that, anyways, Chaos Inoculation. Make your life go to 1. Get a immunity cast damage, the weakness for ES builds. Number 2, Eldritch Battery. You can put ES on your mana pool. Now, normally, if you know POE 1, CI Eldritch Battery is a big no-no. It basically just guarantees that you are going to get one shot. The key difference in this game is Mind Over Matter makes you take all damage from mana before life. So say you have 1,000 damage coming towards your 1 HP pool.
I see.
It will redirect to your mana pool all of it, which means it will then have to go through your ES to get to your mana pool. So it's a way where
Wait a minute. Okay, this is ridiculous. No.
where you can click these 2 keystones together and get away with it. So as far as I'm concerned, or what I can tell, is I see a scenario where I get immunity to chaos damage. I don't have to gear chaos res. I can scale a very big ES number. And on top of that, I have my mana solved without having to invest into mana with just these 3 keystones. I'm thinking to myself, I have to be missing something. I don't think I am, but maybe I am. My things that are possibly missing is number
He's not missing anything. It's actually broken.
For one, Zealot's Oath is on the tree. Like, you need to be able to sustain your ES if you're going to do, like, an energy shield build. So Zealot's Oath still exists. As far as I can tell, Ghost Reader is still a thing where so you can still get ES Leech. So the big thing I'm wondering is, okay, I don't have any issue. I might not have any issues with sustaining ES. I can scale the number higher. I don't get it. I have to be missing something. Don't tell Mark about this because I hope it goes live because I'm definitely going to make an ES build. But what's
Don't
the
tell
big
Mark.
kryptonite for ES builds? I'm thinking it might be stun, but outside that, I'm drawing complete blanks. It just seems really...
To be honest, even against stuns, ES was always superior to HP. Bleeds 100% mitigated with Mummy. Oh, you're right. Because it's not attacking your health, it's attacking your mana, so you can't get bled anyway. But I mean, if you're going CI, you can't get bled anyway, but 2 Ascendancy are amazing with it.
Really strong in terms of the potential tank threshold compared to what a life-based character can get.
Instant leech from mana and ES. Yeah, Monk ES is like insane. Or the potion recovery ES.
Just because you can get the number to be a lot higher. If there's nodes on the tree that say 40%, 15%, 15%, and ES gear also can get similar numbers like it could in PoE 1, it's just going to have a higher base ES to begin with than life, and then you're going to get percentages which increase it further beyond the life build. I just don't see how those will compare in terms of this. Just seems like you get a bigger number, and then you can stack some mitigation layers on top of it, and you're just going to be a lot tankier than life builds. That's my theory about the thing that's going to be OP in PoE 2 on the early access is energy shield builds using those 3 keystones, unless there's the weird situation where bleed can bypass your ES, in which case you can't go CI and the whole plan falls apart. But that wouldn't make any sense, so we'll see what that is in PoE 2. We'll see if there's some weird stuff with ES, some things they changed. We don't really know, but that's my top prediction for PoE 2 is I think ES is going to be overpowered. Hopefully you guys enjoy this video with...
Oh, actually, I wonder... With the mind over matter interaction...
a little bit of a look into something I...
Because you're technically taking damage to your health, but it's getting taken to mind over matter. Doesn't that technically mean you still can get bled? So you're gonna have to take CI anyway to get bleed immune. So I don't know if you can use Eldritch Battery.
see as a strong potential or a vector of a defensive scaling. And keep in mind...
Oh, is that how it's read? All damage taken from mana before life? Oh, okay. Yeah, then you are bleed immune. Is how we don't die to bleed with CI. What? No, I mean if you're CI, you're never gonna get bled anyway. Because they can't hit your health bar. So you can't get bled. Unless you're talking about Eldritch Battery.
I just want to point this out. It doesn't matter what class you pick. You can still invest into ES builds with enough points. There's always the thing where you can spec your tree and go around.
It's how non-CI builds can go life reservation and not die to bleeds. You're talking about PoE 1, yeah. Is that how they actually dealt with it? They went mind over matter? because they would just be reserving life for auras. So they confirm there are ways to reserve life. Yeah, I mean there has to be ways to reserve life, right? And we already saw we already saw the life tap support, which changes 100% of the mana cost into life. So that's one way to do it. Alright, how to prepare for Path of Exile 2.
Alright, Nolan. I had some bad news. If we want to play with those dinosaurs, Daddy's gotta go. I gotta go capture one and bring it back so we can play with them. Is that okay, Nolan? Yeah, dinosaur. They go roar. It's gonna take me a while. I might not be back for a while. Is that okay if I'm getting a dinosaur?
Got him. So if you have low life builds and bleeds bypass ES, then you can use a self-bleed build or a bleed reflect build. Some cool stuff. You have a low life build. No, but bleeds don't buy... Bleeds... What? Bleeds can't bypass ES. Like, you just can't get bled if it hits ES. It has to hit your life for it to bleed. In Path of Exile 2. And that... In Path of Exile 2, if you're bleeding, it bypasses ES. Really? So if you're using an item that reflects bleed... What the fuck? But I mean... The whole point of ES in... Well, not the whole point, but one of the points in Path of Exile 2 is that if you have ES, you're not going to get bled. Or you have monsters that deal AoE physical dot damage. Might also bypass. Oh. Hmm. Depends on how they define bleed. I think it would still hit your... I think if it was not like a physical dot that is not a bleed, it would just degen your ES. Is what I think it would do. Because it makes no sense. Like, if you're using CI, and a fizz dot just one-shots you, that would be terrible. I think people would be pissed. It would have to degen the ES. How to handle your employer. Oh.
Hey, Daryl. So I got some good news and some bad news about the PTO I took last week. Yeah, it turns out the doctor says I'm gonna make it, but there was a bit of a fishing accident that occurred.
Worst case scenario, you get fired. Kind of a win-win more time. Handling the family plan's evil gay.
Hey, Mom. You know how we were taking a work trip out to Australia? I got some bad news about family Christmas. There was a bit of an issue. Apparently, it is illegal to try to capture and domesticate a kangaroo to bring back.
I can see no world where this backfires. Damn. Oof. Take risks, Gamba.
There's more where that came from if you don't rat me out to Mom, okay? I need you to keep quiet. Can you do that for Daddy? You can do that for Daddy? I'm gonna be gone for a while. Just don't tell Mama that I'm busy playing Path of Exile, okay? I might be able to sneak you away from time to time to play too. Just keep it on the down low. Can you do that? Yeah, alright. Sounds good. Got a fist bump?
He ain't no snitch. Act accordingly. Flame blast. What the fuck? Bruh. Shout out to Binge. Awesome people are. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good. He just chilled like that? There are probably prerequisite items or specifics in the tree that need to be taken in conjunction to mitigate lots of things. Would be cool to see how they did it all. I wonder. It will be interesting to see. Wait, what the fuck? Is that mac and cheese?
Good. Just don't.
What? I don't know what this is. I've never seen this before. A bit of fresh air that hopefully will last you through the winter. Ooh. The final boss. Oh.
Hey, honey. This is a really unfortunate call I have to make right now.
Oof.
Just heard from Daryl that there is a last-minute job that is of paramount importance that I need to go out of country, or the company, it could just downright fail. We could lose our jobs. We could lose our income. And I know it's not going to be pretty for you. We got the 3 kids at home, but...
I'm gonna tell you about dinosaurs, and you're gonna give me a big roar, okay, Nolan? You gotta hide, okay? You hide.
Aw. I didn't know he has a daughter. I thought he only had a son.
No, Nolan, stay over here. Nolan, come back here, okay, big guy? All right, Nolan.
Just dad stuff.
Hello and welcome, Exile. I think
Alright, let's
I have
see.
enough information to make my decision on what class I'm going to start. And it's gonna be the Sorceress. Everything I've seen, it just seems to take the cake in terms of best...
I'm shocked he's not picking the Chayula monk. Fishy soon. Oh, no, no, no. For the mana leech, I'm shocked he's not doing this.
potential, and for me, one of the most fun-looking classes to
Yes,
play.
Mana
Just
Leech.
looking at the fireball explosions with the projectiles going outward, looking at the different skills they showcase with ball, lightning, with spark, with comet. A lot of the skills they're big, they're flashy, they're exciting, and I'm pretty pumped about it. Not only that, I think there's scaling to back it up. Number one is the base ascendancies classes they've shown us. Stormweaver is just generically strong so far from what we've seen. We have a cast on crit ability, and we have the ability to do a double shock. And we have 7 nodes that are not known yet. So this seems like it just has really good potential just out of the gate. And the Chronomancer, on the other hand, although I'm not as pumped or thrilled about the nodes they've shown us 3 skill abilities, which I'm not convinced are going to be the strongest. They do look like they could be pretty fun. And then there is potential for the nodes they haven't shown us to be good. It's just sort of the more you don't know, the more there's a chance there could be a really, really good node hidden within these. And I just want to wait and see what that is. So point number one, skills look exciting. And ascendancy nodes, there's decent ascendancy options with Stormweaver and Chronomancer. Offhand chance it could be really good with just maybe these 4 points here are all just really banger nodes. We don't know. Point number 2 has to do with scaling. Of all the classes I've...
We're gonna be eating out.
All of us? Everyone?
Oh, anyone that can come.
Who? Where?
I got Shokuro.
When?
Right now.
Oh. Yeah, I can't go right now. I'm gonna have to ask for Mochikage.
There's a Sukiya right inside of it.
Okay. I'd request Sukiya then.
Just a normal, maybe Nami Gyudon or something.
I'll take a... I'll take a big one.
Dai.
Oh wait, not Dai. Oh wait, Nami is the normal, yeah?
Nami is normal. Maybe Chu, I think there is.
I'll try Chu then. And then Tonjiru.
Okay.
Alright, thanks.
I've seen. I kind of think the Mana Int Archmage archetype it's pulling away with the freest damage out of all the classes. The reason number one is trigger skills mostly synergize with spells. And if you're playing a spell-based character, if you have all these extra triggers as extra options, they give you essentially maybe a large portion of additional damage being dealt. If I'm triggering a comet every like 5 casts of my faster casting ability, that could be up to 40% more damage, 50% more damage. Maybe I'm triggering a duration skill. Whatever it is, triggering spells is very powerful. So you have that synergy. Number 2 is, I think, as far as I can tell, the int mana archetype has the freest damage multipliers of the tree. I'm going to look at these 2 nodes right here. Pure power, 2% damage per int, and the other node, which is 3% damage per 100 mana. Between these 2 notables, these are the most sizable percent damage increases, I think, on the entire tree, and they synergize together because in order to scale mana effectively, you're going to want to put int on a lot of your gear pieces, so they're just like, they have a perfect pairing. Not only that, Archmage, this buff out of all the reservations seems by far and away the strongest. For every 2,000 mana, you're looking at 100% gain damage is extra, which is just kind of crazy. 2,000 mana, I believe, is going to be very, very easy to hit. But I believe what could be more realistic, I think we're going to see builds that have 3 to 4 to 5,000 mana. And then potentially, if you can figure out a way to make Eldritch Battery work, if it works the way it says and it isn't changed on release, then maybe you could even shoot for 6, 7, 8,000 mana could be a potential number, which makes this node go heavily up in value as well as this go heavily up in value. And both of these things are kind of separate of each other, but they multiply together in terms of the final result you're going to get. Percent damage increases and the gain damage are separate things, and they're both very powerful. So that's point number 1. You have a lot of percent damage you get in terms of just specking a few nodes on your tree that are right next to each other. The 2% per 10 int is right here, and the 3% per 100 mana is right here. They're like 10 points away from each other, and they're in a very condensed, important part of the tree. Not only that, if you notice, I was hovering over the Whispers of Doom keystone. This is right here as well. I want to point out that I believe, I guess Blasphemy support is probably in the Spirit Gem section, but Blasphemy seems very, very good. From what I can tell, it's a 30 spirit per socketed score.
Yeah, it's kind of good. You can have multiple on it.
Socketed curse, which means if I want to go dual curse, I could easily go Enfeeble and Tempt Chains, or I could go, let's say, Enfeeble plus like Conductivity, target some like res, something like that. I can't see it being not a no-brainer. For 30 spirit, based on the other reservations I've seen, it's very powerful. And let me point out to the power of the curses we're dealing with here. Enfeeble, just as a good example, is nutty. 16% less damage to unique enemies at level 3. This is crazy powerful. I'm guessing maybe at level 20, maybe it goes up to 20, maybe even 25% less damage in terms of a DR source. This is insane additional tank. And then not only that, there's curses like Temporal Chains, which slows all enemies by 34%.
I wonder if that 34% is going to even apply to uniques. Like, it doesn't say it here, but wait. Oh, wow. Oh my god. It lists it. It lists it here, but in PoE 2 it does not list it. Wow. That is an insane buff. That seems a bit too powerful. Like, actually way too powerful. Curse effectiveness is a thing? Yeah, so you can make this even better. That honestly seems too strong. Because there's no tag that says, you know, rare and uniques. Because this was already really good. 18% less action speed. But now they're just slowed everything. Jesus Christ, that is really, really powerful.
The amount of ability or time addition you have to dodge or get out of dangerous attacks goes up tremendously when you're making an enemy this much slower. If you've ever played PoE where you have a 30% slow on a boss, you know what I'm talking about. That's no freaking joke. So to me, that makes Whispers of Doom a no-brainer. So right out the gate, I see a lot of condensed power in your tree, all really close together. That's a very important part of making a strong character, is if you have very efficient points. And Whispers of Doom, the damage per nodes all being right here, that's just a perfect recipe for power. On top of that, I also want to point out, some people may have said, Lance, how do you know you can get good ES numbers? What makes you think that the ES numbers are going to be the same, etc., etc.? I've heard that quite a few times. Let me break it down for you. Number one is your source of ES is dependent on the bases you have. So if you look at here, this is the POE2 site right now. We showcase on this character 4 energy shield specific base types. I went through and I looked at every single one of these base types, and I'll show you a boot example right now. This is a level 33 pair of boots. If you look at the POE1 boot section on ES boots, you'll notice Scholar boots roll from 23 to 25 flat ES at level 32, and they don't get to 38 ES until about Conjurer boots. The average of the Conjurer boots is about 38 ES or Nightwind. These are level 50 boots. If you compare that to the POE2 site, these are level 33 boots, and they have 38 ES. My point being is
Wow, it can be even better.
All the bases here are either on par or higher ES than their counterpart ES base in POE1. And the point is, if you make a level 30 base that has 38 ES, the level 50 base is not going to have 38 ES. The number is going to scale. They're not going to make a low-level base be the same as a high-level base. Essentially, what I'm trying to communicate here is the ES gear is, as far as I can tell, at the very least on par with POE1 ES gear. And also, I believe the bases, they are going beyond level 68, maybe even to level 90. And the reason for that is, from what I could tell, is skill gems scale up to level 20, and at level 20, they have a level 90 requirement. In POE1, level 90 or level 20 gems have a level 70 requirement. This is a notable change, but it kind of makes sense because you don't really hit a level 20 gem until you've killed enough monsters to be level 90. So they're probably just making it more on par with, by the time you have the XP to get the next level of the gem, you're like, 5 levels higher or whatever it is. Anywho, what I am seeing here is I'm seeing the potential for there to be maybe level 90 ES bases. Not 100% sure, but it's maybe theoretically there. But aside from the theoretical, if you go to, I don't want to skip around and lose this place of the video, so I'll just showcase you this right here. ES does roll on jewels up to 15%. This could be a 12 to 18% roll, we don't know, but the point is there's good...
Oh my god. Roll.
ES numbers on jewels, and I'll come back to that later because percent ES matters. But if you go to the part where they show ROG in this open worlds game PoE2 demo showcase, you'll notice here in this base re-rolling section that there are level 75 bases. Mainly they hover over a chest piece that is a hybrid armor ES chest piece, which has 1 max res, and I guess it doesn't want to load for me. But anyways, there is a chest piece in this showcase here.
Item level 85.
We'll see if I can pause it correctly when he hovers over it here.
But once you find something that you want to kind of...
You'll see he has a level 75 chest piece. So there's clearly bases that go beyond level 70, and
Wow, look at that. Look at the implicit on that thing. +1 to all max Ellie res. Holy shit. Wow, that's a base.
I would wager to bet there are bases that go up to level 90. What this means is the amount of base ES you can get on gear is probably on par with PoE1, maybe even higher. I would just wager, let's say PoE1 for I guess generalization's sake. But anyways, another point I want to showcase as well is if you go a little bit further into this video, when he scrolls over, he hovers over.
Oh. They said vendors will now have better items for sale. Yeah. Oh my.
Over an ES chest piece. You'll notice this ES chest piece has a roll that says 107% increased energy shield. That is on par with a T1% energy shield roll in PoE1, which means the percent increases you can get on gear is on par, or for all we know, this is like a tier 2 or tier 3 ES roll and you can get more. We don't know. There's a lot of throwbacks to stuff that was similar to what we saw in PoE1 really early, like some of the things like Eldritch Battery is a throwback to the very old version of Eldritch
Also,
Battery.
hey, Snicker.
For all we know,
Hope
they
you're
might
doing
throw
well.
back to the old ES roll rangers where you could roll up to 150% ES. We don't know, but I'm going to theorize that this, let's just say the T1 is comparable. I have also seen a flat ES roll of, I believe, 88 energy shield in PoE1. The flat ES roll you can get up to is 100 flat. I think that means roughly the ES rolls could be comparable on gear. I'm saying all this to say, Essentially, the flat ES number you can end up with a chess piece looks like it can be comparable. In PoE 1, you can get anywhere from 2k to 3k flat ES if you have well-rolled ES gear pieces, a shield, body armor, a helmet, boots, gloves, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, point number 1, base ES, you can get to 2 to 3,000. Point number 2, percent ES scaling on the tree is massive. I showed you the jewel that rolled up to 15% ES. Now, let me give you a little bit of the rundown of the ES nodes on tree. This notable right here, 30% ES. This notable right here, 28% ES. This notable right here, 40% ES. There's a notable up here by that lightning area where I said, hey, there's a bunch of good nodes. It's literally right here, 60% ES. And it's not like the small
60% ES. It's not okay. You're doing okay? Nice. That is good.
nodes next to it are a joke either. When you look at the small nodes, 15% ES, 15% ES. And it's not just the basic nodes that are just percent ES. It's also the hybrid nodes. This node right here, I'm pretty sure is 20% ES, 20% evasion. And I even remember when I was looking at a Bad Shira video, a small armor energy shield node was 12%, 12%. I'm saying all this to communicate the access to percent ES, even though we don't have percent ES scaling with intelligence, is large. We're looking at somewhere in the range of 300 to 500% increased ES, I believe is fairly realistic, with 20 to 30 points invested on your tree, and that could get you to that level of percent ES scaling. Now,
That's
if you
insane.
have 400% ES and you have 3k base ES, guess what? All of a sudden, you have a build with 15,000 energy shield. That's no joke, and that's not a number that life builds are going to be able to compete with. So, I'm making
Not
my
even
point for how much
close.
ES you can get and why that's strong. Now, let me move on to another point entirely. Besides the fact you can get good ES gear, you can also get... I mentioned earlier the gain is extra and the percent damage. You can also get damage multipliers like Sigil of Power, which at 4 stages gives, what is that? 64? No, I can't count.
Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't even realize. That's per stage.
66% more, no, 56% more damage. There's multipliers like this in the game on top of those other ones, which just are going to stack. And you can stack all these things, Archmage, Sigil of Power, this percent damage scaling. The thing you're missing is cast speed. From what I can tell, cast speed's kind of rare to get. Not a lot of I've seen on the tree, or at least in Dreamcore's video and the videos I've seen, people have not showcased them speccing cast speed nodes. So I don't really know how much there is on the tree. But you have all these base hard hitting nodes. What can you follow that up with? You can follow that up with skills that have a duration. Connor made this point in his stream last night when I was just chilling, and I think it was a great point, which is duration skills deal a ton of damage, and they don't have the orb condition. In PoE 1, they specifically balanced Archmage skills by not letting them be used with orb tagged skills, because the hard downside of Archmage is, here's a bunch of extra mana cost attached to your skill at the baseline, but we're not going to let you use it with the skills that you cast once and they last for 5 seconds, because that'll give you a lot of damage for one singular cast. So the idea is you can use something like Firestorm in PoE 2, and it doesn't have the limitation where you can't use it with Archmage, and that will work for Firestorm, that'll work for Lightning Storm, and these are skills that hit. This is a 10-second duration skill, which can hit the same enemy every 0.4 seconds, so that's about 25 times. So you can cast a skill that's going to hit the enemy 25 times over the course of its duration, and you can layer these things together. You don't necessarily have to spam cast where you might delete too much of your mana too fast. You can do a Lightning Storm, then a Firestorm, run around a bit type of thing. It encourages a playstyle where you get to cast these hard-hitting skills that have this big duration where they deal a lot of damage, and their base downside is, hey, we have a pretty big mana cost initially, and that base initial mana cost doesn't really matter in the context of Archmage, where every single skill is getting the 5% of your mana as added flat. And it means the difference between a Orb of Storms, let's say, which is 23 versus 44, if 5% of your mana is 200 mana, then it's 244 mana versus 223. The difference between these skills is no longer one skill to cost twice as much, but rather they both cost pretty much about 5% of your mana plus a little bit of a negligible amount that doesn't matter. So some of the downsides of these big duration skills gets nullified. I don't know if I'm making my points very clearly, but I'll give you a little write-up as well of basically some of the thoughts I have when I've been looking at these characters. Some of the things that I could perceive as issues. Outright, base EHP is very high. If you scale into a decent amount of ES and then a decent amount of mana, they have to kill your whole ES pool, and then they have to kill your whole mana pool to kill you. That's a large amount of time for you to maybe duck out of some big damage, proc your recharge, stuff like that. Not only that, there's some easy raw mitigation like Enfeeble. We don't really know a lot of mitigation sources that are available. Like, we don't know we don't know what the formula is for armor or evasion. We don't really know how accessible max res is on gear. There's a lot of like missing like question marks of terms of mitigation, but I would wager there's probably going to be at least a couple sources where we can spec into or invest into gear wise, which should give us some more mitigation. But right out the gate, having the potential to get something like 15k ES and 5k mana and then a 25 DR like Enfeeble, that already puts us at a pretty tanky threshold that I would wager the devs haven't really balanced the bosses around being able to deal that much damage, at least not in a one-shot mechanic for the most part.
There's no way. With that much ES scalability, just on the passive tree, like, it's actually insane. You can probably tank the Esht dude, his slam.
We'll see if I get skill checked on that one. Avoidance, I'm thinking block seems reasonable. I know they showcased a weapon like this that says +5 lightning, 100 mana, 119% spell damage, gain is extra. And you might think, holy crap, that's insane. But I gotta be honest with you, I am more impressed with the scepters, which have spirit reservations, along with free auras, along with the potential. We'll see. I'm hoping scepters can roll, like, they can at least roll mana. I'm hoping they can roll other relevant stats for a solar player on top of using a shield. I really think a shield with block, higher ES scaling is gonna do us a little bit better than a staff will, mainly because staff is a big loss in defenses. I'm looking around for my thing and I'm like scrolling.
Where's the ephemeral edge
so anyways,
when we
I'm
need
thinking
it?
potentially staff might be bait, and I could see shield scepter making sense. We'll see. It really depends on what's the roll ranges, what can we get on shield, stuff like that. But I'll look into it. Recovery is going to be, as far as I can tell, investing in a mana regen nodes for sustaining our self cast. In this video, the Sigil of Power powers up pretty quickly, which means this guy is I think in the video, he powered this up over the course of maybe 8 seconds while dodging for half of the time. So he was spending like 50% mana per second, and he was...
Oh. That's a good point. I wouldn't say it's quick, but it does get charged up fairly quickly when you take 50% of the mana into account.
He was able to afford the casting, so he invested into mana regen, and it seems like the sustain was decent. We don't know how much he spec'd on his tree or how much he had on gear, but it seems reasonable to invest in mana regen. That might just be the way to do it. There could also be potentially some cheese factor with, if you look at, I guess I don't have the support gems open, but I was going to say, if you look at something like Essence Harvest, maybe there's something where you could proc a Summoning Raging Spirits and have those die to proc you mana recovery. That might be potential. There could be some cheese there. We'll see. But the point is, initially, I'm thinking it's going to be probably mana regen for mana. ES, Zealot's Oath kind of got killed for ES, and it's probably going to be based around ES recharge. There is no Ghost Reaver from what I've been told. So ES recharge, investing in those nodes is going to make sense. ES recharge in PoE 1 is a little bit of a meme, but I think it's going to make more sense in the context of PoE 2, where they're not balancing the game around us having constant instantaneous movement skills, which means enemies are easier to dodge. There's probably going to be less chip damage, and recharge is going to be, in my opinion, probably stronger in that context. Granted, they killed the recharge time. They took it back from 2 seconds to 4 seconds, so it's a slower recharge time. But I still think it's going to be a lot stronger feeling in PoE 2 versus PoE 1, but we'll see how that goes. Technically, you could grab Eternal Youth and use a Life Flask on your ES pool, but I think ES recharge is going to be a better route. Next up, there's potential to do things like recover on block percent with Aegis. There's a node on the tree in the Bad Cheer video he hovered over. So there could be some recovery on block sorts of situations you go for. We'll see if that ends up being a thing or not. Other things are reducing enemy speed with like something like Temp Chains. Depends if we want to go DPS for like a res curse or temp chains for a make the enemy not move curse. We'll see. And then just looking at generic damage scaling stuff, the duration-based skills, the ability to inflict critical weakness with like Eye of Winter or a Malice Aura, and then of course the things I mentioned earlier with int scaling, percent damage scaling, Archmage. Anyways, that's just kind of my base level thoughts of why I'm thinking Sorceress for the PoE 2 launch. I'm fairly convinced it's going to be a fun time. There's a lot of fun looking spells. I've been going through the PoE 2 DB. Fireball looks like a lot of fun. Spark looks like it could be solid.
Fireball does like look like a lot of fun, especially with how it explodes into a Nova.
Those duration skills I think have a lot of potential with Archmage setups, and a lot of these trigger things, like the cast on crit skill in the Stormweaver, or even the cast on crit, cast on ignite, cast on shock, all these trigger supports for reservations seem like they could be a lot of fun, and I am just really pumped about it. So anyways, that's my thoughts on my starter for Path of Exile 2. I think I'm going to go Sorceress. Of course, as we get more details, who knows? They could drop this banger teaser of something that makes me change my mind again, but I don't think I'm changing my mind. I've gone back and forth over a few different options, but I think I'm fairly settled in the Sorceress, Archmage, in scaling, ES scaling plan, and that's what I'm probably going to go for. And hopefully, if we get more information, like for example, if they do give us the passive tree, if they do give us more ascendancy nodes, stuff like that, then maybe I can give you guys more of like the plan I do for the plan I have for like pathing my tree out or things like that. But who knows? I think they're going to have us going kind of blind, and most likely the last thing we're going to get before the PoE 2 launch is maybe a data mine tree like the day of or something that we'll hastily look through a couple hours before launch, and then we'll have more time to look through when inevitably the servers crash and we got nothing to do but look through the tree for a few hours while the servers recover. Who freaking knows? But anyways, hope you guys enjoyed. As always, thanks for watching, Exiles. Take care and peace out. Have a good one.
God damn. Ooh. Okay. Just going blind. Or just going blind. God damn it. Where was that one? Over there. Ah, Eternal Youth. Ooh, I really wonder how good the Pathfinder Ascendancy would be for flasks. Because if it's anything like Path of Exile 1, where was it? This one, Master Surgeon. If Master Surgeon makes it go back, makes a return, holy balls. Watch Pathfinder be nothing about flasks now. Oh my god, that would be so sad. Because for Raining's idea to work, Master Surgeon has to make a return, or else it's dog shit. With Eternal Youth, CI. Yeah. Fuck. Damn, man. Your build hinges on like 4 conditions. Yeah, it needs Master Surgeon. Honestly, it probably kind of needs Nature's Adrenaline as well. Might be a unique item to cover some of them, potentially. God damn. Alright. Back to support gem lookage. Nature's Adrenaline would be good for sustain, but not 100% required. dreams. Yeah. It would be pretty fucking nice. But yeah, Master Surgeon needs to be back to be good. Like we did see look at them. No. E. E. Well, in the oh wait. Let's see. So here we can see someone drinking something. Fuck. Fuck. Right there. There has to be something related to flasks over here. But that almost seems like... That almost seems like that's the only thing for flasks. The fuck? Wait. Oh my, what's that?
Altars are sacrificial sites built by the
Way too dang.
mysterious king in the mists.
If you're wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively,
Okay. Oh god, you can barely see that. Alright, so let's see. Oh no. Oh, Baron might be right. Wait, no way. Oh. Maybe we have something like... Something to the right. Something to the right of this that is related to flasks. But this is the only... The copium is strong, yeah. Wait. God damn it. So, overwhelming toxicity. Oh no. What if... Oh no. What if this is like bleed flask related? No, but that would be garbage. Wait, doesn't that mean this ascendancy is like actually just dog shit? Huh? I guess we haven't seen this. But like, we have the flask stuff. The the throwable flask that you choose here. This is related to poison, poison. This is poison. This is poison. We don't know what this is. Are they nerfing Pathfinder to 1% of the population? But potentially. Pathfinder may actually only be like
Become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison.
we're coping. Master of Flasks, please. It's right here. This is the one we need. This is the node that will save us. This one and the one too. This thing's right. Totally. So then Monk might be the plan. Maybe. Ugh. But you want Pathfinder memes? I kind of also want Pathfinder memes. Fuck. Because if... You know what's the sad thing? Like, this art is nowhere in here. Why did they have to... Oh my god, my cat's pressing my keyboard.
Sir.
Oh. Yes, yes. Damn. Alright, well, let's go back to looking. We could only speculate for our Pathfinder side egg. Okay, slower proj. Less projectile speed. At this point, it probably doesn't really matter if we look at Path of Exile 1 stuff. Because we're just gonna see nerfs all around. Ah, whoa, that's so fast. Second wind. Less... Ooh. That almost looks like a buff for a second wind. What the fuck? Oh, wait, less cooldown recovery rate. Oh. Oh, that's terrible. 50% less? Ugh. Triggers Shockwave when you take a step using supported skills. What? Wait. Oh. Can you make a walking build? Ruthless. Every fifth use of this attack causes 500% more stun buildup. That's kind of good. Swift Affliction. 35% more non-ailment damage over time. What? Non-ailment damage over time? That's pretty insane. Yeah, 500 is actually insane. You could pair that with like the extra combo at the end and have like big massive hits. Giga stun. 20% less duration of supported skills damaging ailments. What? Supports any skill that deals damage, causing them to deal more damage over time but have shorter duration. Supported skills deal 35% more non-ailment damage over time. What? Non-ailment damage? Why does this feel like it's worded so weirdly? Wait, what the fuck? The Elemental Monk Ascendancy? What was the trigger it did on melee crits? I'm pretty sure it like had extra projectiles that fly out when you crit, I believe.
Hill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality, a significant amount of. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker. With Elemental Expression, the invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike.
Yeah, waves.
With Faith as a choice, you
That one's pretty cool.
gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
Oh, I just realized 2,000 life.
Choose
the waves plus flicker. Yeah, it could be pretty cool. Ah, why? Why is it so fast? Hello? Could the wave hits generate power? Oh. I wonder. Because it says, didn't say that flicker specifically could not generate power charges, yeah? Like the skill that uses it. That is possible. Wait, is it listed as a skill though? Because wouldn't it need to be a skill to generate charges?
Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. With Elemental Expression.
Oh. Okay, so it's a meta skill. So it grants the skill Elemental Expression, and I assume it's a trigger. It is. So you probably can. You may be able to put a charge generation on this. Somehow, maybe? If there's a support for that? Was there a like a power charge on kill or something? We don't know. It is a meta skill, so you can socket this bad boy up with something. Perpetual charge, multiple charge, something. Ah! Supported spell gains a seal every 200% of cast time, to a maximum of 2 seals. Supported spell is unsealed when cast, and their effects reoccur for each seal lost. Huh. Ooh. 200% more stun threshold when using supported skills. Oh shit! So you can put this on the shield, the active shielding skill that you will be using to put up your shield. That's like a no-brainer. You just put that on. Vitality. Regenerate 1. Oh. So we do know that supports can level up, right? we have seen supports that are higher than level 1. So I assume this can scale up, yeah? Lingering Illusion. Creates a short-lived illusion copy yourself when you dodge roll. Copy can distract enemies, and copies that are destroyed by an enemy will grant you a power charge. That doesn't seem so smooth though. For like flicker strike, because you wanna do as much flickering as possible. Wait a minute. Fuck. Hole. Support gems. Oh shit, we have elemental discharge. Oh wait, no, it's elemental discharge, not discharge. Fuck. Multiple charge, overcharge, perpetual charge. Okay, so we don't have any info on gaining charges, at least on support gems. Barrage, Bone Storm, Detonate Flicker Strike. You cannot get power charges. Oh no! Oh no! You cannot gain power charges while using this skill. Oh, that's sad. So you have to stop using it to be able to get the charges. So it's actually impossible to infinitely use Flicker Strike. You have to stop using the skill to gain power charges. So I guess Lingering Illusion is a decent way to get charges. Well, one of the ways. Damn, that kind of sucks. That egg. $1.5. Vitality was flat, yeah. Lingering Illusion only lasts 0.6 seconds and has 20% of your HP. Huh. And you can dodge infinitely, yeah? Because there's no, like, stamina bar for dodging. So you can just keep dodging, get your shit up, and then keep flickering after that. Wait. And copies that are destroyed... So it has to be destroyed, though. Does that mean... Does destroy mean... Because you say it only lasts 0.6 seconds. Like, if it lasts that long, does it expiring mean that it's destroyed? AKA killed, yeah. Elonde. Like, does it actually have to get last hit by a mob to gain your power charge? Doubt it, has to be killed. Rip. So I guess the best way would just be killing Palm, at least for now. Oh. Yeah, the only one for now that we know is like a decent way to gain power charges is killing Palm. Hmm. Damn. Okay, trigger wind wave when stunned. What the fuck? Oh. Huh. It's like a defensive support. Knocks back enemies if you are stunned while using it. Additional accuracy. Oh, god damn it. Stop. Okay. Withered lasts 4 seconds. Supported skill deals 50% less damage. Supported skills inflict wither on hit with chaos damage. Did wither last 4 seconds in PoE 1? There was a siphoning strike as well, so you're probably gonna go lightning. This one, yeah. But you have to shock something, so you're gonna have to shock a bozo and then consume the shock to gain your power charge. That seems pretty Mendoxai. Unless it's easy to shock shoot. Oh, he's just going through. Oh. 50% more accuracy. Trigger an explosion when they fully break an enemy's armor. Interesting. I wonder how much damage that does. Auto reload. Supported skills reload automatically on heavy, stunning an enemy. Oh. Oh, but that skill itself has to heavy stun? Seems kind of weird. Blind. 100% chance to... Ooh. 100% chance to blind enemies on hit? Wow. It's just free blind. What the fuck? Coursing current. Shocking hits from supported skills have a 50% chance to also shock enemies. Oh, okay. This one seems like a decent one for you. If you're going lightning, Baron. You could yoink him for the power charge. Supported skills apply daze when fully breaking armor. Daze lasts for 6 seconds. Now, what is daze? And is it like a... It's not a stun, for sure. 6 seconds is really long. It must be something else. Oh, maybe daze is like a different... Daze lasts for days. Okay. Get him out of here. I assume... I'm going to assume daze... Well... This is probably stupid to assume, but I assume daze is going to be like making it easier for the mob that is dazed to get stunned. Maybe. Corpse conservation. Corpses consumed by supported skills have a 50% chance to not be destroyed. Makes sense? Yeah. To not be destroyed. DD. Hell yeah. It's time to make a D. Oh shit. Don't show Dennis this. He's gonna play DD immediately. Oh my god. Wait, you could make a... Do we... No. Damn. Close combat. 25% more attack damage to enemies within 1 meter of you, scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 meters or further. Huh. Cold pen. 30% cold resistance. That's pretty good for bosses. The infamous coming soon gem. Feeding frenzy. 30% more damage, and they take 20% more. Fire pen. Exploit weakness. Supported skills cannot break armor. Supported skills consume enemy fully broken armor to deal 50% more damage. What? Supports any skills that hits enemies, causing them to deal more damage against enemies with broken armor, but preventing them from breaking armor themselves. Oh! Oh. Cannot support skills that consume broken armor. God, the wording is so weird. Consume broken armor. That's a lot of damage, though. So if you break their armor, you use the other skill to do 50% more damage when they don't have armor. Supported skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy... Oh. Okay, that's cool. Fiery Death. Killing blows from supported skills against ignited enemies have a 50% chance to cause the enemy to explode. How much is the explosion damage? Fuck. That could be very cool. 60% chance. That's a huge percentage. That's basically 100%. Curse zones from supported skill erupt after 30% reduced delay. What? Supports curse skills, causing them to curse enemies more quickly after being cast. Oh god, it's listed so weird. The curse zones from supported skills erupt after 30% reduced delay. Hinder. Chaos damage over time inflicted by supported skills also hinders enemies. Wow. That's not bad. That's actually pretty good. What did hinder do again? In POE 1. Slow? Like what? Wow, 30% reduced? It's probably a bit less in POE 2, I assume. 30%. Wow. That's actually kind of good. Herbalism. Oh. Increased recovery from life flasks while a supported skill is active. Oh, raining, log in. This is a potential option. That's kind of big. So you would put that on an aura. Yes, yes. Increased armor break. Supported skills break 80% more armor. Not an aura? What? Like the skill has to be active though. Using it on the AoE. Oh, AoE. Cost and reservation multiplier. It's persistent though, so it would be on an aura. The ability that collects poison damage. What? Which ability are you talking about? Is it? And then can use it to kill things in the area around you. Unless it's no longer on POE 2. Oh, are you talking about God damn it, what was it? Where was it? Oh no, was it a support? No, but it has to be a skill gem. This thing? Bursting Plague? Plague. This, are you talking about this? It is a trigger. It's a POE 1 skill. Oh! Oh! Oh, I know what you're talking about. Fuck. Oh my god. Do I have... Plague Bearer? Yeah. Plague Bearer, yeah. They had a skill like that in the Ranger Showcase before, right? Like, it was Plague Bearer, but not really.
Are you trying to figure out what classes are going to be available? We've heard drip.
Okay. Something cheaper than Aura. Oh my god, bro.
Existence
is a lie. What? I swear.
I've lived in this forest all my life. And if there's one fear counts. This let this do.
Wait, no, it's not the trailer. That was like that was more to it. This one.
Let the hunt begin.
For even more, does a small AoE as well, so it's a high chance to shock. I get a Stormcaller arrow as well. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in POE. A few tools to full, the monster is neural, jump over the enemy and shoot it until the gauge is full. The monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill 100% of their electric single large enemy. What if I had a way to lands? But if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now, if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these more and more poison bursts as it goes through each monster.
I swear that was a build-up of something that looked exactly like Plague Bearer. Like they used the exact same icon.
We also have another skill to make a nice environment for your plants to grow. Poison to a monster.
There it is.
You can see the counter on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned. Now I'm going to fight these monsters and make sure to poison them as much as I can to build up the counter. To a monster.
Wait. Oh, it's called Plague Bearer, so it reserves spirit. Okay. When you inflict poison incubating. Oh shit. Okay. So you would use that with what did you say you'd use it with? Herbalism? Oh no. But it has to be active, and it's kind of like a toggle. It's not exactly a shit. Can you see this properly? Let's see. So, store portion of all damage dealt. It's a reservation. When you inflict poison while incubating. So, you have to reserve the spirit to incubate it? Let's see how he toggles it.
Another poison-related...
Oh my god, interesting. When he sockets it in, it immediately uses, yeah, it immediately reserves that spirit. So is it active when he just has it here? Because if it's active without even putting it on, then herbalism may work. More testing required, yeah. Interesting. Okay. Possible 40% increase. %80 more armor. Break. Inevitable critical. To be honest, this looks dog. Actually, supported skills gain 25% increase. Oh. Up to 100. Oh, that's so bad. Because this is just... It's not the plus that Baron was talking about before. So it's dog shit. Each second up to 100%. The critical hit chance is lost whenever a skill supported by inevitable critically strikes. Ooh, that's so bad. Base crit chance is much higher now. Yeah. I still think it's dog, because it's not the plus percent that you're talking about before. I still think it's that's absolutely terrible. I mean, I guess it depends on how much base crit chance we have. Infernal Legion. %4 of the maximum life is fire per second to nearby enemies. 4%, 5%. Orc has a base crit chance of 9. Really? You're right. Oh, up from 6. Interesting. Okay. Bone Storm has 15%. That is kind of high. Oh no! Oh no! You can't make a crit Bone Shatter build. Setting. It has 0 crit. So you think capping crit is gonna be pretty easy? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Holy Descent. Oh. Supported skills create consecrated ground on landing. So, Leap Slam? Consecrated ground? Huh. Free consecrated ground. If consecrated ground works like it did in PoE 1, isn't that just free crit chance as well? Comet has a base of 13. Wow, 13? Okay. That's pretty good. Damage over time debuffs inflicted on full life enemies by supported skill deal 50% more damage. Supported skills have 25% less skill effect duration. Huh. 50% more damage for 25% less skill effect duration. Isn't that just really good? You know what? Isn't that actually insane? Don't you want to reduce the we don't know how tick damage works for poison now in PoE 2. Cuz don't you want like a really low duration on your poison so you can just constantly keep hitting and get like an insane amount of damage? Just make it on hit based poison build. But I guess it all depends on the like how much damage things do per server tick. Knockbacks enemy on hit. Ugh. Life leech. Leech 3% of physical. Oh, attack damage from supported skills is life. 3%. Huh. Lightning pen. Oh, interesting. Lightning penetration is a higher level. Is higher level. What the fuck? Than like fire pen. Momentum. Huh. After moving at least 2 meters during a single use of a supported skill, the rest of that use deals 40% more damage. Huh. Momentum is not dog shit? Ah! Maim. Supported attacks always maim on hit. Wow. Wow. Just 100% chance to maim? That's kind of good. Melee, physical damage. Oh, less attack speed, more physical melee. Okay, that's... Oh! 2% of physical attack damage from supported skills as mana. Just a sec. I need to take a piss. Real bad. Ooh. Okay. Continuing. Mana Flare. What? Oh. Supported skills trigger Mana Flare on critical hit. Supports any spell that hits enemies, causing it to trigger a Mana Flare on critical hit. The Mana Flare consumes your mana to deal fire damage. Cannot support the skills of minions. Huh. So, wait, can you do this on duration skills as well? Something that hits multiple times? You just cast it, and the Mana Flare just keeps proccing? Huh. I wonder how much damage this thing does. Ah! Many bolts. DNT. What? Huh? What the fuck does that mean? Supported skills deal 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. What? Huh. That's kind of weird. I wonder how many bolts you can reload in 6 seconds. Like, well, at once, I guess, because it's gonna have to last for 6 seconds. Ritualistic Curse. Supports curse skills, causing them to cover a larger area, but take longer to curse. Huh. Increased delay. Interesting. Raging Cry. Supported skills grant 4 rage per 5 power of enemies in range. Oh no. Oh no, it was that shield that like gives like infinite power to war cries. I wonder if that's gonna be back. If that's back, you just get infinite rage on one war cry. That would be kind of good. Sprinta. Breaks armor equal to 15% of physical damage dealt by supported skill. Spell Echo. Supported spells echo once. Less cast speed. Less cast speed. Wait, is that just the opposite of what it was before? Oh my god, yeah it is. Huh. More area of effect. Less cast speed now. Huh. Reduced cooldown. Increased cooldown recovery rate. Wait. No, Impending Doom was a support. God damn it. Ranged combat. Supported skills deal 35% more damage to enemies further than 7 meters from you. Oh. So this is just no, not point blank. No. Wait, where? Where was it? Like long range or something? Long shot. Wait, no, it wasn't long shot. It was, No, it is. Yeah, it's long shot. Hmm. 35% more. That's pretty strong. Hey, Grey Ram. Seems you're late again today. Oh, no, no, no. Hope you're doing well. We're just back to reading some more supports at the end of the day. After looking at some POE info. 4% of energy shield when a supported skill deals a killing blow to a shocked enemy. Huh. This does... Huh, this actually does play into Lance's build idea pretty well. I think you might have solved the confusing decaying hex support thanks to this video too. Really? Decaying hex. Oh, we were saying this looked like dog shit damage. Is it actually good? Shock Siphon. There's an interesting support called Chaotic Freeze that might synergize well with these things. Chaotic Freeze. Enemies taking chaos damage over time from supported skills receive freeze buildup when hit by chaos damage. Huh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Adida. It has to be chaos damage hits from any source. It can't be... Oh, wait. Supports... Wait, what? Support spells that deal non-ailment chaos damage over time. Enemies taking damage over time from debuffs caused by supported skills will suffer freeze buildup from chaos damage. So you have to do chaos dot plus chaos damage hits to build freeze buildup? I guess. Yeah, I guess. I guess that works. That makes it a lot more synergistic. That is actually interesting, if you think about it. Because freeze is a very powerful stat. Well, it's quite confusing, but looks interesting. That is quite interesting. That's because freeze is like really powerful. Yeah, this is pretty good actually. So you have to do on-hit chaos damage to build up the freeze. That's cool. That does make it more usable. Like you don't even have to be doing good chaos dot. It just has to be dot. Wildfire. Ignite to inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 2 seconds. Wow, that seems kind of garbage. Ignites you, inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1.5 meters for 2 seconds. That just doesn't look good to me for some reason. Oh, weapon elemental damage. Just 25% more damage. That's good. Critical damage. Supported skills have 100% increased critical damage bonus. Less critical hit chance. So 100% crit dot multi for 20% less crit chance. Ah, he's so fast. Supported skills consume enemy freeze to guarantee a critical hit. Wow, that is not worth it, in my opinion. Well, actually, no. This could be huge. Wait. Holy fuck. Wait a minute. Okay, you can put, like, you don't even need any crit chance. You just have one big hit and freeze chance. So you build up the freeze, and then when he's frozen, you boom, you bonk him on the head with a massive hit. And you build like a giga crit multi on that one hit. That could be kind of OP actually. Because it guarantees the crit hit. That could be cool. So many interesting multipliers related to freeze, yeah. That could be a lot of damage. Because this solves crit chance. So you don't need any other crit chance on your tree. You just build crit multi. Well, crit bonus. And then you just build some freeze chance. Oh man, that could do so much damage. Behead. Killing blows from supported strike skills against rare monsters. It's a mini headhunter, okay. Added chaos damage. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage as chaos. Less non-chaos damage. Cold exposure. Supported skills inflict cold exposure for 8 seconds on critical strike with cold damage. Chaotic freeze. Enemies taking chaos damage over time from supported skills receive freeze buildup. Ah, that's the one you were talking about, yeah. That is a very cool interaction. I wonder if there's like a big chaos damage bonk that you could use with Biting Frost and Chaotic Freeze. That could be cool. Ah. Cannibalism. 4% of life recovered on kill. Whoa. That's not bad. Culling Strike. Supported skills have Culling Strike against rare or unique enemies. Oh, interesting. It doesn't have it against normal and magic. Only rare and unique. Deadly Poison. Supported skills deal 25 less damage with hits. 75% more effective poison. God damn. That's a lot of damage. Holy fuck. You're looking at the Chaos skills and it feels like it's more for Hex Blast. You spread multiple Chaos Dodge with Contagion, then blast it with Hex Blast maybe? Possible. Could be pretty cool. Do we have Hex Blast? Hex Buddha. No. Well, we'll probably get Hex Blast. Oh wait, no, this is support gems. Woohoo! There it is. Detonates curse on enemies in an area, causing it. Wait. Fuck, does this work with impending doom? It probably doesn't, but you know. Wait, maximum of 9 explosions? So they expect you to get 9 curses on something? Wait, can you even get that many curses? I don't think so, right? Oh, detonates curse on enemies in area, causing explosion of chaos damage. Explosions of chaos damage. So one curse can do multiple explosions? Maximum 9. Is it random? That's so weird. Wow. That's actually kind of interesting. So for your idea, with Decaying Hex and Chaotic Freeze, this does hit for chaos damage multiple times. So maybe one Hex Blast can, like, boom, immediately just freeze the bozo. Maybe if there's a group of them getting hit. Oh, you know what? You're probably right. Have you seen Contagion? No. Okay, so it's basically... Oh, increases? You don't know much about all chaos skills that aren't poison related? Can't comment on any of this? Damn. It's basically... Oh. Wow, wait. Wow. Contagion got a buff. Kind of. That's actually... That's actually pretty good. You gonna head to bed? Need to babysit your nephews tomorrow? Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Raining. Hope you have a great sleep. GG's. I should probably head off soon, too. We'll save more of this reading. Save more of this reading for tomorrow. We're not even halfway! Well, we didn't start until later. Oh my god, Grinch. Do you usually start around the same time? Yeah. I normally always try to start at, technically 12 p.m. my time, which is Japan time. But, I mean, that's probably going to change next year, because I'm moving to the States to live with my girlfriend. So that is my time zone's gonna just flip later on, which kind of sucks. It's kind of a plus for other people. It's a negative for other people. Kind of sad egg. We'll have to see. But yeah, typically I try to start at the same time. All right, let's give someone a raid. All right, this guy's doing some best class breakdown. Let's see. Thank you for stream. No problem at all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Just very appreciated. Alright. Well, that is it for me today. Gotta wind down. Ugh. Get some dinner. Alright. To everyone that's here, thank you guys all for watching, hanging out, lurking. It's very appreciated. Hope you guys all stay healthy, stay safe. And I'll see you next week, because I don't stream on weekends, unfortunately. I'll see you on Monday. Hope you have a great weekend. GG's. See ya.